Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, we are finally back. It has been a long time coming, and a long time is 7 days, but I literally was so excited I couldn't wait for it. The Frosty Planet Pack has finally been released, and we finally get to actually play the finished version of this DLC. Isn't that just amazing? I know a lot of you guys have already been playing it. It already came out on Thursday and today's Saturday, but here we are. Yes, winter is here indeed. I would say we are going to jump in right away, but first let me take a quick look in chat. Who do we have here? We have Alfie, Wolf, Words is of course in the chat, Jazz is here, we have Pooji, Keonis, Croc is here as well. Well, welcome everybody to the stream, and today, of course, as promised, we are trying to start a brand new colony, and this time with the Frosty Planet Pack. And Amory is here as well. That is amazing. It's always nice to see. Got my earmuffs and hot cocoa. Yeah, very nice. We definitely need that. We started on Thursday. No doubt you'll be ahead of us by cycle 50. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I would say, let's start a new survival in the classic mode and of course in the Frosty Planet Pack. And now, I would say, let's try to find us a good planet here. What I'm always looking for, most definitely, is geoactive. I don't really care about anything else, and this actually looks pretty good starting off with. I do want geoactive, just so we have a lot of stuff to do, of course, in our streams right here. We want to have as many geysers and volcanoes and whatnot that we can work with and try different stuff around. Yeah, something like this here, medium boulders, geoactive, large glaciers, and metallic caves. Like I said, I don't really care about any of the other stuff. What I do want, though, is geoactive. What else do we have here? The second one has magma channels and volcanic activity. Oh, that would be a very, very nice contrast from the cold to the hot, because this one here will be our first asteroid where we are going to go to with the teleporter. So we are going from an extremely cold to an extremely hot environment. I think that would make for some pretty neat content. In the story traits, of course, I'm just gonna leave everything on. If we're gonna use it or not, we will decide that once we, well, go through it. And in here, we don't have to do anything because Scramble DLCs would just be if we are on another planetoid. New achievement with the DLC. Yes, there is a new achievement with it, and that has to do with the new geothermal system that we have not discovered in the beta yet, so we will see how that works out. But yeah, we will jump into this one right here. Of course, I will post the coordinates on the bottom in the comments after the stream is over, but if you want to play this exact same seed, it's right in front of you, right here. Alright, I would say, let's start the game. Our game settings, of course, we're gonna leave the sandbox off. Surprise, surprise. Everything else, we're just gonna leave on default. Should be just fine. And I would say, let's go ahead and start the game. I hope you guys already have an idea or two for our colony, because, colony name that is, because I have no idea what we're gonna do. I hope you didn't forget good old Aim here, your trusty scientist. Yeah, you will probably, most likely, become another scientist again, because I most definitely did not forget. Alright, right here, what do we need? We need a digger, we do need a scientist, and last over here, we will need a farmer slash rancher. Having both would be insane. Are we gonna get that lucky? We will see. We're gonna put it on farmer and we're gonna re-roll it until we find something good here. So let's take a look. Digging plus 10, decrease construction, yeah, that ain't it. Plus 7 with shriveled taste buds definitely would be good because we get a +1 food morale bonus and cannot do doctoring errands. I think this dupe here is already pretty decent. Right over here, we have Max in the middle. I definitely want at least one or two of them to have that new trait, so that would be highly important. Not all of them need it right at the beginning. Our digger, though, would probably be the guy who is usually furthest away from our main base. So actually, let's see if we can find a frostproof one that is, yeah, not this one. Definitely not that one. Most definitely not. Let's see, do we have another one that has maybe the frostproof trait? Yeah, we can work with that. We can work with that. Most definitely. Oh yeah, That is actually perfect. +9. It is the new dupe on top of everything else. So that here is going to be our digger. We get to names in a second. Let's just first find us some dupes. Right here we have a scientist, of course. Scientist doesn't really matter too much if it's frostproof or not. It should stay mainly in the base, starting in like cycle 3 or so forward. Ice and volcanoes kind of sounds like Iceland to me. It does kind of, doesn't it? What can we do here? Let's see if we find anything decent. We had a +8 just a second ago. That's a +10 with increased athletics but decreased excavation. Not good in the beginning. Can definitely not go for that. Fryer right here has a destructive stress reaction, which is also not very good, but it should be okay. If we don't get our dupes too stressed out, we should be just fine. Can we get us a decent dupe here, please? Anybody with something decent? Maybe even a second skill, I would be fine with that. We don't have to have extremely much in research in the very beginning, necessarily at least. What do we have here? Allergic reaction doesn't really matter. This here would be pretty decent. +3 bonus to all attributes during meteor showers is not the best trait, but it would be okay. The polar depress, the polar post. I like it. Bring it on. Bring it on, guys. Researching immune to food poisoning, decreased agriculture. Anybody who is somewhat decent here, please. +7 science, but bottomless stomach. Can we work with bottomless stomach? I believe so, because having a super hard digger who is also a researcher in the very beginning wouldn't be too bad. I think I'm gonna try for something even better than that, quite honestly. Increased construction, increased science, increased machinery, and decreased germ resistance. I think that is something we can work with right here. With the increased machinery in the very beginning, he can create his own power and then start researching. I think we're gonna go with Devon right here. Terrible bear, frozen fortress. Old Troggin. Troggin, German for bear? No. German for bear is bear. It's the same word, it's just written differently. Almost, Jazz, almost. Yeah, I was saying, preferably I would try to find somebody who has both traits, but you're probably right, guys. I am reading your comments. A rancher. If anything, I would rather have ranching than farming, preferably ranching and farming in one. That would be even better. Let's see if we can find something like that. Yeah, that's perfect. Look at this. Ranching +5, farming +3, increased construction and decreased germ resistance, who nobody cares about that in any way, shape, or form. I think we found our 3 perfect dupes right here. Alright, let's give out some names. Our starting dupes, of course, I'm gonna go through, as always, and I'm going to find A, people that are active in chat, and B, people who are members. If we run out of people that are members, we're gonna go with anyone else. That is always how that is going to work. That is just fair, in my opinion. Let me take a look through chat here. We have Kionis, we have Jazz. Who else do we have here? And Croc. Those are the first 3 that I see. And those are going to be our 3 starting dupes. Kionis really likes to dig. So Kionis is going to be our digger. In the middle right here, we have our researcher. Our researcher is probably going to be Croc. Croc is just the right guy for the job. And then Jazz is going to be our farmer/rancher. Perfect. All right, let me take another look here. Google lied. Yes, Jazz, apparently it did. I don't know how it got to Troggin, because Troggin means is a verb and means carrying. Let me take a look here. What names do we have? We have... Baby, it's cold inside. Ned digs and chill. I like that. That's funny. Frozen World, like Waterworld from the movie. More ammo. Yes, I remember that quote. Frosty Brew Storehouse. I like that as well. Frozen Fortress. Glacial Garrison. Ooh. Let's see. I think the Polar Depressed, the Polar Post. Greenland. I do like Glacial Garrison. That's definitely on the forefront right now. I have Chilheim, would also be interesting. Greenland is almost all ice, it's very true. Vida is here, hello Mr. Beer, hello Mr. Vida. How are you doing? What else do we have here? A good name would be Space Yeeters Frost Edition. You know what? We are going to go with, and I just saw it, I do like Glacial Garrison. That sounds fun. Alright, Glacial Garrison, we are taking dock number 27's suggestion, and we're gonna go straight in there, as we are. Alright, right here we are. Here I have a new mod, by the way, in case you're wondering. Reloaded with 3 schedules, so I don't have to actually set them up each and every time. And now let's take a peek around what's going on here. Where is there? There's our wood heater on the left, straight on the left. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, we can most definitely work with that. Down here on the bottom is our research portal. Where do we have some dirt? Right over here on the right side, as well as over here on the left side. Should be okay. Looks like we have quite a lot of Cinnabar ore over here on the right and above us. Yeah, overall, I think we should be okay. Alright, let's see what we got. Here goes nothing. I would say we're gonna dig straight over here to this area right here and immediately make bedrooms out of it. That's probably a good start. Eventually we will slightly redesign it so it aligns with the rest of the base. But for right now, we're gonna leave it as is. At the same time, we're also gonna dig over to the right side just really quickly so we can get our bathrooms in. Of course, that is going to be somewhat important. So I say, let's make that happen right away. My little Dupe friend. Whole chunk of dirt down left. Yep, right here. Huge chunk. Gonna get that. We just need a tiny little bit to make it past the first cycle. But yes. First of all, a couple of outhouses. We're just gonna plop them literally anywhere. They are probably not gonna stay here for very long, but we do need them. Highly, highly important. We don't have any water, so there's also no point in even attempting to put in a wash basin, especially since we don't have any resources to build it anyway. And thanks to the cold here, we are talking negative 30 degrees almost. Germs are not an issue. Okay, so far so good. Over here on the left side, we can immediately plop in the cots. Probably just going to leave this flower right here, at least for right now. Can we... Yeah, we should be able to just put it in front of it. It shouldn't be a problem. Give me the cot, please. Thank you. 1, 2, and 3. You still have to dig this, guys, though. Just saying. And then, of course, a door with any kind of tile above it. Just so we have a room. That would be helpful. Same, of course, it goes over here for the right side as well. Gonna plop in a door and immediately a tile. Doesn't have to be pretty in the beginning. Just has to be functional. New Dupe looking like he came out of an anime. It really does, doesn't it? Our Keonis Dupe right here. I don't even know, what is it called? Freya, I guess. Does certainly look like could have originated in some kind of anime. We can look where it is super cold to make your fridge with CO2. I mean, yeah, it's basically everywhere. But there are colder areas, like right here, we can see it. Kind of like right here on the edge. That's really what Croc is talking about at negative 39 degrees compared to the negative 25 to negative 30 that we have up here in the main area. Eventually, we will get to that for sure. We do have a coat rack, though. That is correct. I almost forgot about it, Doc. And our... Well, first have to rummage it. But at the moment we rummaged it, our digger is Keonis. But Keonis has already the trait. So Keonis should be just fine. Speaking of it, let's set up the priorities here first and foremost. Where are we at? We have... Am I blind? Researching... Nobody. Except Croc. And Keonis right here. Kill stuff and dig stuff. That is what we need, and Jazz will do basically all the rest. For right at the moment, I'm going to set him to building, but later on that will have to change. Alright. So far so good. Our wood heater is on. We can see it. It's going very, very good. Who do we give the coat though? I think the best option for right now would probably be either Croc or Jazz. And I think we're gonna go, in this case right here, probably with Croc, so he can go longer. So Croc, you're gonna get the code for right now, and Jazz, you're gonna get the next one that we find. Alright, so far so good. We will need 2. Are we gonna go up or down first? That is the bigger question. Most likely down. Let me do some measurements here. We are eventually gonna come all the way over to here and all the way over to here, which of course does suck because that's where we have our doors right now. But at the same time, we can still plop in the ladder at the bare minimum. Our room size shouldn't increase by that much, not by the end of this cycle. We don't actually want to build this right here though. That was just for measurement, because I usually build out 4 to the right and 4 to the left from the middle, and that is my starting space. I want to talk to the manager. Researcher can get the code last if you build a research station next to the fireplace. We will probably need us another fireplace once we get to the research portal. So yeah, you actually have a good point there. But yeah, at the moment, we should be fine as is. We can open up the door here, open up the door there. And once we are down here a little bit, we just need to make sure that we keep this room here. The wash station is missing, of course. It's actually not going to be a room, so it doesn't matter anyway. I forgot that for the outhouses right here, we do need one, even if we don't use it. So we will have to plop one in, but we're going to rebuild this here momentarily anyway. We just need it for right now, so they don't pee all over the floor. Let's rip these here back out and then go downwards, probably right around here, 4 tiles high. Let's come all the way across, all the way over to right there. Let's leave this here intact for this very second, just so we have somewhere where our CO2 can settle here in time. I believe that this cot here is in range, isn't it? If you move cots 1 tile to the left and 2 cots will be in range. I think this one here counts though. Isn't it the bottom left tile that matters? If I'm not completely mistaken. But for that, we cannot move it once to the left because we have the coach rack right here. So that's the best we can do right at this moment. Can we deconstruct this thing? Oh, this one here can actually be deconstructed. So that works. But Kionis is already down here, taking care of our bottom, which is probably eventually where we're going to have our research station. And at the same time, we can also come higher up as well, probably to somewhere right here. I always like to keep this oxalite here alive as long as we can, and we only dig it up when we actually need it, up until the point when we find a solution for keeping it without actually outgassing. Is this the first playthrough of the DLC? Yes, this is the first episode of the first playthrough with the new DLC. So you made it here in the perfect timing. You are right, but it will look better. Yeah, I don't think we have the time anymore left in our cycle to move them over 1. If we deconstruct them now, they will be gone. So yeah. Are you going to straight for spam again, or are you considering an LB or Bear start? I don't know yet. Honestly, we will just see how it goes. I mean, each way is viable. I mean, at the moment, I'm not worried about it. Look at all this oxalite that we have around it. It seems even more than we had in the beta. Cool, I've been watching a lot of your Oni videos. Glad to see this live. That is awesome. Really appreciate that. And yeah, you made it in the perfect time in the first episode. Let's get rid of this stuff right here. Alright, so far so good. We have now this area right here. As I said in the beta already, usually we would use the Frosty printing pod here as a light source. We can see around here we have a beautiful area of light, but currently we have the wood pile and the ration box here, which does suck just a tiny little bit. But there's certainly something we can do about it. So in power, we're going to grab us a manual generator. And we're just going to plop it all the way closest here to our ladder. As a matter of fact, our ladder is not in the right spot. Our ladder will have to be moved 1 over. We should probably do that in the spots where we haven't done that yet right away. Because later on, it will just be a headache to move the entire ladder. So let's build it not right here, but right there. We're going to come over and then build it down. So it's already in the right spot and we don't have to mess with that later too much. Okay, so We have the manual generator. Of course, that's not going to be good enough. We're also going to plop in a battery. And then come right up to around here somewhere. Oh, wait a second. No, the ladder is in the right spot. Those are 5 tiles. I forgot that I built this one right here. Right in the middle right here, we have 11 tiles. Usually we only have 10. But here we had a piece of ice. Or a piece of snow that fell down, and I replaced it with a snow tile. So actually, this tile here can go. And our ladder can go where it belongs. So we're totally fine. Panic for no particular reason. Either way though, we will need another snow tile right here, and then in stations we will need the research station right there. Just for right now. Later on we will do that a hell of a lot better. Also right here we have 3 albios, so we could make this here reserve rather sooner than later. That's going to be good. Just the same over here. Very, very good. And a huge area with a lot of albios all the way over here, where we also have a bunch of pike apple bushes, which we will also have to get up and going really quickly. Could be a good idea to try to get onto warmer areas soon and establish there on the first 10 turns. I don't know if you could make it that far, not without having the technology available to contain the cold area, without having too much heat bleed in or cold bleed out. So it is probably a rather difficult thing to do. Is it possible? Probably, one way or another. But it's probably not the easiest thing in the world. Okay, looks like we are going to get our battery in at the bare minimum. Probably not our research station. The Dupe should go take a nap here very soon, in schedule that is. They have still the 2 downtime for the +1 morale, so that's okay. Oh yeah, look at all the stuff. And Admiral said it as well, many nature reserve options close by. Yes, there are a ton of it. We don't even have to do anything at all. They just happen to be around us everywhere, which is very nice to see, of course. In the research, though, we're going to go straight as usual for our farm tile. That is usually my very first thing that I research. It just makes a lot of sense, so might as well stick with it as long as it works. We do need the research portal here, though, in cycle 2. That is for sure. As soon as we can build those wood tiles here, all of our morale problems are going to be in the past, which is very nice. And as soon as we have our farm tile, we can build us our pike apple bushes. And then as soon as we have a rancher, we can also go for the floxes. But that is, of course, always the main constraint. We do need a rancher first, or better to say the appropriate skill for it. Other than that though, this looks so far to be a pretty interesting map. Don't really see anything out of the ordinary. Let's go to the relative temperature. Do we see anywhere around us a kind of vent yet? Nope, so apparently nothing is that close by. We do need minerals, you're a correct word. We can't do carnivore and locavore with this new animals. Yeah, I don't think it's probably a rather big issue with the new animals and those mechanics right here. So those kind of achievements are probably still reserved for the old maps. My dupe will be more productive when we change the setup. Yeah, of course. The research station is currently not in light. We are well aware of that. Let's turn up the speed here so we make it through the night, please. There we go. Alright, we gotta come down here and we gotta research. Quite a lot, actually. At the same time, as I said earlier, here 4 tiles, so right here where we currently have our cots, we will also bring down a ladder. The ladder is going to start right here. We cannot build too many ladders though. We need to be careful with our resources, at least a tiny little bit, because currently we're building everything out of wood. And as we can see, only 17,855 kilograms left. Should be okay. We just need to make it down here. That's going to be our next goal, the really most important one for right this moment. Above here, we're going to leave once again 4 tiles high, and we're going to come across here probably only where we absolutely need to, so we can conserve resources as much as possible. None of the stuff here is snow. Actually, right here we do need it. Right here we don't need it. And 4 high as that should be. And then right here, we can dig along. That will dig into a little bit of abyssalite, but that is okay. Just trying to keep this big patch here alive for right now. Everything else can go for all I care. Research portal is the name of it? Yes. Standard or with spaced out? It is with spaced out. Most definitely. All the DLCs are activated. Everything Clay or Cly has to offer is here. Wait, Abyssalite? Where do we see Abyssalite already? Oh, right here. Oh, because we have some uranium. Uranium ore, we have it right here. That's why we see some Abyssalite. Killjoy is here. Hi, Beer. How is it going? Very good. Very excited to get started on this DLC right here. How are you doing, Killjoy? Sorry I'm late. You are totally fine. Totally fine. How's our oxygen looking? Not too shabby. Of course, down here on the bottom, it's not optimal. Mainly because we don't really have a big space coming through here. But that is also totally fine. We should probably start digging into this direction a little bit more so we can relocate our outhouses where they belong. So that's going to be the next step. Also going to be getting rid of this Alveo Vera right here. And probably already grab some of those pike apple bushes. You said you were going to dig through some Abyssalite? Really? Abyssalite? Then I really didn't say what I meant. It's only 18 Bamas to get carnivore. Yes, that's very true. Alright, build me my snow tiles while you're at it. Probably out of snow here. No, we have 13 tons, we're fine. I don't know why they're not building it, but that's okay. We're gonna dig over here and we're gonna start building us some proper bathrooms here while we are at it. And they're just gonna live in this area. Also, these shareberry plants right here, in case you don't know, are basically the new plants that you can just dig up and they give us a bunch of food, which is also a good thing. We're down to 17,000 calories. Probably can't reach this one right here, but we have to take it, what we can get. More oxalite is exposed over here, which should also help us put more oxygen into our base. Very, very nice. Let's see if we can find us a good space for our outhouses right here. How far do we have to go? Because usually I like to have my outhouses and my bedrooms together. Right at the moment the cots are over here, and that's fine because we are at the wood heater. By the way, we need to make sure that out here we have Croc or Keonis, which we do. Croc has the coat and Keonis is immune, so Jazz has to be over here. And that's exactly what they did. Did the dupes actually get a little bit smarter? Not sure. Oh, oxalite. Did I say abyssalite? Yeah, I meant oxalite. Sorry. There we go. That makes the most sense now. Interesting, you can use metal ore now for normal liquid pipes. Yes, that is in fact new. That is part of the DLC. That is very correct. But let's do some measurements right here. If I build right here an empty space, right here the ladder, right here we have our fire pole, right here is an empty space, which means right here is going to be our door. Let's plop in as a door this tile right here, just so we have a visual reference. We will need a space that is at the bare minimum 4 wide, but preferably 6 wide. 6 would be nice to have, so we should probably go with 6. Yeah, let's do 6. 6 wide, which makes right here another set of doors. And then here in the back, we need a total of 4 spaces, which gets us all the way back to right here. So this here is going to be the layout that we need for our bedrooms and bathroom combinations. So that's exactly what we are going to do. All right, let's get the outhouse here and let's already plop it all the way back here. Of course, we will need some extra tiles. Eventually, I will replace those snow tiles right here with wood tiles once we get our hands on Phloxes. And then we're going to do the exact same thing up here again. Once again, I am going to change this here over so we can actually see this, or better to say, put in those placeholders. Yeah, that should make the most sense for right now. Well, let's just plop a floor in right here. And then a second outhouse is going to live right there. That should be the perfect dimensions for what we need here. Already pre-planned. Here in the back, we just need a wall. And here we need a wall as well. Coming all the way around. But probably, is this the ice or snow? It's ice. Right here we have oxalite. Not going to help us. And right here we have oxalite as well, so we can't leave that there because it's going to outgas. We have to dig it up if we like it or not. Very, very good. All right. Interesting. We already talked about the metal ore. Yes, that is a thing now, as I just said. Going to try that instead of radiant pipes for cooling to see how that works. Probably nowhere near as well, though. Normal pipes are nowhere near as efficient in their... No, come on, what is it called? Give me one of those pipes. But we don't have one yet, of course. The thermal conductivity of normal pipes is nowhere near high enough, or nowhere near as high as it is for radiant liquid pipes, so that's probably not going to be too good. By the way, we will have a problem with overheating buildings. We don't have metals plus 50C, and we'll be short of lime for steel. We need to visit next planetoid for it. We will see what we can find further down. So, in the beta at least, that actually worked out pretty well. We could build anything that we wanted from this kind of planetoid right here without ever going over to the second one. So, we will see. Heat transfer, yes. Thermal conductivity, that is what I meant, David. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Also, I'm an idiot. I only built it 3 high. That is nowhere near high enough. It needs to be 1 higher. Gosh dang it. That is of course a slight issue. Thankfully just a tiny little one and not a big one. Everything that hasn't been built, we're gonna move up 1 just across here. I definitely want to have those all here 4 high. Where can we go with 3? I mean, we could go with 3, but 4 just makes it... You know what? Is anything stopping us from making it 3 high? I usually like to make it 4 high, but in this case right here, we should be okay for what we are planning on doing. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna stick with 3 high, just so to conserve a little bit extra space. So yeah, that will work. Usually not the way I would do it, but it should be okay. I finally caught a live stream, says Chicken. That is awesome. Definitely glad to have you here. I don't think I've ever built a 3 high bedroom. I always build it 4 high. Yeah, well, there's a first for everything, isn't there? Maybe slightly detrimental in the future to some stuff that we want, but that'll be a fine. That'll be a future BierTier problem. By the way, researching has been done. We need to jump onto the next thing. The question is just what is more important to us? Do we want bigger batteries? Do we want to go for the water cooler, for example, which is also, of course, always an option? Do we want to go immediately for the supercomputer? Do we want to go down the plumbing route or the gases route? Those are usually the decisions to make, and the truth is, it really doesn't matter too much. Doesn't really matter too much for what we are doing right this very moment. Let's see. We're probably gonna go... Airflow tiles would be nice to have, honestly. Let's go down the airflow tile route, and then next we are gonna go down into the supercomputer and then build us a research lab. You need so much to make our first spawn. Oh yeah, if we wanted to make a spawn, there's a lot of technologies we need. Definitely a lot. Need 4 high for more advanced bedrooms. I need 4 high to make more advanced bedrooms, do I? Let me check that out real quick here. The luxury barracks needs 1 or more comfy beds. Let's go straight for the private bedroom. A single comfy bed, no cots, minimum size 24 tiles, maximum size 64 tiles, 2 decor items. I don't see a reason. Yeah, okay, because this is only 18 tiles, that is why you're saying that. I see. It needs to be 24. It does work for a luxury barracks, but it does not work for private bedrooms. I think it's still gonna be okay for this one for right now. We can always redo this one downward later. Minimum height is specified too? Did I overread that? Minimum height. Wow. I completely didn't even read that at all. That's crazy. But that's okay. Like I said, this one right here can stay 3 high for right now. Just the one above it. We're gonna go straight for 4 high. And then I don't forget about that. We're gonna build us a ready another snow tile right here, so we have that. Okay, let's take over here to the left side as well, so we can get into this area right here and get also started with our ladder. We will need it eventually, one way or another, and eventually we will also replace all those wood ladders right here with something slightly better than wood. Not that wood is bad, wood is actually way overpowered in this DLC, but that's what makes it so valuable. Alright, so far we are looking great. We just need to put a little bit more priority on this ladder right here so we can start to unlock this research right here right away the moment we are able to reach it. Also, for right now, we're just going to plop a snow tile right here, so this here becomes a room once again. And we are also going to plop in, even though we can't use it, a wash basin right here, with of course another tile right there. Should be okay for right now. Like I said, we will get there slowly but steadily. Let's see. Wouldn't it be better to go for the supercomputer first? It really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Probably would make the most sense in most cases, reason being it that you can have the research station and the supercomputer in one room and make a lab out of it. So I know exactly where you're coming from, Emery. But yeah. I got these the other day, added a lot of research playing Frosty Pack now. Yeah. Minimum height. Never seen that, not gonna lie. It's not renewable at the start, but still need pip to plant seeds. Yeah. Yeah. You will have a new dupe in less than a cycle that will start with a skill point, which you could put straight into hard digging and start pulling up some of that granite. We will definitely have to do something like that, depending on what kind of dupes we're getting. Turn it up to 10 times speedier for a second, so we get through the night. All of our dupes are, of course, currently on the same schedule. And again, that is also totally fine. How about you get rid of this one tile here? That'll make that jump here not look so insane. And right here, let's build us those 4 snow tiles that we need anyways. If we like it or not, they will have to go there, one way or another. And our wash basin right here, I also would like to have that, just so we have it in here. And of course, the same up here on the top. Just that once again, we're gonna build... Oh, yep, not once again on the bottom. We didn't do it, we should have. We're gonna build it like this. This is the standard look of my bedrooms. We can dig, or better to say, build all this here, or at least put it in to build it whenever we are ready to get up here. Right at the moment, I don't want to dig that high. Once again, the oxylite will just outgas and pressurize our base more and more, even though we don't really need that yet. But yes, you're right, 0.5 cycles. And do we already have a skill point? Oh yeah, nowhere near. We need to dig out a hell of a lot more and get a hell of a lot more work done. And this generator right here needs a little bit of a higher priority, please, guys. That would be nice, so we can actually keep the research going. And our research portal here has now been unlocked. Does that smell good, Croc? Definitely looks like you're smelling at it. And we have research discovered wood heater, ice liquefier, and the wooden tile are now ours. Very, very nice. Still though, the manual generator, guys. Anybody? There we go, Croc is here to save the day. We really need that 4th dupe here rather earlier than later. That would be good. And then we can see where we go from here. So far, most of it makes pretty much sense. We just need to unlock this research, and as soon as we have it, we will, of course, go for the supercomputer. I don't like the fact that Lunchbox and Wood sit right near the start. Yeah, me neither. Thankfully, though, these here will be, well, at least the ration box here will be removed very, very shortly. We just need to find us a good space to keep our food in. Right at the moment, we don't really have that. The top one always needs to be locked and the bottom one always needs to be open, just to speed up our dupes. There we go. Because for some reason they always like to take the top one, no matter what. Still don't understand why, but, you know, that's just the dupes for you. On the bright side, though, up here on the top, we should have, well, the outhouse is not built yet. The moment we have the outhouse built, we will have a nice room right here, which gives us another little morale boost, which we definitely need in a world like this. Let's take a look around here. While digging, have you discovered anything yet? Nope, does not look like it. Alright then. Don't need the tutorials, we know how the game works. The wash basin on the bottom is being built. We're also going to disable disinfect on everything. And we are going to disable the entire building. Again, we don't have water, there's no point. And up here, the outhouse also disable disinfect. Let's see, the wash basin, the outhouse should be okay. Now that we have 2 outhouses, we can destroy the 2 up front. Oh, look at this. New dupe time. What do we have? We have Turner, Mima, and Joshua. Very, very nice. Farming and operating, I do like that. But decreased athletics and decreased calories, I do not like that. Cooking, doctoring, and operating. With hard digging. But it's flatulent. Yeah, both of those suck. What about Joshua? Suit wearing, building and supplying. Decreased machinery, we can live with that. And it looks like we have us a Joshua here. That's definitely probably, yeah, the best dupe that we have right here. So we're gonna bring on Joshua. We need a 4th dupe, but these 2 here are really not that good. Do they fart natural gas? Could save it for cooking later. Yeah, they don't fart that much, and they're just destroying liquid locks. That is literally their only purpose in this game for flatulent dupes, to destroy liquid locks and, you know, vacuums. They really like to do that. Alright, let's see. Who else do we have in chat? Who do I have missed? Who doesn't have a dupe yet, but is a member of the channel? The only one that I see on first glance is Do Not Comply, I believe. Do Not Comply does never comply, but, you know, as long as he does something at least, it's better than nothing. So we're gonna bring him on as a new dude. Of course, right now we don't have any beds anymore, so we will have to go ahead and build us one more. What's the range of this thing here? What happens if I dig a little bit further back? This is the worst possible time to bring on a dupe though, because now we have a dupe that we brought on seconds ago and he doesn't have a bed now, which truly sucks, but what can you do? You will survive it for 1 night. Yeah, look at Do Not Comply, just taking a nap literally right there. Hilarious. But yeah, dupes, what can you do? Actually, I don't want to dig back here. I do want to leave this oxalite here alone. So if we dig in here and try to get us another bed in, all we're doing is uncovering all this oxalite right here. So we're going to leave that alone. We're going to go ahead and put our beds where they belong. Right here and right there is where that is. What's the name of the blue thing in front of the door? The blue thing. Oh, this thing right here, that's a Alveovera seed. It's the seed for this bad boy right here. It's a brand new plant. It sucks up carbon dioxide and it creates oxalite. Very powerful plant, actually. Not right there, please. Right here, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. Put in the snow tile above it. And a snow tile right here while we're at it. And then we will probably need, at least in one of those rooms here, a heater. We don't need it in both of the rooms. Gotta keep that in mind. That would just be a waste. But in one of them, we should have one. And it's probably, doesn't matter, gonna be the bottom one. Again, doesn't make really a difference, but we do need it for the 2 dupes that cannot sleep without one. So, yeah, needs to be happening. This one here, always open. This one here, always locked. And that should do it for right now. You burn through that wood fast. It's really not that bad though, because we are only using, let's take a look here, 25 grams per second on the wood burners. So what we really need is we need to bring up the skills, not from Do Not Comply, even though that's better than nothing, of course. We need to bring Jazz's skills up so we can get into Critter Engine. We need 2 skill points. As soon as we have this here accomplished, it will not be a problem anymore. But Do Not Comply can immediately get improved construction. Definitely helpful in the very beginning right here. So Do Not Comply, you are going to be our construction dupe. And Jazz right here, you're still on construction right now. I think I'm going to give Croc 1 point in operating. Of course, researching is his highest priority, but the moment he runs out of power, he can always come down here to the manual generator himself. Free the flocks? Oh, there's a flocks that's not free. Okay, I'll free the flocks. Alright, now that we have this here, next on the list will of course be farming. As soon as we have the skill point for it, that is, pike apple bushes. That's what we are after, that's what we want to plant. And we need to find us a good location somewhere where we can put in a nice farm. And I believe over here on the left side would probably be a good idea. I don't like to do that kind of stuff in the middle. We can either do it down here on the bottom or up here. And I think up here is probably the better solution, especially since we have now dedicated bedrooms. So we don't need this heater here anymore. And we don't need those cots anymore either. All this here can go. So that's very, very good. Let's see. We need to get rid, first of all, this cot here has to go if we like it or not. And down here on the bottom, we have do not comply assigned. And we have, what's the second dupe? It's Jazz. Jazz and do not comply, those do not have a coat or a trait to keep them warm. Therefore, they need to be by the wood burner right here. If we like it or not, that has to happen. At this point, we're just going to rip out all the stuff here. We don't need any of it anymore. And we can continue with our ladder right here all the way to the top. We can also get rid of the pneumatic door. And of course the snow tile right here. None of that is needed anymore in any way, shape or form. And while we're at it, get us some extra food and dupes. That is certainly going to be helpful. The flocks is free, but the bathroom is not. So let's put that tile back in before something bad happens. And with bad, I mean a lot of PP. Never a good thing. We can dig all the way through here, or right now. That's going to be okay. And then up here, we are going to put us in a nice farm. Let's see if we can make that happen. We will need in food a farm tile. Farm tiles, we have them, so that's very nice. What do the floxes need? Let's think about our layout before we actually put anything in. We of course need right here at the right height a snow tile. And the snow tile is going to be, let's see, right here. That's going to be the start of our farm. We need above here a couple of doors. If you like it or not, that has to happen. And then we're just going to keep working with snow tiles for right now. We need 2 tiles for a station. We need a 1 tile for a drop-off. And then we need 2 more tiles eventually down the line for, what's that thing called? The little playhouse. The critter condo. So that is already all planned in. And at that point, we need a bunch of farm tiles. Let's just go this far and let's take a look what this size here is. Nowhere near enough. Let's see how far we can go with it or have to go with it. All the way to right there. That actually works out perfectly. Look at that. I think right now that gives us 96 tiles. So this right here is going to be our first ranch. Plenty of food for our dupes and also for our floxes. That is exactly what we want. Oh, the shearing station. Thank you, words. Of course, there's one thing that I forgot, the shearing station. So 3 tiles right here need to stay free for the shearing station as well. There we go. Now we have it. Let me double check that one more time. 2 tiles for 1 station, 3 tiles for another station, 2 tiles for the condo, and 1 tile for the drop-off. Yes, now it's correct. Now it's 100% correct. Are you not aiming for a locavore? No, not really. I need to get our floxes in. If we like it or not, because they're our only wood source right now. Can't forget to increase the research again. Just gonna turn on something for now. We are about to build us our lab. Wood tile decor. New bedrooms don't have the decor no more. Yes, they do not. And I do not want to waste our wood on that right this very moment. We don't need it. The dupes will be okay without it for a while, but we will have to go for it eventually. So I have that in mind. Let's take a look at the decor. Yeah, the wood tiles are still completely overpowered. It's crazy. We could maybe put in 1. The problem is just that the wood tiles are so expensive. They cost 200 per. So if we even put only this here in, it is highly, highly expensive and gets our supply down to 13.8 tons. Let me go over here and go to wood and throw that on the screen permanently so we can see how much we have. Yeah. We can put in the middle tiles, but that's probably about as much as I am willing to sacrifice right now. Okay, snow tiles, of course, we need them on the top as well, so we can nicely fill this here out. Wood gets used fast too, yes. It does get used very fast. That is why we need to get our floxes here up and running, which again, we could do instantly if Jazz would get all the way down here to critter ranching. That is what we need, and we need it badly. First of all, though, we need the ladder to come up all the way, and one more tile that's temporarily going to live here, because we do need to get on top of here. Probably be able to avoid that. We don't need to tear this stuff here up right now, because we can't reach it anyway. It's 4 tiles high, so the dupes can't get to it. And here's a bunch of oxalite that I actually would like to keep contained if at all possible. So we're probably just going to build us, yeah, this here is snow, so we need 3 tiles to keep that stuff here contained. Because until we actually get a real source for oxygen, that's going to be a hot minute. That is going to be a hot minute, and that's totally fine. We don't need it either, thankfully, due to all that oxalite. Alright though, next on the list, of course we were talking about we want to relocate the research station, and that is precisely what we're going to do. We're just going to plop it probably right here, and the supercomputer right beside it. We're going to change our wire over to right here, and grab us once again a couple of doors. Just can't remember for the lab, minimum size 32 tiles. If I build 2 doors right here, how far do I have to go? All the way to right there. That'll do. We're also going to plop in a light source, so once we have it, we don't have it yet, but once we have it, we're going to plop one in. At the moment, the lab bonus will have to suffice. Yes, this wood stove here is completely for nothing right now. Your correct words. Maybe best to disable or disassemble the wood stove in the old barracks so it won't waste more wood. 100% correct. That is a complete waste of resources right here. The wood tiles here eventually will have to go as well. At the moment, I'm not too concerned about it, but just keep in mind we do have another 800 kilograms sitting right there. Yes, we will also need a kettle. Thanks, Admiral. I keep forgetting we don't have bloody water. Where are we at? Can't remember. Is that in refinement? No. Is that in utilities? Yes. Ice liquefier. Question is always where to put that bad boy, and I'll usually like to put it just out of my way anywhere. Doesn't really matter too much. We can probably live with putting it just... Does that count as an industrial building? Can I put it in here? I actually don't know that. I'm not going to test it right this very moment. I'm going to put it out here. Once again, lock the top, open the bottom, lock the top, and open the bottom. Of course, as always. And still, the supercomputer, now that we have it, it's going to be better. Now that it is a room, it still needs a light source. I guess we can put in a wood heater, because I believe we discovered that in the beta that the wood heater here counts as a light source, doesn't it? Let's see, if we fill this thing here up with a little bit of wood, anyone please. Let's check that out real quick if that works or not. Yep, it does. So for right now, we are just going to use the wood heater to get a lab. But the research station up here will need to be deconstructed. So we are actually starting to use the correct one down here on the bottom. All right, so far we are looking really, really good. We can go now down the power tree as well. Get us the coal generator in, but more importantly, the jumbo battery and the wire bridge. That's the first things that we will need. Oh, of course, again, we can't go any deeper yet because we do have a supercomputer, but what we do not have is, of course, a dupe that can actually use it. So, need to be aware of that as well. No Gravitas is here, says hi folks. Hi No Gravitas, thank you very much for joining. You should also start digging a CO2 pit for the LB of Eras, get Oxalite running early. Yeah, we should do something like that. And I was actually considering already using this area, not this area, but going down here and using the area here where the dirt is. Because we do need that dirt as well. So that's definitely going to be the next step and is already on the agenda as well. Especially since we already have insufficient dirt to even build our farm tiles. We actually have to do that rather earlier than later. And while we are at it, get the dirt out that we have nearby as well. Food-wise, we're at 14,000 calories. Let's grab us another one of those strawberry plants right here, as well as this one right here while we're at it. That certainly won't hurt. We're just a reminder to the folks in chat to like the stream and subscribe. Yes, that would be highly appreciated. It helps me out greatly and it's completely free. And he says, no offense to Nightbot. This is the first stream where I tried Nightbot out. Have not used that thing before. So I may have to make some tweaks in the future to it. Just give me your thoughts on that. If he's too annoying or not annoying enough, which is probably not what anyone's going to say. You can put the liquefier in the lab. I tried it on one of my playthroughs and it works. You still get the bonus unless they patched it out. Okay, that is good to know, Chicken. I appreciate that info. I have Nightbot blocked. That's one way to do it. But you are also subscribed. You're a member. And I have a feeling you also like the stream, so that you have him blocked is definitely not a problem. Alright. Looking so far so good. It's really just a matter of getting down here now. That's really mainly important right now. We're also going to get rid of a little bit of extra stuff right here for the gas exchange. Always want to have some extra tiles right over here. I don't care, but over here on the left side, so the CO2 can actually then settle down in the pit. We do need a little bit of extra space. And of course, can't block it in an area like this here. Even though we have the LBO right here, still not the worst thing in the world to make the CO2 go down as far as it can. Okay. So far, so good. We still are waiting, of course, in skills for Jess to level up. But Kionis has leveled up, so hard digging. And you get a hat. Croc, you're our advanced researcher, which means we can, starting now, use our supercomputer. Very nice. And do not comply. I almost forgot. I did not even give you your hat. But even if I give it to you, you're not going to comply anyway, so what's the point even? But I feel like I should do it anyway. Yep. Get me my ladder. Get me my dirt. And then we probably just going to go ahead and dig 4 high over here. Let's make it 3 high. Just for right now, so we can get those 2 pieces here out as well. Hats help with morale. Didn't even know it was a thing until last stream. Oh, yeah. Do need hats. Hats are important. We need our hats so we can get a head start on mercury poisoning. That's right. That is 100% correct. The nice thing is now igneous rock and granite is also not in our way anymore. Also hilarious that Croc goes to the deepest pit to get a piece of breath. Of course, why wouldn't you? Makes perfect sense to me. So let's dig this here out and then let's see if we can plant some LBOs down here on the bottom. You see sleet wheat? Yes, there is some sleet wheat all the way down here. And just like, whoop, speaking of the devil, let's see what we got. This time, we're just gonna do it. A leaky oil fissure. Why is there always a leaky oil fissure right beside the start of the base? It was in the beta exactly the same, which is kind of hilarious, but sure, we're gonna take it, I guess. Certainly better to have it than need it. Is that liquid CO2? Yes, that is liquid CO2. It's extremely cold right here. At negative 55, negative 58 degrees even. Some wolframite is laying around here as well. Let's make this pit here a little bit bigger. And then let's see if we can get over here a little bit more as well. Hate to dig into this oxalite, but it should be okay. The bigger pieces are over here on the left. Oh, are we? Yeah, I had a feeling that that's what it's going to look like. And then the LBOs. Need to remind myself, what do they need again? They only need ice, which should be okay. And I believe I can just plant them in standard farm tiles as well. I do want to keep down here on the bottom a little nook, of course, so we can relocate our ration box as well. And we have a new dupe available. We're going to grab one here in a second. Probably just gonna go straight along here. Let's just build us... How many do I have here? 10. That's a good number. That's what I was going for. What a surprise that actually worked out. A new dupe. What do we have here? We have Max, we have Bonnie, and we have Abe. Supplying and doctoring, increased bladder, cannot attack, food poisoning. Not the best dupe I've ever seen in my life. A decorator though, with increased excavation, would be okay. And another rancher. Another rancher. Immune to food poisoning and cannot do attacking errands, which I really don't care about. Ranching and decorating. I think that Abe here is going to make it. Let's see. Let me take another look into chat. Have I forgotten any member? I do not believe so. I think every member that is currently in chat has their own dupe as of right now, to the best of my knowledge. So we are just going to take a look at who else is in chat. At this point, if I'm running out of members, anybody's game right here. Who do I have seen a lot? I have, of course, seen Elfie. Elfie has been the very first in chat once again, and of course says right now. So yes, Elfie Wolf is going to be the next dupe in our game. Welcome, Elfie. You got your first dupe in our newest playthrough. And again, of course, again, your art fundamentals and your ranching, we're gonna give you improved farming right away. Definitely can't hurt to have 2 farmers around right this moment. And then also later on, because there will be a lot of critter ranching, 2 ranchers. That's definitely a very good thing. Okay, so far so good. Just gotta dig this stuff here out. And then down here on the bottom, we can already start planting now. Alveoveras, and up here, pike apple bushes. Where are they at? There they are. Copy the settings to each and every one of them. Very, very good. Yeah. Of course, research we ran out again, and now we can go deeper down in the tree, and we're gonna go straight for ranching, so we have that available the moment we can. Definitely a good thing. I'm gonna get this entire area here ready for floxes the moment we have it available. So that is definitely on the agenda. Give Nightbot a dupe? Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Maybe the guy who named the map? I think you do have a good argument there, Doc. You do have a good argument there, Doc. I'll keep that in mind for the next dupe, alright? We got a deal? What does the new creature consume, if I may ask? Of course you may ask. This new creature right here is the Phlox, and when we take a look at the Phlox, he eats, of course, pike apple bushes, which is precisely why this area here is going to be for food, not only for the dupes, but also for our Phloxes. They're also given us dirt, and more importantly, wood. So that is exactly what we are after. A little bit of meat when they die, but yeah, mainly, of course, it's going to be very nice to see this here. But yeah, that is how the new creature works. And we have 1 gifted membership from Do Not Comply. PT just got a membership completely for free from Do Not Comply. Thank you very, very much, Do Not Comply. I truly, truly appreciate that. And I'm sure PT does as well. Now, let's go ahead and grab this thing here and grab all this here and copy the settings down. And as soon, the moment we have enough pike apple bushes so we can sustain ourselves, we're gonna stop eating shareberries. Because shareberries have a pretty nice ability. If they didn't patch that, let's take a look. Shareberry. Spoil time, never. So we are going to keep as much shareberries around as we can. That is definitely going to be on the agenda here as well, and we cannot forget about that. We currently have 4 cots and we have 5 dupes. Some of you may see a problem with that. Just all this oxalite. We may have to literally find us a good position. Here is a tiny little bit of ethanol. Can we get there easily? I believe so. And it's in the direction where we want to go anyway. Let's plop in... Why did I do this? I don't know. Grabbing the pneumatic door again. I guess we could. Yeah, no, we cannot. At the moment, we can put another cot in here, but our dupe will be cold and not happy about it, because down at the bottom right here, we only have space for 2. I need to remind myself of that in the future. That we built the bedrooms not 6, but 7 wide to account for a wood heater. That is the one mistake here, because the wood heater didn't exist, so I didn't think of it. So yeah, that is definitely a problem. Okay, what we're gonna do is, we are going to build us another set of bed bathrooms. Just going to copy it over from the rest, come up here with the ladder. And once we are all the way up here with the ladder, we are going to dig straight over. Straight over all the way to roughly right there. And we are going to grab us a storage bin that we are going to put right here. That is how that is going to go. Cannot really do it any other way. And this storage bin right here will be responsible for holding oxalite. That should be perfect. And another gifted membership from Do Not Comply. Thank you so much for that. And Admiral Akbar got a free membership, which is of course amazing. Always love to see it. Thank you so much, Do Not Comply. I truly appreciate it. This is the least amount of ethanol I've seen on a map. Yeah, it is really not that much. 9 wide would be optimal for the wood heater, but 9 wide. Let's take a look here real quick. 9 wide would be 36 tiles. I think that would actually be the max, wouldn't it be? No, 64 is even the max. Holy cow, those things can be huge. That's crazy. That is actually insane. But yeah, we will take it. 9 is actually the best number, so yeah. Birds, you are 100% correct. Again, I didn't consider that we will need a wood heater in there. But for right now, this here should be okay. Once we are far enough into the game, we should be able to recover from that without too many issues. Or should we build a big boy? We could just make a big boy right here. And then maybe in the future not only fix this one here only being 3 high, but also redo all of them. Why not try that? I mean, we haven't built anything yet, so we might as well give it a shot, right? Now, if we go 9 wide, that's this far. Plop in the doors right here. Then, of course, the wash basin and our outhouse right here. And then come around just right here. And then later on, we can always rebuild these here. And then what words it's referring to is cot. And then a wood heater in the middle. That's actually perfect. Yeah, I think we can work with this. Is Do Not Comply Dupe sick? I don't know. Where is he running around? He is not very happy. He has food poisoning. How do you have food poisoning? We do have actually food poison germs in this temperature. Explain that to me. So we are literally at negative 25.9 degrees. I want to see the food poison germs that survive at negative 25.9 degrees. Oh god. Where are they? They are dying though. Rather drastically now. He must have eaten right when they appeared for some reason. But yeah, that's okay. Yeah, heater on snow, nothing can go wrong. It won't. Because the nice thing is, the thermal conductivity is only at 0.54, so it's thankfully really not that big of a deal. Of course, if I want to build the inside, maybe I need to get rid of those tiles right here, huh? Wouldn't that be helpful? As a matter of fact, we still need the tile that I just deleted. But that's okay. It does take a lot of energy to melt snow. Our research is done. What else can we go into right now? What do we really need next? That is always a question that I'm asking myself. In the beginning, that is a really hard question to answer. Because you need so much. Like, there's so much that you could make use of. For example, having insulated tiles. Definitely something that would be a good thing, wouldn't it be? Having Electrolyzer will be required eventually. One way or another, we are going to use this thing most likely, so we will need it. Having a rock crusher, we will need that. The only way to get refined metal, right? Having a smart battery as well as heavy watt wires will be required one way or another. So the question is really, what do we click on? Not so much of what do we need right now. But we are probably just going to go for insulated tiles. Probably makes the most sense right now. Once again, though, I got rid of this one tile, so we need to replace it. Our LVO barrels down here on the bottom are going strong, all 10 of them. We will see. Of course, we have a small pit down here on the bottom as well, filled with carbon dioxide. But we also have 2 LVOs right here, growing wild, so that's totally okay. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of these here, so the carbon dioxide can flow easier back and forth right here as well. I think that will work just fine for right now. But since we are done with the research, we can also start putting in here what we need. So when we go to food, we can of course grab us our critter drop-off at the very beginning. We can grab us in stations our grooming station, and we can grab us in stations also our shearing station. And then these 2 spaces here are reserved for the critter condo. Can we use that yet? No. We don't have the skills for it still, but we will have them soon. And the moment we have them, we will be ready for it. That is really what it comes down to here. Also, to get rid of the CO2 a little bit faster, let's get rid of these 3 tiles right here. Should have granted, by now your now tiles, they will melt with fireplace. Wait, what? Should have granted. Make your snow tiles... Wait, what? Sorry, I still don't get it. I'm pretty sure you're getting it that I'm going to melt my snow right here with the wood heater. It will take a long time for that to happen. A long time. Apparently we need 1 extra seed. Do we have 1 extra seed sitting around here, please? Anywhere where I don't have to dig anything up? Apparently not. Apparently we literally don't have a single extra seed except down here. Guess we can just dig up this one tile right here, then they can reach it and it should be fine. But we do need this storage bin right here. Rather quickly, preferably. That would be very nice. At least all the dupes are now sleeping, so that's okay. You'll get 1 extra seed soon enough from farming. That is very true, of course. We also don't even need the ladders here. We can't just reach it. So let's plop all of our oxylite that we have laying around on the ground with the highest priority into right here. We want to keep this stuff so we can distribute it later on appropriately. Lock the top, open the bottom, tear out those tiles, and we are good to go. Also, isn't there one sitting right there? That is actually sitting one right there. So, why are we? It says here no seed available. How and why would that be exactly, when there is one right there? It says we have 5 available, as a matter of fact. But it still says no seed available. What in the world is this? What are the new things that diffuse oxalite? They are called... let me go to research. Sconce. Right here, the oxalite sconce is probably what you're asking about. And yes, eventually we will get into those too. Clearly we don't need them right now, so that's why I didn't make it a priority. It is not unreachable because it's sitting right there. I don't understand it. Very odd. Very odd. It's definitely not unreachable. The dupes can't get in here. They're clearly building this grooming station so they can easily walk over here as well. No, the farm plot is reachable too. Without an issue. I don't know. Very odd. Guess we can't have it all. I did install finally a mod to get rid of all the exclamation points right here, by the way, in case you're wondering. That was given to me by, I believe it was Brandon, if I'm not mistaken, who gave me those mods. The only problem is, now that I don't have them anymore, I'm so used to them that I forget that the research is done. It's funny though. Last time around, I complained about having it on, and it's annoying the living crap out of me to get all those exclamation points all the time. Now I don't have them anymore. Now I'm complaining that I don't know when the research is done. It's just, if it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? Okay, let's get us the sconces though. Again, we will need everything eventually, so the order doesn't really matter too much at this point in the game, which is a good thing to know. And of course, we can also get this stuff here back, so we can then go ahead and run our wire already all the way through here. Let's do it through here. Eventually, once we have our fire pole, which we will research very soon as well, this ice here, we don't need it anymore, but right at the moment, it is required. Exclamation points, I would rather have him and not need him. You're using my own words against me. Floxes, we are already gonna put those in here. Again, no skill point, nothing's gonna happen. But before I forget to do it later, once it is available, I'd rather have it done right now. This is now built. This one here, disable disinfect. Yep. This one here, disable disinfect, and then turn it off. We are not going to waste our water on wash basins. That's rather pointless. Disable the building. It will also save us a bunch of course, ice and more importantly, wood. You can see it, our wood is now down to 9.9 tons. Are we looking on our skill points right here? We're getting there. We're getting there. It may even be that Elfie right here is going to be faster than Jazz. Nope, Jazz is going to be the first one from the looks of it to get to critter ranching. That's nice. And bar gone, so research done. Yes, that is exactly it. I need to make sure that I look more often now up here on the top right to realize when the research is done, indeed. Because again, there's a lot to research. And speaking of the fire pole, might as well go for it, because we will need it anyway, and it gives us the rock crusher in the same process as well. And something else that we haven't done yet today is, we haven't looked at the new blueprints. Let's take a look. If we get more socks. No, it's a flower pot. A funky blue flower pot for plants on the move. Not entirely sure why they're moving, but it's funky and blue. I like it. I'm here for it. Very nice. I love the research Q mod. We could probably do that. That's actually a smart idea because I do have that mod, but I just always keep forgetting that I do have it. With the research Q mod, you can just hold shift and click on something and it will automatically throw it into the queue. We will need all this stuff right here in literally any way, shape or form, all the way down to right there. Let's see. That is a very powerful mod. And like I said, I keep forgetting that it exists. We need fossil fuels eventually. We will need these here eventually, these here eventually. That is probably most of what we need. Nope, up here, I do want the park sign. Can't forget about that bad boy either. But right as of this moment, I can't think of anything else that we need right now. We will need the water sieve and insulated pipes. Yeah, that works. Automation wire. Let's throw that in as well. And some sensors. Alright, there we go. Very nice. And truth be told, I really don't know why this function doesn't just exist in the game. It really should if you ask me, but here we are. Have you ever had your game eaten by a black hole? I had that today. No. No, I don't think so. The devs need to make that a thing within the game already? Yes, I agree. And a new dupe. I did say that the next dupe goes to Doc. But, sorry Doc. Brandon showed up. Brandon is a member. So per my own rules, he is above you in the queue. That is just how that goes. But the one after that will be yours. Bird, supplying plus 11 strength. Andy, construction, decreased medicine, that's fine. Decreased cuisine. That would be actually a pretty good dupe right here, honestly. But also 3 tons of coal, though. Tidying, again, plus 9 strength would be good. Increased construction, increased agriculture, and decreased medicine. And Turner, researching and farming. Yeah. I think... What are we gonna do here? Are we gonna go for Max or Bert? Max or Bert? What are we gonna do here? They're both really, really good. I think that the better dupe is Max right here, because tiding and supplying is more or less the same thing. It gives both strengths, at least from that perspective. He has a little bit less strength, but at the same time, he does have increased construction and he does have increased agriculture. So Max is most definitely the better dupe. And the Max is gonna be Brandon. All right, let's bring Brandon into the game. And give him immediately a skill point. Of course, improved strength. Surprise, surprise. Very good. Now we have somebody who can carry stuff around, mainly probably our Oxalite. How much do we have in here now? 866 kilograms, yeah. That is quite a lot of stuff. And we are still very nicely oxygenated? Is that a word? I don't know if that's a word or not, but I'm gonna use it either way. We do have a colony achievement earned. Let's take a look here. Construct a building outside the initial territory and have at least one toilet in the colony and a bed for every duplicant. Very nice. Again, this is not an achievement run, but it's still nice to see getting an achievement every once in a while. We can now see who is in here. Elfie is in here, Kionis and Croc. I don't think that Elfie has the trait, so Elfie should really sleep up here, truth be told. Breathable. I like that. We can go with that. That probably makes more sense. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, breathable is a good word for that. Our base is very breathable. Breathtaking. No, that's wrong. Alright, so far we are doing really well. It's just a matter of what are we going to go next for. Again, the Phlox Ranch is already here. It's ready to go. Is it already a ranch? Oh, a stable, better to say. Yes, it is. So that is very nice. Down here on the bottom, we have our lab, we have our 3 barracks, and our 3 latrines. That is all we can hope for right at this moment. Next on the list is trying to get us some kind of power source. And that is usually the bigger issue right here. Because the coal generator doesn't really exist in this game. I mean, obviously we can build it, but it doesn't really give us nothing. So manual generator is probably going to be it for a good while, because the only source that we have right now, it would be a wood burner, which we don't want to use under any circumstances, or ethanol. And to get to ethanol, we would have to go pretty deep into that power research. Where are we at? Let me check that out. Where are we at? All the way up here. For that, we would have to get the... Where is it at? The petroleum generator. But the petroleum generator produces a lot of heat. And it produces a lot of carbon dioxide. I'm not worried about the carbon dioxide, but I am worried about the heat. So we're probably not going to go for that very soon here. As long as we don't build any kind of bigger build. What I do want to check is, have we unlocked, or better to say found, any kind of new geyser? Let's move this one here all the way down to the left. I really like this relative temperature overview to find geysers and volcanoes. I thought I saw something, but I didn't. No, we have nothing here in the vicinity, so we need to branch out more. You can also burn wood for power once the phloxes are running. Yes, but for that, the phloxes have to be really good up and running. And we probably need to build a second ranch above it here, quite honestly, because we need to get our pineapples up. You can see we are pretty low on food. It's still not going to be an issue or anything, because our pineapples here are at, what, 98%, 99%, so all these here will be harvested momentarily. Need to set up the priorities for that, though. Can't forget about it. Jazz right here is going to be farming and ranching full force, and so is Elfie, of course, as well. But yeah, we probably should go ahead and do that rather earlier than later, thinking about it. I think we are going to go for it. We're literally just going to copy and paste this entire thing here up to the top. That's probably the easiest solution and the fastest solution. Even though if we don't have a second stable right away, we can still utilize the space and get a couple of sherberries out of here in the same time as well. There we go. That is all we need. Dig all this stuff here out. And of course, wherever we have oxalite, we will need a tile if we like it or not. And then our ladder will have to go a little bit higher, of course, as well. No big problem, though. Let's get through here and dig this stuff here out. Luma is in the chat as well. Hey, Luma. Woodburner can help when you have oxygen issues. Place it above the alveolar vera and help generate CO2. Very true. I think we are okay on oxygen, though. For now. Will it stay that way? We don't know that yet. But at the moment, it could be worse. What we could also do is just dig into this area right here. Here's another alveo in there. Should also help with the distribution of this carbon dioxide further down a little bit. And there's an insane amount of oxygen in here that we're just going to snag as well. Luma, good to see you. I agree. It's always nice to see Luma having enough free time to join the stream. Okay, doing good so far. Let's plop this bad boy here in to make sure that we are completely done with any kind of food issues. That's certainly something that we want to sort out before it ever even becomes a problem theoretically. But when I take a look at this carbon dioxide right here, we can probably, most likely even, sustain even more. It only consumes 2000 milligrams per second, mg, milligrams. 2000 milligrams, that's only 2 grams per second. That's really not a hell of a lot. These things here are actually consuming, so you got to keep that in mind as well. But let's go over here a little bit further. Let's plop that in. Yeah, those pike apples, you actually gave less fruit than I expected them to give us, but again, still not going to be an issue in any way, shape, or form. I am inclined to dig further down, but not on the left side, probably on the right side right here. Here's probably a good space to come further down and explore further. Reason why I don't want to do it on the left is quite obviously that we have our alveolar veras in here, which is probably a good thing that we leave those here for as long as we can. Later on we will have to relocate them if we like it or not, but as long as we can stay that way, it's gonna be okay. We're also gonna stop using wood now for our ladders. We are going to start using granite for it. Obviously, we don't have a lot of it right this very second, but we can come all the way down here without an issue and can get us a hell of a lot more in the process and see if we can uncover maybe a volcano of some sort. Wouldn't that be nice? How much CO2 does a Dupe produce again? I think it's 500 grams per breath. I can't recall. It's nice that the Bamus is 25,000 calories. Yeah. Maybe slightly overpowered that thing in from a food perspective. Because you can literally just have a farm where you have them grow up. The moment they grow up, you go have them drown, for example, and you basically have an unlimited food supply. Dupe produces 2 grams per second, so that would be 1.2 kilograms per cycle then. Okay. It's a better vole? Yes, it is a better vole. That's the raw meat, not cooked. Very true. Got to keep that in mind as well, right? That is actually raw meat and not cooked meat. Can we get these here maybe a little bit faster? Is that doable, Dupes? Come on. Get your stuff together. Copy the settings in here. Plant more of the alveos so we can get rid of more carbon dioxide down here on the bottom. Probably. At this point here, it would probably make sense to dig this here up as well, just so more of the carbon dioxide can slowly but steadily start to settle over here on the left side. Because once we start building our ladder downwards, it will of course also drag down the carbon dioxide with it. But if we can get a few pieces from the right side to flow over to the left to the alveos, you won't hear me complaining about it. That is for damn sure. Sorry, I don't want to distract from the stream, just share my findings once in a while. Oh no, you're not distracting at all, Luma. In any way, shape or form. And just like with every other viewer, honestly, I always appreciate any kind of input. Because it's not like, just because I'm sitting in front of a computer and talking to you guys, that doesn't make me an all-knowing being in any way, shape or form. And that is not how that works. I wish that's how it worked, but it does not. The wash basin's off. That's good. Come on, guys. Build me this so I can copy the stuff in here. Just waiting for that. That's literally what I'm waiting for here. Skill points, still not enough. Oh, Elvio Vero, Cly, you done it again. Yes. And having to say that properly, like the in-game name properly every time, is also not really that fun. Yes, we love to learn and experience new findings. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. The moment you think you know it all, you have already lost the game. And with that, I mean the game of life and not necessarily oxygen included. One more right here. How many of those seeds do we even have? Did we already get a handful? Yeah, looks like we have a bunch down here. Oh, that's a good thing to see. Definitely love to see that, honestly. And one more in the back, and we are good to go. And then we just gotta copy the infrastructure up whenever we want more Floxes. More is good to say because currently we have 0. Yes, they're running around in here, but they are not being groomed or anything. Because they can't be. We don't have the skill. If you guys would come and get down a little bit further, I would truly, truly appreciate it. So what is the gist of this update? I assume you need some form of heater. Yes. The gist of the update is you have an extremely cold planet. Not like this. Like this. Starting at negative 25 degrees, going further down, negative 60 degrees, and even lower than that. At that point, basically, you are just trying to figure out a way to make your dupes survive. The dupes have a completely new... and you can see Brandon right here. He's in chilly surroundings. And he's not happy about it in any way, shape, or form. To get rid of this buff here, he will have to walk over to a wood heater, here, there, or down here on the bottom, and heat up, kind of like Do Not Comply does. And that will keep him warm. On top of that, of course, we have the usual stuff in any kind of DLC. We have new buildings, we have new critters, we have new mechanics, like the heat mechanics we just talked about, and of course, new materials as well. As we can see here, for example, where do we have some Cinnabar ore is completely new. Alright, so far we're looking pretty decent right here. All we need is literally to dig this here out a little bit. And we should be able to go on top here and build the top properly as well. Fertilization, of course, right here the pike apple bush does need phosphorite, 5 kilograms. The question is, do we have phosphorite? Are we out of it, or did you just not deliver it? Always a good thing. Those kind of important resources I like to have right here on the right side. And we have a trapped dupe. We do have a trapped dupe. Where you can literally dig yourself out. Keonis, come on now. There you go. And you take a nap down there. Because you couldn't build that one piece of ladder anymore. Ah, well. It's okay. As long as you don't die on me, I don't mind. Could be worse than that. Wouldn't be the first time we lose a dupe. Probably not the last either, let's be real. But yeah, food is going, everything's looking good. Let's take a look through our oxygen here. We have an electrolyzer that we could utilize. And eventually though, no matter what we are going to go with in the end, I do want to start melting water rather earlier than later. Because having to rely on the ice liquefier for our bottled water, yeah, I don't think that's really it. Studying the rocks? Yeah, that is what you're doing. My cook died cooking, so figure that one out. Maybe there was some kind of gas explosion and you just didn't see it. You know, you never know. Alright, choose a blueprint. Let's take a look. We have salt water and we have mellow seeds. We currently have 6 dupes and only 4,000 calories, so bringing on another dupe right this very moment is probably not very advisable, not gonna lie. Probably should make sure that we first get our 2 farms here completely up and running, so we can then bring on another dupe. So we probably will have to wait, unless we have an insane dupe. Let's take a quick look. Ranching and building, we already have 2 ranches, that is good for right now. Increased agriculture though, on top of it. And decreased husbandry down here on the bottom. That is the weirdest dupe I've ever seen probably. With ranching, increased agriculture, and decreased husbandry. Like, what does that even mean? And on the right side we have digging and building, with cannot do doctoring errands. So Steve here would actually be a pretty damn good dupe. Another digger. Currently we only have one. And having only one is always a problem. Now I'm questioning myself. I just said I don't want to bring on another dupe. Now I want to bring on another dupe. Elfie says he likes to ranch but sucks at it. Yes, that is exactly it. Take the digger. And of course, as promised. Doc number 27, you're our digger. But don't blame me if you die from hunger, alright? Just bringing that on. Bring on the dupe challenge mode. Alright. You got it. We're gonna go for it. Do not comply right now. Can go for improved construction too, so we will. And doc number 27 will go for digging first. Let's grab us the digger. And in priorities, of course, doc number 27 will be our second digger with attacking and digging highlighted right here. What's Brandon doing here? Oh yeah, Brandon has tidying, supplying, and storing. Forgot to give him, of course, the stuff that he likes to do. Other than that, we're looking pretty nifty. Very good. Looking good. The only thing is food, of course, but worst case scenario, we do have a couple more share berries around here that we can basically grab at a moment's notice without really any repercussions, as far as I can tell at least. There's another one right here. Here we actually already dug it up. It was probably hanging right here somewhere. And it's sitting just right there. So we have plenty around here. Also 2.2 tons of oxalite by now. Very, very nice. Toby says, you guys have fun. I'm going to try to get on your next live stream. Thanks for all your informational videos. Always helping me learn and get better at this game. Toby, I appreciate you joining today. And of course, also watching my videos. Thank you very, very much for that. And you know it. I'm always happy when I can help you guys out with anything at all. That is always my goal. So yeah, definitely always love to hear that. Do we have any other geyser? Any volcano? Nothing. That feels like the beta all over again, where we didn't find any volcano up until, like, what was it, cycle 100 something, when we found our first volcano, and that was a cobalt volcano, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. And Brandon is right. Make sure you drop by the Discord. Trust me, we don't bite. That is 100% correct. We have a great, very nice, and very helpful community on Discord. So if you are... if you want to be part of something like that, either be helped with your game or maybe help some others if you already know it yourself, feel free to stop by. We love to hang out there and just chat about the game all day, every day, and basically all hours of the night as well. Okay, but now, yeah, we are all the way down here and we basically gained no kind of insight into anything, which, not gonna lie, sucks a tiny little bit. I would have really liked to get a little bit out of it. We can always go in here and get us this cot, I mean, as well as the wood heater, which will give us, at the bare minimum, some wood and some cinnabar ore. We do have a smart-looking storage. Not smart-looking. Smart-looking smart storage. Wait, what? I did read that right. Smart-looking smart storage. What in the hell? We're gonna dig in here and we're gonna deconstruct the stuff. It's not like we need it for anything. But it's definitely good to get the resources, and we can also carve our first quartz. Other than that, though, really nothing to see on this map. Are you choking? Right here we have something that I definitely want to explore. Might as well take a look at what we have here, huh? Yeah, let's take a peek. Let's see what's over there. To make that happen, all we need is a door right here and then dig straight over. Very, very simple and straightforward. Can you build a smart-looking smart storage? No, they just are named smart storage. That's why I was so confused. I was like, wait, what am I seeing here with my eyeballs? It's literally called the smart storage in a game. This one here is also smart-looking, I guess. Made out of copper. Sure, I'll take some copper. Won't hear me complaining about some copper. What we will need also, eventually, will be in refinement, a rock crusher. The rock crusher right here is the only way that we will get any kind of refined metals. And yeah, if we want any, that's the way to do it. Sucks, but yeah, that's all we got. So we're probably gonna go right here, again, 4 tiles deep, and come straight over. Fill all the gaps in right at the moment until we have something better with snow tiles. Just the ones that we actually need to fill in though to save a little bit on work. There we go, and 1 extra one right here. All the snow here is gonna come down. Can't forget about that. So everything that's snow up here on the top, if you do that, you need to always look out for snow, or sand for that matter. Because the moment you dig underneath it, it'll be gone. And that will then be detrimental to our research. So let's bring this here up a little bit, so they do that hopefully first. Maybe there are morphs like smug-looking smart storages as well. I would love to see that. Honestly, a smug-looking smart storage. I would definitely love to see that. We can go down here. The material study terminal is right here, and the virtual planetarium is right here. Obviously, the first thing that we need is the material study terminal, so we will need to go down the field research, and that of course gives Croc another hat. The field research hat. Very nice. How cold is the ethanol? The ethanol is a -40°C. Yeah, right around -40, -41°C. It's not too shabby. Get rid of this one here too. Just don't throw any wood in it, will you? Let's clear the new ones. We are down to 9.3 tons of wood. We have been holding back with building more wood stuff, which is of course a nice thing. We do need to get the skill in. Who's gonna be first? Elfie? Or Jazz? Looks like Jazz is still on the track to be the first here, and shouldn't take too long. So we can finally start getting all those phloxes here rounded up and thrown into our farm. We need a floor tile over on the left to explore. Yep. Good catch. Let's plop one in. Or a ladder would work too, you're correct. But yeah, we're just gonna work with those snow tiles right here for right now. That's totally fine. The only problem is, once again, there's somewhere a bloody door that we have to open first. And it's probably gonna be all the way freaking down here, as that usually is. So we will probably actually go with the ladder so we can come down here. And then see what's going on. So let's grab us a ladder. Made out of granite, we have plenty of it, and it's gonna be a temporary ladder anyway. Let's bring it all the way down here, get rid of this stuff. And so the dupes can then walk all the way over here. And we're just gonna dig as close to here as we can, so the dupes come over to the left as far as possible, so we can see what's going on here. Because where is the door that we need to actuate? And please build me this door right here. That is somewhat important. The moment we get our skill point. Okay, so far so good. Still haven't discovered anything interesting or really have to go in any general direction. Our food is going up now, so our 2 farms are now up and running. That's very, very good. The door is on the left side of the lower portion. Of course it is. Kool-Aid Man incoming. It would be nice if we could just smash through here. Fortunately, that's not how that works. It should work that way, but it doesn't. And on the top right is the dupe enhancer machine. Oh, yeah. I saw it up here and I was like, wait, there was nothing earlier. There still isn't. You meant in the dark area. This here is still our leaky oil fissure. Still all we have so far discovered. This abyssalite here actually doesn't reach all the way over. And I don't think we can get rid of it right now, which sucks a little bit. But what we can do is, we can always come with a fire pole down, because the fire pole is going to live. Nope, the fire pole is going to be on the other side. Oh, that sucks. It sucks a tiny little bit, not gonna lie about it. But we can put one in, made out of cinnabar ore. It's good for really nothing else anyway. So let's plop that in while we're at it, at least on the right side. So the dupes have a little bit of an easier time traversing up and down. And you know what? On the left side right here, can't we do it here either? I think we have enough resources to come down here. Just leave this LBO here for now. Yeah, we can do that. And as soon as we have it, we can also get rid of those extra tiles that we currently only have for reachability. And get rid of these wood tiles right here. Cinnabar ore is good for almost everything you use ore for. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's good for nothing specific. It's just a general usage ore. That's what it comes down to. Speaking of it, might as well go ahead and dig us some of this stuff. Probably wouldn't hurt to have that in our possession. Let's see, how high does it go? This high. So 4 across here. Let's dig all this stuff out and then come down here to the bottom as well. We do need a little bit of oxalite in our life, though, I just realized. Thankfully, that's not a big deal, and that is exactly why I always like to conserve those pockets if possible, or store it over here. We can just build us a sconce or two and do it this way, or we can just dig up something like these tiles right here to get us a little bit more oxygen into our base. And of course, we have this stuff all around. So we just have to keep a little bit of an eye on this graph right here, the breedability graph, and we just dig it up when we need it, up until we come up with a better, more permanent solution. Are the wood tiles still too OP for decor? Yes, they really are. I haven't changed anything about them. They still have a plus 15 radius 3 with a run speed of 25. Nothing has changed in the release. They are insanely OP. Of course, you can see it immediately. Even with all of the stuff here on the floor, it still gives an insane bonus. And all we have is this here because I don't want to, quote-unquote, waste more wood right now. So, as soon as we build all of this here, it's one massive decor bomb. I loved when I saw that in the beta stream, the first one we did, and I was like, holy shit, hold on, that wood is nuts. Alright. Right here we can get rid of this here, not that we need it right now. Food-wise though, it's all pike apples. I think I can now safely go ahead in consumables and say no more shareberries for anyone. Let's turn everyone off that we currently have. Pike apples you can still eat. Nutrient bars we are going to turn off for everyone. Definitely don't want to eat those. Any that we get, we will keep, as well as shareberries, because they never spoil. And if push comes to shove, all the stuff that we will dig up, we will still have available in our back pocket. So that is always a good thing to do as soon as you can. We do have infacts minerals. Plenty of it, actually. So we can reclaim it, you are correct. Maybe not that deep, but yes. As a matter of fact, we could go with our ladder on. Like I said, eventually we will have to relocate this here further down if we like it or not, because even this area starts to fill up and we need more of them from the looks of it. We could, for example, just do something like this here though. They only need a two tile high space from what I can tell. So theoretically, we could come just with our ladder right here, further down to somewhere like right here, shouldn't matter too much. And then put in more farm tiles right here and fill those also up with LBOs. That should be totally fine. Is there any speed difference between the wood ladders and the mineral ladders? No. The ladders have the exact same speed. There is no difference between what kind of material you use, with the exception, of course, of plastic ladders. Plastic ladders do make a difference, but that is the only difference. We do have something else in there, but first of all, super duper hard digging. Now we should be able to get to this andesite here without an issue. So let's do precisely that and come further down all the way to, let's say, right here. Let's just keep on digging down there and let's see what we find. Probably always a good idea. Use that cinnabar ore for something useful as well. And see if we can get down. And somewhere I also want to go up. Because we also want to find space eventually, which is always a good thing because it will give us a hell of a lot of the nectar. So we don't only want to go down, we also want to go up. And we want to replace those ladders. That's on the agenda. But let's take a look at our blueprints right here. We do have fertilizer. We do have doctoring. That's a no-no. We have building, farming, and doctoring. Building, farming, and doctoring. Attribute bonuses while alone. I mean, it's an acceptable dupe at best. What do we have here? Catalina. Plumbing. Allergic reaction to floral scent. That shouldn't be a problem anytime soon. Increased germ resistance. What? We have an allergic reaction to floral scents, which is, per definition of the game, a germ, but also at the same time, germ resistance. Fancy. I don't think I've ever seen that either. Catalina, supplying +3 and operating +3. We don't have an operator. I think we are going to go with Catalina. Catalina right here is going to be a perfect engineer. That's what we need. So we're going to bring on Catalina. Who do we not have yet? Let me take a look in chat once again, making sure that I haven't forgotten any of our members. And I believe somebody who was really asking for it was Amir. I think we're going to bring Amir in. Or Words. I mean, Words has been here from the very beginning of the stream as always. But Words, you will get a dupe. You already know that. Doc already has one. Does he? Doc already got a dupe. We're going to give... I always say Amir, but the real name is Amory. I apologize for that for the 200 millionth time, as you know. So yeah, Amory, I'm trying to do better. You will get your dupe. Words will get a dupe, of course, as well. My real name is Amir. Amory is my nick. So I can't go wrong. Good. That's very good. I thought I said it wrong the entire time, so that works. Of course, in skills. Jazz. Jazz has critter wrenching. We have arrived at our first big goal. Very, very nice. That is what we have been waiting for. And we just got it. Out of the blue, Jazz comes in with exactly what we need. We're going to go for improved tinkering with +2 machinery right here. And the reason for it is that we currently don't really have a good tinkerer in our base. So we need to change that. You're going to go full force in that direction. Full force. Of course, Crocs can still help you, but you should really be focusing on the supercomputer and his research station right here. Other than that, you should be just fine. It is probably time to adjust all the dupe schedules. You are 100% correct. Now that I have that fancy mod that makes it for me, now I don't have to do it manually anymore. It probably is a good thing that I don't have an excuse anymore. Who are we going to put where? We do have 2 diggers. So Doc is going to go to the night shift. We have also 2 farmers and ranchers. Elfie is going to go to the night shift. Croc is going to stay on days. The others really don't matter too much. Night shift, and Brandon also goes on night shift. Should be totally fine as is right now. Perfect. It's great, isn't it? Yes, it is great. It does actually help a lot, honestly. Because usually I keep just forgetting about the schedule, and then I click on it, and then I have to set it up from scratch, and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do that later. And then it doesn't happen until cycle 557. That's usually how that goes in my experience. Now that excuse is taken away. Still though. Can we not put one in here, or what is the deal? Either way though, we have 2 floxes. The 2 floxes will be taken care of. Let's grab more floxes. Wrangle it. Wrangle it. Wrangle it. That gives us 5 floxes. Anywhere. More floxes. That gives us 6 floxes. I'm trying to get up to 8 floxes. There are 2 more down here. Beautiful. It's almost like we measured it. That should give us a total of 8 floxes in our one stable. Jonas is here, says, what's up, my man? I watched your tutorials. Good luck with your run in Prost. Appreciate that. I hope you got something out of my tutorials. And I appreciate the good luck. And the Prost as well. Yeah, looking really, really good right now. Just need to go a little bit further down and then up. But of course, the dupes currently have a lot to do with our toilets. With our ladders right here, I mean. Toilets, of course, as well. These here are always set to a number 9 priority for me, though. So we should never have a problem with it. Because there's nothing more annoying than a dupe peeing just because nobody emptied out the outhouse. The next thing on the list, though, will be melting ice. The question is just where are we going to melt said ice? The research portal, yeah, we can't get rid of it yet. It was really in a pretty good, nearby, easily reachable location for the first 2 cycles. But now I would really like to utilize the space right here. Now it's just in the way. Again, that's just how that usually works out, I suppose. Let's plop in another floor right here, maybe. No, actually, let's wait with that. let's hold off on the bottom, because we currently have this carbon dioxide here going pretty strong, and we will need to dig up another bigger area of oxalite. So let's come into right there. That should give us plenty of oxygen, especially since this area here is extremely high in oxygen. So we should be fine. No great room yet. No, the great room will be built right in this area right here. We will have that soon as well. I would really like him to put in more alveos though, and we may have to go for a couple of sconces here as well. Let's plop one maybe right around here and see how much one actually makes a difference of. You forgot the oxalite sconces? I didn't forget him. I just don't want to use this here if I don't absolutely have to. I would like to use the stuff that is still in the walls, if at all possible. So that was actually done on purpose and not forgotten, even though it may certainly look like it on the F1 overlay. Let's see, 245 grams and 500 on the other side. We could also just maybe break through this wall right here. How does that sound? How are we looking on wood? Yeah, we're back up to 13.9 tons. That is not yet due to the fluxes. That is right at the moment because we are ripping out slowly but steadily all those wooden ladders. So we got to keep that in mind. Always, what is the actual cause? Are the rooms one off vertically? Are the rooms one off vertically? Where are we looking at? Oh, you mean over here? Well, yes, they are. Not over here on the left side, but on the right side, because this one here is only 3 high. So yes, that is why the ones over here on the right side are off, unfortunately, but yeah. Alright. At this moment here, it's really just a waiting game to get most of this construction here done, especially the ones of our ladder. And right here on the bottom as well. That is what we need to get rid of the carbon dioxide that is slowly but steadily taking over. We may have to even build us a farm over here on the right side. Probably going to do that once we reach the bottom right here. We should have plenty of seeds sitting around, so that should be no trouble in any way, shape, or form. I don't exactly know how much we need here. Of course, the more we dig around, there's more carbon dioxide in those pockets right here that we also have to keep in mind. It's not only the dupes actually generating it right now, or even our wood heater right here as well. Food box is now in oxygen? It shouldn't be. It is. It is because the oxygen can't really escape, that's why. So yeah, we need to dig this here out and it will not be anymore. Also, the food box can then just be relocated all the way to the bottom right here, if we absolutely have to. But yeah, that was actually very good. You use infinite storages in your runs? I do, most likely. It really depends on what it is. But yeah, usually I do use them. Plop in more, guys. Go for it. Also, how many beds do we have? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we have 8 dupes, so we are totally fine in that department so far. That is all okay. And really, this setup here doesn't look too shabby. We have no stress. Everything's still totally fine in the stress department. And the nice thing is, the moment we do develop some stress, all we have to do is plop in some wood tiles and we will be golden once again. If you put the food box in a pit, yeah, usually I do something like that. But in this case right here, I mean, it's not like we don't have carbon dioxide. It's just that a little bit of oxygen was stuck right here. But okay. We were talking about a great haul, might as well plop one in. Let's see, are we going to sacrifice some wood for it? How much will it cost us? When we put all this here in, it costs us about 4 tons. Let's do it. We'll go for it. The bottom will be all wood. Maybe build us some doors here, some doors there. Eventually we will replace the top with wood as well, but I don't want to do this right this very second. And plop in, of course, a roof as well. And we can immediately dig out. 2 high should be sufficient for right now, and dig out the middle as well. Alright. Other than that, this oxygen sconce right here is really not doing a hell of a lot though. I guess. It's kind of hard to tell. I really built it on the wrong side for a real test to see if it makes a difference, because we have now all this stuff here from the left coming out of this tiny little hole right beside the sconce, so that is probably slightly detrimental. And now also the floxes cannot escape anymore. The floxes say they are confined. What? Oh, because it was standing in the door. Yeah, that's normal. If you click on it, does it tell you how much it emits? I actually don't know. No, it doesn't, but you can kind of see how fast it goes down. Right now, it's 3 times speed. Top lock, bottom open, as always. We're slowly but steadily making our way further down, and it looks like we will actually come all the way down here. All the way to this natural abyssalite border. The guys that have watched me before know already I do love these natural abyssalite borders, and I try to keep them alive as much as possible. I just like the aesthetics of it, and I like the functionality of it as well, because it keeps those areas here separated, even though in this case here it wouldn't matter. And down here on the bottom, really not either. But if we go further down, eventually we will find some areas that are harder. And for that, this natural abyssalite here comes in absolutely in handy. And it looks like most of our ladders have been replaced, so I'm just going to go for it, and I'm going to tell them go higher. Let's see if we can get through here. The only thing that I don't like about this aspect is that we are releasing more carbon dioxide into the base, but generally, yeah. The floxes do look out of place. I don't know. I really don't feel so. I mean, they look fine to me. I actually like their look. I mean, they're always so happy. Look at them. So happy. But yeah. After this here, what we want to do is we want to start melting water. And I really wanted to do that right here, smack dab in the middle. That ain't happening. So we are probably going to do it right here in this area. Right underneath our bottom bedroom right here. And while we are at it, we are probably going to rebuild this bedroom here as well. Yes, it will probably look a little bit stupid because it is off-center by 1, as we already noticed, but at least it will be 4 high and it will be 9 long. And as soon as we have done that, we will build us here an area, a little basin, a little tank, where we can start melting ice. So we have liquid water available. We can get rid of this ice liquefier right here. And at that point, I mean, the game really becomes a hell of a lot easier. That's really what it comes down to. Because we can just build basically all the floors wherever out of wood. And we will get always this absolute insane decor value right here. Once again, all this decor right here is with the debris on the floor. And it is, at the same time, only 1 tile. Or better to say 1 row of it. We can do a hell of a lot more here. But before we do anything though, I need to get me a Coke real quick. Fridge is right behind me. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. All right. All right. The throat feels a hell of a lot better, and we can keep going. What can we do? Well, right at the moment, really not a hell of a lot until everything's built that needs to be built. Can get rid of this tile, can get rid of this tile, and then let's plop this here together. We have already one of those carved lumen quartzes that we are just going to plop in here. Move this thing and move it. Well, we should probably build it out first before we do anything else, as a matter of fact. We will need the water cooler that always lives in the middle, of course. And then we're going to build us some mess tables. We're going to leave a space probably right here. Going to build us 2 and then another 3 maybe. Something like this here. 2 and then 3 maybe. And then let's grab this carved quartz right here and move it right here into the middle between them. Now we just need a second one. Do we have a second one anywhere sitting around? Yes, very easily accessible. 2 more right here. All we have to do is carve them up and transport them where it is supposed to go. And we can see by now they actually have been sheared and we got a lot more wood in. Very, very nice. Even though they're still wild, They have already been sheared. Jazzy is hard at work. He probably will need some help though from Elfie, and he will get it right now. Can I just give her the same hat, or him? Let's see, where is the skills? Yes, career wrenching. Wrong hat. Definitely always need to go for the right hat. And down here. Let's already build an outline. We probably want to have some airflow tiles on one side, at least in the beginning, to get it out. We're gonna wait with it. We're just gonna go for insulated tiles made out of igneous rock. We got plenty of it. We will need, at the bare minimum, a 3 high space, so something like this here. Let's make it rather bigger than smaller. What's the edge right here? Right there. Something like this here should get the job done. That should give us enough space to relocate our floor right here, 1 down. And at the same time, leave then 3 spaces above it, which is exactly the bare minimum that we need to make this here work. We can also tell him to put that floor here in, and then dig all across here. Very nice. What's the name of the woolly beefy thing? That's the Mammoth. Not the Mammoth. It's the Mammoth. You aren't afraid of losing wood, of losing food. Dupes can't collect pike apples. How do you mean? Why can't they collect pike apples? What am I missing? Not entirely sure what I'm missing. Of course, now that I've built this here, the floor already falls off. That's okay though. 2 dupes will potentially, unless we're fast enough. I wonder what would win in a fight, a Mammoth or a Beefaloo. Oh god. Let's put this one here further down. And this one here further down for right now, just so we have them. And then again, we will stretch this entire thing here out in a second to be a hell of a lot bigger. One tile high under the stable. 1 tile high under the stable. Oh, you mean right here? They can't go through here. Good catch. Didn't notice that. We will dig all this stuff here out. Nah, maybe not this one. You can stay alive. But we will dig these here out, just so we can get through. But yeah, that is definitely what we're going to do here. Yeah, didn't see that. Very good catch, actually. Very, very good catch. Thank you for that, Croc. And Sin is here. I haven't seen Sin in a live stream in a while. Always good to see you, my man. And thank you very much for the 4 months supporter badge. That is really awesome, and I truly, truly appreciate it. The only problem is that I really don't want to bring on another dupe at this very second. Especially when I see here Doctoring +9 and Doctoring +10. I'm already done here. We have already a decorator. We don't have a cook yet. And we already have 2 farmers / ranchers, so that should be okay. I write it 3 times in the last 30 minutes. I apologize, Croc. Every once in a while, you know. Even the chat is not that fast. Trying to play the game and trying to read all the messages is still something that I need to get used to, honestly. That is really what it comes down to. I think I'm not going to take anything. We're going to take the tablets right here. We're just going to wait longer. None of these are it in any way, shape, or form. Let's build us our standard ladders left and right, and then of course ladders across the top. Not exactly like that though. There we go. Get rid of this stuff. And then, as always, 4 high all across. At least this area here has a bunch of oxygen in it, so if nothing else, that should help. Take the tabs and get started on the next print. Already on it, birds. Already on it. With that ethanol at the top, you could start some coats. Yeah, we were just talking about that. As a matter of fact, right over here, we wanted to get in here. There should be more coats in here. I would at least hope so. So how about we prioritize this here a little bit. Yeah, there is a little bit, but it's really not a hell of a lot. We would have to get all the way up here and then put this here together, which we definitely want. Can stay for long, but wanted to say hello while I had Wi-Fi. Hey, that's totally fine, Sin. I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. You know it. You absolutely know it. I always appreciate it to see you in chat. Brandon right here is our improved strength dupe. Probably go down to plumbing. You can then carry stuff around easier, so we will do that, Brandon. You will probably go down a different route later, but for right now, that should be sufficient. Okay, we just need to build this bad boy right here, our water tank. Bird says I can only type so fast. You are totally fine, birds. Totally fine. Also, can somebody please, for the love of God, put me this water cooler in here, and maybe right there, move me also that carved quartz in here. That would also be nice. And the second one while we're at it. And the third one, we should be able to place it just right here, which should help with our research as well. I really like the progress bar on the research, me too. That is a really nice touch. I agree, 100%. Trying to gift or send a super, but that one-tap purchase is being silly. Don't worry about it, Sin, though. I appreciate it either way. Yeah. Okay. Going up, going down slowly but steadily. That is on a low priority, though. That is not what we need right now. We need to build this. And we need to finish this bad boy right here, which should be okay now. Yes, we have a mess hall right now. Why is it not a great hall exactly? 32 to 120 fancy decor item mess hall. Why is it not? It's 64 tiles. Is it too small? No, it's not. Is this item here not good enough? Is the quartz lumen, the carved lumen quartz that way around is not good enough? We do need a plant in here. Yes, that's what it is. What could we put in here? Didn't we earlier have a Idylli? Something like that. So let's see if we can plop one in there. We should be able to do that, for example, with a flower pot. Let's do 2 of them. Oh yeah, we can't put those in a flower pot, can we? We tried that last time, didn't we? It has to be in a planter, doesn't it? Is it a flower pot? Or was it a planter that didn't work? I can't recall. I think it was I think we tried the planter first. That didn't work. Oh, that's right. That's what we did last time. Now I remember. Quartz on pedestal. We need to have the quartz on the pedestal. That's the way around it was. That is what we did. Now I recall. We can do both, though. I mean, they're already decor bombed to hell and back, but better too much than not enough. Might as well. Speaking of it, though, we do have another colony achievement. Let's see what we got this time around. Cure a sick duplicate of disease. So apparently those cure tablets already came in handy. So that's very nice. And yeah, how about we give this here slightly higher priority? Let's make it a 7, so that gets done first. And it looks like all the research that we gave a researcher earlier has been done. Isn't that something? What else do we need? We don't need a critter sensor, but an incubator eventually. Plastic manufacturing, do need that eventually. Wires, storage, and of course transportation for when we have a dupe that is actually capable of doing so. Metal refinery, always handy. Don't need that. Don't need this. Eventually a virtual planetarium, but we are far away from that. Lethal detection, absolutely not. We can go into material sciences though, so we have it available when we need it. Same with the desalinator. Don't need any of this stuff. Do need a thermoacqua tuner. Do need a thermosensor. Exosuits, better have them and not need them as usual. And might as well take these 3 here with us as well as advanced automation. That should give him plenty to do once again. How hard are the new frozen worlds compared to the normal ones? I mean, it takes a little bit to get used to in the beginning, of course, because everything's completely different from how you would usually start on any other world. But it's really not that bad. It's really not that bad. Let's make it a great hall, though, please, guys. Build me these 3 things here. Or 4, not 3. And then we can go from there. Alright. Up here on the top. We also don't feel like putting those snow tiles in, apparently. Or are we out of snow? That would be a problem. You can't see that happening, though. Oh yeah, nowhere near. That's not the problem. It's probably a priority issue, but that's okay. Because, again, it's also not needed. Right at this moment, it is not as stable right now, so it's okay. What we also need, though, we have those fox flawn eggs, and they will get overcrowded if we don't remove them. We will also need stations to actually breed them, which we don't have yet either. So we need to go down those routes altogether, if we like it or not. All that has to happen. Oxygen-wise, though, also not looking too hot. We may have to go for more sconces here. At the same time, though, let's introduce a little bit more oxalite from the bottom. And maybe... Where do we have another big batch of this stuff laying around? Didn't we have another big one somewhere? Or did we already... Oh, we dug that up. That big one was right here. And they're carrying it away up here to the storage bin right now. Which is okay. But we can just, for example, dig with a high priority. This one tile out. Let's make it 2. Just so we get a little bit more oxygen in. How much iron ore do we have? I don't know if we already found a bunch of it. No, we did not. Also something that is always good to keep track of in this game. And now, dig up the rest down here on the bottom, so we can finish this structure. And then at the same time, this ethanol right here, we will have to do something crazy to accumulate all of this here. We will have to come over here, just so we can get in from the top and then build us a basin right here where it all runs together. That's probably the best thing. And look at this here, we even have a bonbon tree already. That is actually very close to the base. I'm surprised by that. And then, before we forget about it again, down here on the bottom, we actually only need ladders coming down here. And then go straight across here, all the way to roughly right there. And then plop in another couple of ladder pieces. So we can then go ahead and submit this bioscan rather sooner than later. Let's give it a 6 priority. So we can see what's going on in there. It's a shame that you can't use ethanol in sinks. That actually would make a hell of a lot of sense, wouldn't it? If we could, I mean. Oxygen-wise, still not optimal. But also not bad. Of course, it looks a hell of a lot better here, but the difference between those 2 years is literally 400 grams, so it's not the end of the world. In any way, shape or form. The plants are not growing, yeah. Because now, we have probably used up most of our carbon dioxide. It is all gone. We only have a little bit down here, which is really not that much, honestly. This one you're still doing a little bit, but most of it is sinking now down here. So yeah, these plants right here don't even have to build anymore. It's completely pointless. They have actually gotten rid of it completely. It's crazy. Just a little bit is remaining down here on the very bottom tiles. Which is of course a problem, because our ration box is now definitely not in carbon dioxide anymore. So we will have to put it into a pit after all. I didn't think that would get rid of it that fast. Not gonna lie. Didn't see that coming. So let's build us a somewhat of a pit right here. Probably just something very simple. Let's get rid of these 4 tiles and then put the ration box right here. This ration box here should be empty anyway, by the way. Completely forgot about that. That thing needs to be deconstructed. Completely. Get rid of it. Put all the food in here in the meantime. And then put it in here as soon as we have a pit. I was going to say it's hard to feed them until you get a generator. Yep. I see that now. They are sucking out a hell of a lot more. I was like 2 grams per second. That's really not that much. Turns out it's a hell of a lot more than you thought. Or than I thought, I guess. Let's get rid of this one tile so the dupes can actually reach it from the left as well. Yes, the pass is going to be a tiny little bit longer. But at the same time, still not a big issue. Just need to accumulate some carbon dioxide in here, which is already happening while we are speaking. So yeah, that's okay. Most of this here is done. That's very good. We can already go ahead and plumbing, put a bottle emptier on top of here. We'll need that if we like it or not. And in refinement, no. Where are we at? Utilities. We do not have. Where is that thing at? Our liquefier right here, our liquid tepidizer. We will need that bad boy to actually start melting some ice. That is going to be highly important. We don't have it yet though, but it's coming in no time. As long as we keep this ice liquefier here running, so our supercomputer doesn't run out of water, that would be helpful. So let's turn up the priority on it. Other than that though, we are already back up. We've never been that high. 40,000 kilocalories. That's very, very nice to see, honestly. Do we already have access to infinite storage? No, we do not. We don't have any geysers. No, not really. Still, just as last time around, we are still SOL. Actually, there's one new one right here. Let's take a look what you are. You are a copper volcano. Yeah, now we are speaking the same language. Very, very nice. Alright, guys. Might as well dig a little bit further over once you get to this point right here. Just, again, maybe priority 6 is not enough. Let's try 7. Still, not a single tile has been built. But yeah, right here we have a copper geyser. Will come in handy in due time. Temperature-wise, though, actual temperature. No problem. We're good. Do we have anything anywhere else that I have missed? Maybe upwards anywhere? No? No? Nope, that's it. Need to dig to that security gate too, yeah. One piece of bleach stone right here. I forgot to dig up here, correct? For bleach stone, we will also need to have us another storage bin right here. That is then dedicated to bleach stone. We could theoretically put it into the same, but it doesn't matter. Let's keep it separated. Get me rid of this one. And please build me this one right here so our food doesn't go bad. And let's take a look into our blueprints. Who or what do we have here? A flatulent dupe who is a great operator. That truly sucks. Can't do it. Another flatulent dupe, great researcher. That also sucks. Can't do it. What about May? Suit wearing and decorating, immune to food poisoning. Those are all bad dupes. Those are all bad dupes. I guess we're just gonna take the shine nymph egg and... yeah. Just have those sitting around, I suppose. But yeah, those three are most definitely are not going to join this base. Most definitely not happening. Shine nymph eggs for bonbon farming. Yeah, if we can find a way to get over here, but I don't see that happening in that time frame. First of all, we need to get down here. I need to finish this project. Then we can think about something else. But yeah, also right here. Didn't we say we wanted to finish this here? We could actually probably use wood tiles now. At least some of them. For example, this entire area here. 4 high, right here. Can now be wood tiles, which is going to make the back here wood tiles. Might as well. Slowly but steadily replacing all the tiles in here with wood. And honestly, we could already come all the way up here. There's really nothing stopping us from doing so. And put more wood tiles here in the middle. Yeah, we're going to do that. Then we're going to deconstruct all this stuff right here. We're going to get rid of all of it. And then put more snow tiles right here. That is what we need to expand those 2 bedrooms right here. Anything egg is good for future steel too. Very correct. Very, very correct. Also, this wood heater right here is just out. Can we maybe keep that thing running a little bit better? Especially since I'm about to deconstruct this one right here. Yeah. Still nice and purple. Doesn't really do a hell of a lot. I guess we can dig into this area right here and let the Bamas out. Or, well, before we do that, actually, it doesn't make a difference, honestly. Let's grab us a ladder. And with the ladder, we're just going to come right here all the way to this area right there. And then right here, we're just going to dig us up here. Too high and straight over. So that stuff over here can flow down here, and that stuff up here can also flow to down there. Obviously, the area is not going to be big enough for that, I'm well aware. But also that is something that we can fix. Let's go something like this here. Okay, so far so good. Our bottle emptier right here, we do want that here built, please. Not that we really can do anything without having a liquid tapidizer, but we're getting there. Croc's hard at work. Croc's very hard at work. Delivering more water. Yes, very nice. Out of 750 grams, really? You needed those 750 grams that badly. Slowly but steadily, we're gonna work our way through it from top to bottom. And eventually, we will end up with the liquid tapidizer. It looks like it's gonna take a long time, but I don't think it really will. And it's also not really game-breaking or detrimental to our base right now if it takes a second longer. The plan is going to be to just start melting some ice in this area right here. We just need one layer of liquid in here. We tried that before and it worked like a charm. Yeah, someone has a skill point. 3 of us have a skill point. No, we don't. We shouldn't have any morale issues. We're gonna go for, yeah, material study terminal, so we can use it whenever we, well, can, I suppose. Demolition, we can get now rid of the building. Very nice. So demolition will come in handy this time around. Usually it's not that important this time around, though. It will be helpful to get rid of this research portal right here. We really don't need it anymore. And now, right here, we need carved lumen. And here we need a carved lumen. Give me light above both buildings. Yeah, I would love to. Easier said than done though, because I wanted to deliver you a quartz right here for some light. They still haven't done it. It's still sitting down here. So let's bring up the priority. Because theoretically you do have light. Lit workspace. So you do actually have a lit workspace already from the wood heater. But at that point we can get rid of the wood heater. So because you're wearing a coat, there's really no point in having this extra heater right here. A, sucking up our wood. And B, just generating heat for no particular reason. And now the quartz is here. Should be good enough. Let's get rid of the wood heater. Move jobs are really low priority. Yeah, I know. That's why I usually set them to 9. I just forgot to do precisely that. But yeah, they are really basically the lowest priority of the low. The game doesn't care about that kind of thing at all. But yeah, the LVOs over here are really not doing a hell of a lot. Because we don't have any more carbon dioxide, but at least the ration box is done. So we can move that over and get rid of this one right here. Let's get rid of it. We still need the wood heater, but the quartz won't count. Oh yeah, that's true. The damn quartz won't count. Will it count on a pedestal? Have we tested if it counts on a pedestal, actually? Speaking of it, let's put those on here as well. Or we can add a shine bug there. What's the incubation rate? 20 per cycle? We can literally just move. For all I care, yeah, a shine bug egg in here. It will eventually get out of there. And I guess we will just have to survive it for a couple of cycles without. We did test that key on us and it didn't work. Ah, damn it. Close the doors? Can Shinebugs go through open doors? I didn't think Shinebugs could. They can. Alright, then that's gonna put it in auto. So we have our egg down here. That's good. Anywhere else? We could probably put another one of those eggs into... No, we can't because it counts as a critter. There's really no other place where we need one. So it doesn't really matter in any way, shape, or form. Shinebugs definitely go through open doors. Okay. Then we're gonna put him on auto. There's still 2 more cycles left, or 3 more cycles left actually, until this thing here comes out, so... Somebody should come by and change this here within 3 cycles, I hope. Still though, what is going on our priorities with building? I mean, do not comply as our builder, but I really don't see a hell of a lot of building being done here with our ladders. We really are not getting anywhere, and we don't really are, we are not really building. Oh, okay, that's what we are building on. Yeah, I set that on priority 7. That makes more sense. If the Flock Range door is open, a Shinebug will wander in there and get tamed. I'll probably just kill those 2 that are coming out of those eggs, honestly. Because I don't want to have them going to anywhere near my bedrooms either. So, those 2 here will probably just die a horrible death. I put them all in the lab, or you need to shut the doors to the bedrooms. Will it not be detrimental? Well, I guess we can try that. The only thing that I'm wondering about is the radiation they're producing, but 3 of them really shouldn't make that much of a difference, should it? Come on, don't save in that very moment where I try to give it a priority of 9. I guess we will see. Okay, now we can see what we have in here, and there are no coats. I expected coats, and I didn't get any. The only question is, what are we going to do with our neural vaccinator right here? Who is going to be the dude that gets it? I think I'm going to do my standard thing where I'm literally just going to close my eyes. I guess you guys just have to trust me on it. I'm going to scroll up and down and I'm going to move my mouse around a little bit and we will see right around... Well, not there. Let me try this again. Move the mouse a little bit less and... Croc. There we have it. We're just going to see what it is. I'm just going to do it randomly. Deep diver's lungs, air consumption rate, negative 50 grams per second. Always comes in handy. Also, doesn't really matter too much who has that, so that worked out just fine. I bet 20 tons of oxidized deep diver lungs, boom. That's funny. How do you get more charges? You get more charges with, what are they called? From the star map. What is it called? The freaking, laying on the tip of my tongue. Somebody in chat knows. What are they called? The things you get from space. With which you can refill the neural vaccinator. I can't recall for the life of me right now. But you do get it from space. Artifacts. Elfie got it. Yes, artifacts. That is the thing that I was so desperately looking for. And it does come from space, yes. Let's dig down here a little bit more. Dig up a little bit more. And mainly then over here. Let's make this here our next priority to accumulate all this ethanol together. Until we have our water going over here. Well, it looks like at least most of our walls have been built. So to speak, the important ones. We can put the outhouse back here. Deconstruct the outhouse in the front. And get rid of it. And what I still wanted to do is, they're cramped. Almost forgot about it once again. Right up here, the storage bin here. I'm just gonna put our bleach stone in it, as well as our flocks eggs. We're just gonna put that over here for right now. That'll be just fine. As long as they're out of the way, it's going to be okay. up until we can build some incubators and whatnot. Reminder that if you dig the space out from under the quartz, you can dig it. Have I done that anywhere? Oh yeah, this quartz right here. We do have to carve it first. You are correct about that. Basically, the moment we have access to it, I need to just remind myself to carve it. Again, that's a new thing. Great hall now? Yes, it's definitely a great hall now. There's no way it's not. Yes, it is. Because we also have the Dilla flowers as well as the pedestals right here. And of course, look at them. They didn't take the one that was right in front of it. They took the one out of this room. You've got to be joking. You dupes. Because it's easier to carry that quartz from here all the way up to the top instead of using the one that's laying literally right there. But yeah, it's very true though. Whoever said that earlier. There is barely any ethanol laying around here. It's really not much. It's much less than we had in the beta, that is for sure. Oops, brains not included. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Another pod printing right here. We have Ruby, Ren, and Stinky. Ruby cannot dig, but it's good at building. That's not good. Ren, tidying, building, and cooking. I could probably work with that. But decrease calories, which I could work with, that wouldn't matter too much. And already has super duper hard digging. Would come in handy. Yeah, I think that would come in handy. And Stinky right here. Farming, cooking, and decorating. With increased agriculture for farming. Agriculture +3, so a total of +6 in agriculture. Decrease decor. Ruby can grill. Yes, Ruby can grill. But so can Ren. I have a bottomless stomach. I think we could make birds here. A Ren. I think I like a Ren more because on top of just cooking, we also have building and tidying, especially we have nothing to cook right now. So, you know, in the meantime, you could build us some stuff. Probably a better thing. So yeah. Birds. You're in the game. Welcome. Always happy to see you. You know it. And we immediately gonna get you down the improved construction. So you can get your improved construction hat. And in priorities, we immediately going to tell you, you're gonna be building, you like it or not. I have a bottomless stomach, but I take a mat that puts the bottom on my stomach. Well, you're in the game. That's unfortunately not a thing. Would come in handy though, if you could cure those bad, almost said habits, those bad traits. That would actually be a nice thing. But unfortunately, don't have that. Alright, and look at that. Words already on the job. As that should be. Beautiful. Let's get rid of this wash basin here as well while we are at it. The door needs to be gone. And the cot as well. I guess Do Not Comply can take a nap in here for right now, but eventually we will have to do something about it. 2 doors right here. He's not too happy that he doesn't have oxygen. Don't even understand that. Right here, get rid of all this stuff and build this one here properly. Also, this outhouse can be moved to the back as well already. Very nice. Oxygen, though, we are getting worse by the minute. We may have to put in a bunch of more of those sconces here. And how much oxalite do we still have? 3,900. And why is there now bleachstone in here when the bleachstone is supposed to go into here? As well as critter eggs, specifically flux fawn at a number 9 priority. Grab all the stuff and just put it up there for right now. We do not really have a choice. We only have 7 out of 8 critters in here, so as soon as one is born, we have to manually grab it, or we steal this one, actually. That will work. But right now, we don't have any incubators, so there's that. Let's go here, there, and then we can already put those two in, and this one right here, and it will be a proper bedroom. Oh yeah. Did we actually melt the snow tile? That may be a thing that happened. I think it may have actually happened that we have molten it and it refroze immediately once it hit the wood tile. Still counts as a barracks though. I think it does, yeah, because we're still not over the limit on size. So we will need more wood tiles. So thankfully we have 13.8 tons. Let's make 5 tiles right here. And let's do the exact same thing right there. Because we will have another wood burner down here on the bottom as well. I told you? Yes, you did tell me, but we also built this thing here in cycle 2 and it's now cycle 26. So, now we know it takes apparently roughly 23 to 24 cycles of a wood heater running the entire time without stopping to melt a snow tile right underneath it. Now we know. But yes, you have a point. You did in fact tell me. Can't lie about it. Let's take a look in food. Do we already have incubators? Yes, and we can already build one, which is certainly something that we should do. Most definitely even. Let's make a room out of this here. Even though we don't need a room, it doesn't matter. Screw it. We're just going to build one single incubator right there and hook it up to power. The only thing that we don't have yet is automation, I believe. No, we do actually have it unlocked, but we don't have any metal. Which means, in other words, we need to go into refinement and grab us a raw crusher. So now the crushing starts. Also, that is something that is unavoidable. Because otherwise we will not get any kind of refined metals. Thankfully, we don't need much, so right here should be okay temporarily. But yeah, it will have to crank out a bunch of it. Sconces, though. We wanted to build more sconces around the base. So let's go with something like this here. Words brand new. Look at him going up that ladder at 3 times speed. Still looks like he's crawling. Kionis, though, has another skill point, and we have plenty of morale to go around. Same with Emery right here. Probably gonna go first for improved carrying, though. Just so we can, well, surprise, surprise, carry more. And Croc is, of course, still hard at work. This time also with the light buff. Do we have in furniture a ceiling light? We do have a ceiling light. That's very nice. That counts as a light source as well. So we're just gonna plop one of those things here in. And it still produces a hell of a lot less heat than our wood heater does. This one here has plus 20 kilo DTUs, 20,000 DTUs, where a ceiling light has only 500. Alright, dupes, you have definitely plenty to do. And I guess what we also haven't done in a while now, we haven't looked at another blueprint. So I would say, let's look at the second one for the day and see what we get. What do we have? Basic yellow gloves. Yeah, that ain't it. Appreciate it. Thank you, but no thank you in this case. And could we get this bedroom here, please complete it before nightfall? That would also be highly appreciated. If we could make that somehow happen. Also, down here on the bottom, this here. Not even entirely sure what the dupes are doing. Because there's really not that much going on other than the farming that's going on over here. But other than that, they haven't really been given too many assignments. I guess we have our 2 diggers over here. Working on getting this ethanol out. That I can get behind. That I'm in full support of. Yeah. Doc's not too happy about it. Dish gloves? Yes, those are literally dish gloves. And nothing but dish gloves. Need to be careful, though. Thankfully, we do have some oxygen in here, so they just need to break through this wall here. So they can breathe again. And we do need to give a much higher priority for our sconces, though. So please get this done, guys. Highly appreciate it. Oh, what do you have here? What do my eyeballs see? Not entirely sure. It's a carbon dioxide vent. Well, that will come in handy very soon as well. Of course, down here on the bottom for our LVOs, so we can actually plop some kind of farm in this area right here, which is very nice. And look at all of those bonbon trees. Are we already close to space? And there's another vent of some kind. What do we have here? Polluted water vent. Very, very good. Definitely a good thing to have that around. Anything else? Do we have a higher bidder? Doesn't look like it. Because it didn't make it any further down yet, so nothing to see on the bottom of the map. Here's another one. Right beside our copper volcano is an infectious polluted oxygen vent. Now, that sounds very familiar. Didn't we just do something like that? Literally. Didn't we have a volcano right beside a polluted oxygen vent in the last pre-DLC playthrough? Or let's play, better to say. I feel like I remember something like that. I had 2 of those on my base and it currently... I had 2 of those on my current base and it sucks. Words may have something to say about that. He loves those for some reason. Big fan. Aren't you, Words? Our wood pile here is getting low, but at the same time, we still have 12.5 tons just laying around somewhere else, which is totally fine. We did use word system, didn't we? He basically forced me. He strong-handed me. He told me I am not allowed to do anything else until I do it. And William Lay is here. Good morning, engineers. Good morning, William. How are you doing? Oh, that reminds me, did they fix the geyser count bug on the planet like the one you encountered before? The geyser... Oh, yeah, true. We have not even looked at that on the star map. What do we see here? We have found a leaky oil fissure. We have not found a water geyser. No, that was a polluted water vent. So, water geyser, we haven't even seen one yet. Copper volcano, we have seen. Infectious polluted oxygen vent, we have seen. Carbon dioxide vent, we have seen. Salt was a geyser, we have also not seen one of those. And the oil reservoir, we have also not seen. And there are supposedly 10 more unknown ones. These here are 2, 4, 6, 8. So that would make a total of 18? I don't know. I believe that the moment I see it, and not a second earlier. You're right. William Lie. I keep forgetting. I always want to say lay, like laying an egg. But it's lie. I apologize. You're correct. You correct me. Eventually I will remember. Eventually. Disable the building. Not gonna waste our water on this stuff here. Completely pointless. And our wood heater here also gets a 7, like the one above it. Very nice. And we just gotta redo the middle one here eventually. Slowly but steadily. We're working our way through it. And we should be okay. Hey Beer, is there a Locavor achievement in the new DLC? I don't know. Is there? I thought, didn't somebody mention something like that earlier? Somebody in chat was talking about it. I only have seen, I also haven't looked for it though, I only have seen one new achievement, and that achievement is for the new buildings that are somewhere on the very bottom right here. Speaking of it, what are you? Ah, okay. Those are our biobots right here. Yeah, that is the only one that I have actively seen with my own eyeballs, but again, I also have not actively looked for it, so... keep an eye on your temp saltwater geyser. We haven't found one yet, though. It says it in the star map that we have, but in all reality, we have not. We haven't seen a saltwater geyser yet. All we have seen so far, water-wise in any way, shape, or form, is the polluted water vent, which is right here. That's polluted water. That's carbon dioxide. That's polluted oxygen. That's a copper volcano. That's a leaky oil fissure. We haven't really seen anything else yet. Let's check one more time that I didn't miss it, but I can swear. I remember each and every one that we have seen. And those are these 5 right here. 2 on the top, 2 on the left, 1 on the bottom, nothing on the right. Oh, there's one more. Let's see what that one is. Maybe that's our salt water. That is another polluted water vent. So we have actually 2 polluted water vents. One is right here. And one is over here on the left side. This one right here. Still, no water geyser. And no polluted water geyser. Lock this door. Open this door. Is it open? There we go. Can you check? I could take a look into my Steam real quick. Let me do that real quick here. I don't think I have seen. Yep, there's a locavore. Have duplicants consume 400,000 kilocalories of food without planting any seeds in planter boxes, farmhouse, or hydroponic farms. So yes, that does exist. Could you explain how you see and identify those geysers? I'm new to this, and it's going a bit quick for me to grasp it. Oh, absolutely. You guys, if you have any questions about what I'm doing on screen, if it's too fast for you, feel free to ask. So what I'm doing is with this new update, usually your F3, your temperature overlay looks like this. I change it to the relative temperature and move the slider here all the way to the left. If you move it all the way to the left, it kind of shows it right here. It will show you temperatures of negative. There's a negative here that's off screen. We'll show it in this blue color. And when you take a look at this here, neutronium always has a temperature of negative 272.2 degrees. So when you zoom out, you can very easily see on the map exactly where all your neutronium is. Very easy. I really love this in the new update. And then once you know where they are, all you have to do is go to priority and go to this top priority here, the 2 exclamation points in red, and select it. And then you have the yellow alert over here in the top left. And it tells you it is a polluted water vent without having to dig it up. That is the entire trick of how to do this. So yeah, obviously the F3 thing didn't exist before. We only had this view right here. You can still see it, just not quite as easily. And you can't just go through it manually and find your neutronium. There should always be 4 tiles beside each other. And if you have 4 tiles beside each other, then you can be sure it is a vent of some sort. Alright, I hope that helps. We have Stinky with tidying plus 13, increased excavation. Not too bad actually. Only one single thing he can do, but overall it could be worse. Decreased athletics, yeah, we're not gonna mess with that, even though it is another rancher. Rocket leap plus 9. Really don't like any of those. If anything, Stinky. But even Stinky is not really the best, though. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we bring on Stinky? I really don't think he is the best dupe I've ever seen. He's actually one of the worst dupes I've ever seen. He will be able to help us clean up eventually, but right at this moment, he's really not that great. Give me your thought. Yeah. Williams for the seeds. Admirals for the seeds. No Stinkies. Everybody's for the seeds. We're taking the seeds. Alright. Seeds it is. How are we looking on our base? Hell of a lot better. How are we looking on our oxalite storage? We should probably throw that on the screen though. So we can actually have an idea what's going on. Because those sconces here, you can see it, how fast I go through it. They take 240 kilograms maximum storage of oxalite. And then they basically just vent it out into, well, its environment. And it goes through those 240 kilograms extremely fast. So It's a good thing, but also a bad thing. We also have 2 more community achievements, or colony achievements, not community. Recover a database entry by inspecting facility. We sure as hell did that. And then up here on the top, use a duplicate skill point to buy out an entire branch of the skill tree. Very nice. I've never actually done this myself. I just want to see BierTier do it. Do what? What are we doing? Use it to make O2 with the plants, cold O2. Yeah, that would be the plan for, where is it at? Right here. But we need to get there first. And before we can do any of that, let's go. What can we do here? We can make this area here just a little bit bigger, maybe. Something like this here, so we can fit a little bit more ethanol in here. Probably need to do that if we like it or not. And then probably also go ahead and mop all this ethanol right here. And once we mop it, I just want to have it in one singular storage right here. Doc and I were discussing the deodorizer teleportation trick. Ah, okay. I remember, you did tell me that you have never done that before. You just wanted to see me do it. So eventually I gave in. And I said, okay, we're gonna do it. Well, you found all your ethanol. Yep, apparently so. That's literally all there is, plus this tiny little drop right here. That's all the ethanol we have in the world, and it's really not that much. We have 1,000 kilograms per tile. Coming along here, it's about 44 tons. Taking into consideration another 3, 6, 9, 11, 13, 14. 44 and 14 makes 58, plus some minus, or give or take a little bit. About 58 tons of ethanol is what we have. Which is definitely good enough to get started with something. There are many options, or really 2 real options. We can either go for a Mammoth Ranch and feed the ethanol in there, or we can use it to power a, where are we at? A petroleum generator to kickstart our whatever we want to have. Like, for example, a SPAWN like we did before would be a doable thing. We know that because, again, we have done it before. Our lab is a lab again, which is also very nice to see. Thanks to our ceiling light, and of course on top of that we have the nymphs in here. We should be able to disable the building though. That saves us 5 watts of power. And a little bit of heat generation. Always good. And it should still count because it exists. Have Cly update the geothermal thingy down below? Yes, we haven't found it yet, but it is now operational and working. So yes, most definitely. Wait. Are LV Vera secretly thermodynamics while adding passive cooling? What makes you think that? I don't know. At what temperature? Does the hot CO2 get hot O2, or does it delete heat? Ah, that's what the question is here. That is a good question though. I guess we would have to catch it in action, because the temperature around is about negative 26 degrees. And what do we actually get out of this thing here? Once it creates some oxalite. What is the temperature of it? That we would have to know. But okay. What else do we have here? This vending machine here, we can give it a demolish and a demolish. Light fixture can go. There's really nothing else in here. The computer desk, we have looked at it, so we don't have to do it later. I'm just going to give the commands right now. When that happens, doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. We could. I mean, that would be an insane thing to do, though. Start on trying to tame this here, but at the moment we just don't have enough power for that. We need to find us a power source first. How are we doing on research? Did we make it by now deep enough? Nope, we are working on the liquid tepidizer right now. So okay, we can get started with this system right here. So first of all, what we need is the liquid tepidizer, which we don't have yet. We need storage bins, and the storage bins are going to be liquid tepidizer 3 wide, if I remember correctly. I think so. Let's plop in a few right here. And a few more right there. Probably need a little bit more space as a matter of fact here, because we do want to put a pump in here eventually as well. Where are we going to put our pump? Probably all the way over here. So we have a total of 6 storage bins to fit in here. So much wild sleet with. Is it reachable at the moment? Yeah, we have it right here. We can't just turn on the auto harvest for it. Might as well. All the stuff that is reachable. All of this stuff here. Really? Honestly? Everything that's wild can be harvested. By the way, I wanted to congratulate B on how to spell the name of the current Taiwan president correctly. I don't even know his name without looking it up. Is it Lai? Our eggs are here, so we should definitely start incubating. The only thing that we need, though, and the reason why we haven't done it yet is, if copper ore, I was about to say, yeah, we do not. We do have iron ore, not a hell of a lot, though. Let's make us 20. That makes 2,000 kilograms of iron ore into 1,000 kilograms of iron. Definitely a good thing to have around. Let's do that quickly, though. Every time I want anything done in here, or any time something can get done in here, it should get done, please, right away. Eggshell to lime, we're also going to set this to forever. That is for sure. Other than that, that's all we got right now. How are we looking now? Oh yeah, look at this. I guess 6 sconces are maybe slight overkill, so let's get rid of 2 of them. Our oxidite is already down to 900 kilograms. Can I disable the building? Should be able to disable the building, right? Let's set the priority to 9. Copy to all the others. We're gonna tear 2 out completely. And get rid of it. And the others we are going to disable. So at the bare minimum, we do not bring more. Whatever's still in there, vent it out. That's fine. But yeah. Are you that William Lai? Is William Lai literally the name of the president of Taiwan? Is that a thing? I had no idea. Can't really say that I know too much about Taiwan politics, other than China is trying to annihilate them. Made it all the way down here now, all the way to the bottom. It's the critter fluxomatic. I thought this here is our biobots. Turns out it's not. And we actually have betas. Look at this. Huh, I didn't expect to find betas here. But apparently I was proven wrong. We have the supply teleporter output. That's nice to see, for sure. Other than that, though, looking pretty good. We do have a bunch of carbon dioxide over here on this left side now, so maybe, just maybe, we could go ahead and relocate those LBOs to over here on this left side. So why not do precisely that? Really not a hell of a lot stopping us. Does it get warm down here? Not really. But we do have a temperature difference from -22 to -45, so we definitely don't want to dig through the abyssalite yet. Let's make it 7 tiles wide right here. Come up to another 7 tiles wide right. Actually, if we do this here, might as well do it with farm tiles right away. Food, farm tiles, all the way down here on the bottom. Let's come over and let's build 3 rows of 7. That should get rid of all the excess carbon dioxide that we have sitting around here. And then, of course, to make that happen a little bit smoother, we need to get rid of those side tiles here all the way through as well. I like getting to the second planetoid early. Well, it really depends on. So far, we have once again not found a teleporter. Somehow in my games, I always find it very late and I don't know why. Not like that I'm not digging. We are actually pretty far off our base yet. Or so far at least. Let's go up more. Let's see what this abyssalite here is hiding. Temperature check. All good. very cold actually over here. -60 compared to -42. So there's a temperature difference between left and right here that we need to keep in mind. Technically, they are Chinese. They left China to make it. I mean, can you really blame him for wanting to leave China? That was what I was warning you not to do. What is that? Don't build that fire pole? Which fire pole? This one? Oh, because of the quartz. Yeah. You're right. You did warn me. Good catch. Very good catch. Very, very good catch. I should really just go around and everywhere where there is a quartz, set it to carve number 9. So the moment it's unlocked or we can get to it physically, we immediately carve that sucker. So stuff like that can't happen. Obviously, for the algorithm, we don't acknowledge certain very protected islands. You know what? In that particular case, I don't give a shit about the algorithm. Screw you, Google. Just stating the obvious here. Just trying to think what the next good move is. Oh yeah, that's right. We have now our tapidizer. That is the next obvious move. What do we have here? Iron ore. And it is 4 wide. Damn it. Brandon says LOL. I don't care. I'll stand for my opinions if they like it or not. Ain't happening. Utilities, liquid tapidizer. Let's plop that bad boy in. We should by now also have more than enough for a wire that comes all the way over here. And then on top of here. Can't forget about that because you are sucking our lifeblood out, which is our energy. Sucking it out. Literally, as we can see right now happening. Definitely don't want that. And then, of course, once again in automation, we also need our thermosensor, which is further down in the tree. And I mean, physically, or not physically, but logically further down than to the right. Didn't I tell you to research it, though? I thought it was further down. Am I wrong about that? Nope, it is. Right here. It's the next on the list. And the printing pod, yep. Definitely need to take a look at that as well. Suit wearing, decreased science, always bad. Not enough skill points, negative 30% skill leveling. But at the same time, though, super duper hard digging. That's nice. We have auto right here. Increased medicine, increased bladder, cannot do attacking errands. Alright. Very good rancher, though. Would come in handy later on. Not necessarily right this very moment, but later on. Could be good. And we have supplying and building once again. Also very good. Interior decorator, caregiver, and plant murderer. Decreased agriculture. I mean, it's definitely not Frankie. Should we get an auto early, just so we have him ready to go when we need him? Or should we go for a gene, which would probably be more helpful in the short term? What do you guys think? Rancher Pacifist is a... I don't know. I never paid attention. That may well be, but it's not a second time that we see it just today on this stream. So, gotta keep that in mind as well. Otto favors the evolution chamber, clearly. He does. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna kill him myself, but drowning him, that's totally fine. Get the shrooms, we can all start tripping. Yeah, I'm more inclined for Gene. Rancher Pacifist, damn hippies. Rancher Pacifist sounds an awful lot like Rehugger, yes. I think we're gonna go with Gene. But who is gonna be Gene? Who do we not have yet? Actually, a lot of people, but who I've seen a lot. I think Admiral Akbar doesn't have a dupe yet. I think Admiral Akbar is gonna get his own dupe. He got already a gifted membership, and now he's also gonna get his own dupe. If that is not your day, then I don't know what is. Of course, stress reaction is destructive, but I'm not really too worried about it. Let's go. Admiral, welcome to the game. Might as well give you right away, where are you at? Your skill point. You're gonna go straight into construction. That'll be helpful. Brandon down here on the bottom. Pyrotechnics is kind of pointless right now. I can't remember. What else are you good at? Agriculture, athletics, and construction. Yeah, we're not gonna get you into agriculture. We're gonna make you we're gonna get us another dedicated dupe when we need one. Let me think about this for a second. Let's check Elfie out first. Elfie, critter ranching, Jazz, maybe one who is full critter ranching. That makes sense. And then Jazz right here. We're gonna go first into crop tending, and eventually both of you will be back here all the way anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. And for you, improved carrying, I think I like that idea. I truly think I like that idea. Having that extra strength in, because you're already at 13 strength, now you're at 15, I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense, honestly. Of course, can't forget to set the priorities as well. Admiral Akbar is going to be building and supplying and storing. We're going to give you only 1 point in each. Looking not too shabby right now. Of course, now that we turned these here off, slowly but steadily, our base is once again losing breathability. We can see it at 87%. Can't forget to turn these here up though to number 9 when I build new ones. Or we will be in a world of hurt. On the schedule side of things, we have 6 dupes in schedule 1 and only 4 in schedule 2. So the Admiral is going to go... You're a builder, right? Yes, you're going to go to the night shift. Very good. The stress reaction is quite accurate though. Broke my controller last week fighting Elden Ring's DLC's last boss. That is funny. We have our tapidizer right now. That is of course a good thing, but also at the same time questionable, if you want. In automation, do we have our sensor yet? No, doesn't look like it. Made a mess. You already have it. You did not make it to a bathroom because they were both used at the time. Thankfully though, everything's so cold that it freezes immediately, so it is actually less of an issue than in any other map. Even on the Rime, it's a bigger issue than on this map, honestly. But generally speaking, not that big a deal. Good old Dark Souls rage, I feel you. Where is my sensor, please? How are we doing? What are we waiting for? Advanced research. Because nobody is going to bring any ice to the ice liquefier. Can we please make that somewhat of a priority? Also, these storage bins right here, I'm going to set to something small, like maybe 3,000 kilograms. Last time we did 5,000 and it took forever. Let's make it 3. Then set it to ice. And copy the settings. I guess for right now, though, we're going to say sweep only. Let me add that to it as well. We will need more batteries. That is going to be an issue. But who is suffocating? Oh, you went all the way down here. That's why you're suffocating. And we still need to plant our albies. So let's copy those settings right here into what we already have. So at least we start making more oxalide. We're back up to 1,300 kilograms, so that's a good thing. But it could always be more. Could always be a hell of a lot more. Just need to get it done. And of course, the dupes that are brand new are on this ladder here, like snails. They do need to get their athletics up very quickly. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, that's right. Our ethanol right here. We will need to convert that into power. Unfortunately, we will not really have a choice, which is okay. Could be worse. Let's see. Just normal tiles will do, most likely. And we're gonna just put it somewhere right here. Let me think. Just something easy like this here. We'll get in the middle, in plumbing, a liquid pump out of anything. Doesn't matter too much. We're just gonna plop it in here. We're going to hook it up to, in automation, an automation wire, and the signal switch. Gonna rip this stuff here out above it, of course, so we can get to it. Need to rip it out all anyway, so it doesn't matter. In the middle, we're gonna have 2 mesh tiles. And then we will go in power and grab us a petroleum generator. That is just gonna live right above it. So that's where our petroleum generator is gonna be. It's going to put out carbon dioxide, which is just going to flow down here. Well, we're gonna put it down here, better to say. And of course, it's also having an output, not an output, but it falls down of polluted water. And for polluted water, we're just going to have this little doodad right here. It should be fine for right now. It should take a long time until it actually fills up. And it shouldn't cause any troubles with our LBOs either. And from right here, we're just going to use this area right here to power it. The only thing, I should probably build it a little bit higher because we do want a smart battery. So let's first build what we have and then go from there. Up here on the top though, we can directly start with plumbing. We do need a liquid pump if we like it or not. And somehow, once again, if we like it or not, we will have to get a wire up there. And I'm not going to build a wire all the way around here. I'm just going to build me probably a... Might as well go with an airflow tile right here. And then some normal tiles underneath it. That should get the job done if we can get some actual oxygen in here. As a matter of fact, we're only 4 high. We don't even need one. What am I talking about? A normal tile will be enough. And then eventually right here, I'm just going to dig out this area right here, put in 1 ladder so the dupes can actually then put a wire through here. That's all we need. That's going to be a hell of a lot quicker than trying to build a wire all the way around here. So, and at the same time, we can also go with the pipe through here, which saves us twice the amount of time. But that's going to be good. Speaking of that, let's get us the aforementioned pipe and plop that in all the way to somewhere around here for right now. That should do it. Same with the wire, honestly. Wire all the way through and all the way into right there. Just need to make sure, these guys, that you do actually build me. Do I have building set to 9 on priority on accident? Yes, I did that. Okay. Let's rethink this. Actually, everything else should be a 5, not what I just did. All this here can be a 5. That's totally fine. What I do actually want a 9 to be is these 2 right here. That's what needs to be done right away. Just so our ethanol doesn't accidentally spill throughout our entire base. That is the last thing we want. Please don't do this to me. Kionis, what are you doing next? Nope. That is exactly what I figured you would do. Get out of here. Get out of here. And maybe set the priority right here on the top to a 9 and build me this stuff before you actually start digging out this tile here. Do I literally have to watch this here until we finally can get some granite delivered? Yeah, you're coming back to try it again, don't you? Of course you are. Construction supply, construction supply. You are. No matter what it says here, I don't trust you. Get out of here. Because just a moment ago, it also didn't say build or dig. What is Doc doing? Yeah, it says here fabricate rock crusher. I don't see that. Do I literally have to cancel that? I literally have to cancel it. I literally have to cancel it. Oh, you dupes, you're killing me. Alright. You made me do it. So be it then. Everything else is, yeah, as soon as we have one of those 2 tiles here, I don't really care anymore. The rest we can build from the side. But first, we need to have at least 1 tile in here. Anyone. Of course, everything is being built other than the bloody tile. There's my bloody tile. Alright, there we go. Now, You're speaking the same language. Took long enough. Now you can also build a tile right there the moment you can actually reach it across the corner. Alright, much better. Much, much better. This here is already built, which is very nice to see. It's going to do nothing. It's just going to sit here for right now. Just going to build a pipe out of it, in case we can't reach it later anymore. But right at the moment, that should be okay. 2 new colony achievements, though. Let's take a look at that. Automation. Didn't use A2. I guess we only got 1, though. That's okay. But yes, the automation is also done, which is nice. And down here on the bottom, we are slowly but steadily getting rid of this carbon dioxide. And our base is also slowly but steadily, once again, losing oxygen. Just gotta keep an eye on it. I'm watching it right here, though. As soon as we get to like 50-40%, I will have to do something about it. And who is starving? Oh, words, because you're moving so extremely slow. What is also a problem, though, is we are now getting the sopping wet debuff because we are running through here every time. Yeah, it is just what it is. We could mop this up, but they're also going into here, so it doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, what matters is that we build the stuff that we need to build. Speaking of that, let's put in a little bit higher, maybe. Let's give it a 4 high space here. A floor of some sort, a little bit of a longer floor, maybe. And go ahead and build in the exact same spot 2 more mesh tiles. And then right here we have enough space where we can build and power our petroleum generator very comfortably right around here. That should be just fine. And then, of course, right beside it, we're going to go with a smart battery as well. So in power, we will need a smart battery. And that is why I made so much iron at a time, because I knew this was coming. One way or another, it had to happen. And last but not least, we will also need a power transformer. In one power transformer, all we are trying to accomplish with this system right here is power up this liquid tapetizer. That's all we want. That's the entire idea of what we are trying to do here. Let's cancel this here and build it a little bit further over. And then let's try it again with D, where we had power transformer in front of it. Then we're going to go in power. We're going to grab us the heavy rod wire that comes out of here, up to there, as a matter of fact, and back down. And then the conductive wire will have to be pulled all the way over to there. Actually, a normal wire can do it. Just thinking of it. Normal wire all the way through. Something just like this here. Perfect. Last but not least, now we also have our thermal sensor, so we can plop that in as well. And then to kickstart the entire system, we have our ice liquefier right here. Bottle emptier here will be set to water. And then enable auto bottle. So they will grab it out of the ice liquefier, put it into the bottle emptier, and it should, with a little luck, have enough temperature to not immediately freeze and turn on our liquid tapetizer. And if it only turns it on for a second, it's good enough. Of course, now they dug all this stuff here out, even though the wire is nowhere near ready to be built, but apparently digging is what we love to do, or what the dupes love to do. Croc says it was nice, but it's time for me. See you next week. Croc, I appreciate you joining as always. Thank you very much. And yes, I hope I will see you next week. Here we have another flock sitting around. How about we grab that bad boy and put it into our stable right here. Michael says hi. Mike, thank you very much for joining. How are you doing today? Keonis is passionate about his work. Keonis is indeed passionate about his work. Question for anyone: how many steam turbines for one H2 vent? I always build one. Yeah, you already gave yourself the answer. One is more than enough, at least for my system, how I build it. I don't know exactly what you have in mind, but for me, one is always enough. Alright, pretty simple setup right here. Again, the liquid pump is just sitting here for the sake of sitting here. I'm just going to turn off the error messages so we don't have to look at those the entire time. Other than that, we just need to build this stuff. Pretty easy and straightforward. One more thing, of course. In automation, it would make sense to connect these two here together. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Tired after work? I believe you in a heartbeat. I believe that in a heartbeat. But I'm glad you're off. and you can relax now. Having generators this close to a flux farm, is that a good idea? Probably not, but they also should be running very, very little. Because the temperature of the water in here is going to be very, very low. We are not trying to heat this water here up to anything insane. We're just trying to keep it just above the melting point of ice. So I don't anticipate this thing here running a lot. And we can always put some insulated tiles around here to contain the heat, if it should really become an issue. At the moment we're at negative 27 degrees, so we should be alright. Our alveols are doing fine down here on the bottom. Love to see that. Carbon dioxide, is it getting any less? I guess not yet, but it will soon. Copy the settings to the rest. Then eventually, once we have our water here melted, we can decide how we are going to proceed. We still have this carbon dioxide vent up here on the top left though. Not here, I believe it's... No, that is polluted water, that is carbon dioxide right here. We should probably utilize that. Am I mistaken in the belief that the polluted water comes out of the petroleum generator in the one and only space that you have not built a mesh tile? No, it should be coming out right here. If I'm not mistaken. It should be coming out right smack dab here in the middle. So it theoretically should be okay. Unless I'm wrong, no? We have a pipsqueak. We will find those later anyway, so... Not too worried about that right now. We have a Meep, we have a Quinn, and we have a Stinky. Meep, digging, farming, and ranching. That's pretty neat, actually. Digging, farming, and ranching. Increased agriculture. And decreased medicine. So this Meep is actually a pretty damn good Meep, not gonna lie. What about Quinn? Researching. Second researcher. Who is narcoleptic. Yeah, not gonna mess with that. And Stinky would be an insane cook, but we already A, have one, and B, don't have anything to cook with. So I'm gonna bring on this Meep right here. Who do we not have in the game yet? Let me take a look. What name have I seen a lot? Let me check in chat. We could go with Dizzy. Dizzy Diana doesn't have a dupe yet. How about our Meep here will become Dizzy Diana? That should work out just fine. Dizzy, welcome to the game. Of course, you will get your own skill point as soon as I find you. There you are. And we're gonna send you down probably directly to farming. We have a lot more farming going on, or will have here very shortly. So we're gonna go a third farmer. And yeah, go from there. Croc right here can now go into astronomy, might as well. Amir, something like that. Probably still first and foremost into improved carrying, but we also use a lot more power, so we probably with +2 machinery. In this case here, we're going to go +2 machinery. Yeah, let's do that. That would be electrical engineer. You get a new hat, of course. Do not comply right here. Is already down demolition, and of course likes to carry, might as well. Doc, super duper hard digging. Our second black hat, welcome. And words, improve construction. Absolutely. Improve construction too. Very, very nice. If you make me a mechatronic, it would be a canon event because I adore mechanics and electronics. I'm pretty sure that is your dupe though. Am I wrong about that? Yes, you are becoming a mechatronics engineer. It will happen. And Jenkins is a level 2 engineer. Thank you very much, Jenkins, for becoming a brand new member to the channel. And that, of course, also means the next dupe has your name written all over it. Most definitely. Thank you very, very much. I truly, truly appreciate the support. All right, looking very, very nice. Just need to have a dupe that actually does here in the middle what they're supposed to do. That will also mean a new wire. and also mean a new liquid pipe. I think my dupe had decorating. Where's the Admiral? No, which dupe had decorating? I can't recall. Elfie has decorating besides crop tending. Didn't we have a second one? Nope, it was only Elfie. And the Admiral, what did you have? You have improved carrying, so depending on how high we can push the morale, you will definitely go first the improved construction tree and may as well become a mechatronics engineer later on, because building and mechatronics engineering is of course a beautiful combination right there. So yeah. Okay, we just need to build those few buildings, those few pipes right here, and we should be good to go. The only thing that I also want to do is, so I can automate it, obviously I don't need to, but so I have some kind of control over it. I can turn this pump here off whenever I want to. Can put in just this little doodad right here, our hydro sensor. That should help us. And look at all the oxygen that we have now down here. Looks like we are not really picking up all of our oxalite in the speed that we should. Otherwise, that wouldn't be happening. So dupes, get your shit together and grab that stuff and bring it up top here. We also getting slowly but steadily into the area where we need to turn our sconces back on. So let's do precisely that. Let's re-oxygenate. Make our base breathable again. You can always cut the wire if you want to stop pumping. You're right about that. You do have a really good point about that, actually. You know what? In this case, that makes perfect sense. We cut the wire if we want to stop it. Oh, look at this. We also have our first little flocks right here, which is very nice to see. Doesn't help us, though, because we neither have a critter killer due to a lack of fluid water, and we also don't have any space in here. We do need more food, though. We are still hovering pretty low on it, and it seems like... I was about to say, it looks like they're not actually harvesting, but they are harvesting, so it's okay. Being able to breathe in the base would be nice. It's all overrated. All this here is done, so the last thing missing is literally a few pieces of pipe. Could be, please, for the love of God, get a few pieces of pipe. Matter of fact, it's even more pipe that we need. All the way over here. MOBBA, make our base breathable again. Already working on it. We do have still 1100 kilograms of oxalite though, so that is okay. We do need to find a more permanent solution though, so we may have to go with a spalm again. We wanted to do something else, but it looks like we may have to go for a spalm once again though. I mean, it did work like a charm last time, so it should work this time as well. We can always still come up with a different solution later on and get started with the spalm, and then after that, we can always turn it off, for example, and go ahead and use the alveos once we actually get over here. I just don't really want to make a priority getting over here right now. I feel like we can do better things than trying to mess with that directly at the very beginning. And again, having one available, and with one I of course mean a spalm, is always a good thing. Better having it not needed than the other way around. So I would say, in anticipation that this here is going to happen, I'm going to go ahead and give this here the highest priority, so it actually gets done. It looks like the dupes really don't like it. And then with a normal building priority, we're going to build us a spalm down here from scratch. Thankfully, that is a very easy undertaking. We just gotta plop in basically the blueprint and be done with it. Right on the side here, we're gonna need a wall, a big wall. How big? We need to figure that out once we get to it. Airflow tiles, though, gonna be a little bit easier. We're just going to build them 3 tiles away from the top border. We need a total of 4. Then we need, where are we at? An airlock door here, an airlock door there, and then another 4. Up here, we are going to build us electrolyzers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then another wall that comes down here. Another wall down here on the bottom, doesn't have to be this long, but we're just measuring. In ventilation, we will need gas pumps. One right here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down here on the bottom. Literally this simple. Please cancel everything. And then more insulated tiles that come along. Not down here on the bottom though. And then last but not least, the dupes have to get in and out of there somehow. So we are going to cancel this, deconstruct that, and dig up everything that's in there in any way, shape, or form. One thing though that I can't forget about is of course a normal tile. And the normal tile is going to be right there. Easy. Very, very easy. Now I just have to get started on building it. It is on a number 5 priority, not on a number 9, so they should do this here first, I would hope. Okay, what did I miss? I admit I was painting the porch for a bit. We are building a little bit of a spawn down here on the bottom, and over here on the left side, we are building us a petroleum generator fed by this ethanol up here on the top, so we can then power a liquid tapidizer to melt ice. That's basically all you missed. Do we by now have an automatic dispenser? Yes, we thankfully do. Very good. Very handy. With our automatic dispenser, we're gonna go ahead and we are gonna build us an infinite storage. The way that I like to do it is something like this here. One more. There we go. Not like that, like this. That too low. There we have it. Had it right the first time. And then all we need, an automatic dispenser here and an automatic dispenser there. Actually, don't even need to build the extra one. That's good enough right there. We just need to get this here going for a tiny little bit. We will get a bunch of hydrogen out of it, which will be, of course, very nice, because it will also help us alleviate our power problems a tiny little bit. Gotta keep that in mind as well, of course. This here is just the general outline. Obviously, it's completely bare bones with buildings and walls. It doesn't have any wires, it doesn't have any automation, and it does not yet have any kind of piping either. That worked out last time around. We tried it in the beta. This exact system here worked like a charm, so I assume it will work again. Hopefully, once again, without any bigger issues. And once we have this one here up and running, then we can try to come up with some more exotic things. Like, for example, as we said earlier, the LBOs right here. Eat them from the CO2 vent that's up here on the very top left. The generator is sitting on the plants and freezing. Wait, what? The generator is freezing? What am I missing, Dizzy? The generator is freezing. Gonna spill over, not raining. Oh, where is it coming out? It is coming out right here. Okay, so I was wrong. Ah, well. What do we fix this quickly? Just by making this here wider and calling it a day. I could have sworn it comes out in the middle. Well, apparently not. Live and you learn. That's how it goes sometimes. Or the generator can be moved to the left. What would be easier? I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it matters too much. Right here, they of course built a mesh tile. We are going to move our generator over one. Let's deconstruct it. What we will also need is this one here set to ethanol. Because we will get some, and we already have some. Let's build it again, and let's build it one over to the left. There it is. In F2, get rid of this. And of course, the automation wire can now be a little bit shorter too, which allows us to get 10 whole kilograms back of our wonderful, wonderful iron that we used before. I'm still worried a little bit about food though. Did they maybe in any way, shape, or form stop the food being so efficient from the beta? Because we had a lot more food with the exact same setup. We also had 11 dupes, I believe. I think the highest we ever had was 13. True, I didn't even think of that. Polluted, we will have polluted ice anyway. Which really doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form, does it now? I think it just saves us sand. Have we actually found any sand? I don't think we have any. Let me think about that. I don't think we have seen any. We have 7.4 tons, but I don't know where those came from. Like, I at least not actively remember seeing any sand. I also don't see any sand. No, the pipe is not reachable. Huh. Where is our sand coming from? Am I crazy? Did I set the wrong thing up here? No, I didn't. Where is sand? No, the sand didn't come from the rock crusher because we have used the rock crusher only once so far, and that was iron ore to iron. It does make 50 kilograms, okay, of sand. Good. But we should only have 2 tons from it, and we have 7. Where did the other 5 tons come from? Here I see some sand. Maybe there was some hidden in this area right here, and I just didn't pay attention to it. That may well be. That it's hidden here somewhere. I don't see it on first glance. Well, we have it. I guess I shouldn't be complaining about something that we have. In agriculture, we're going to do everything. In consumable ore, we're going to do everything. Cultivatable soil, filtration medium, industrial ingredients we can do. Yep, industrial products, liquefiables we're not going to do. Medicine we're going to do. Metal ores for sure. Miscellaneous is abyssalite, we can do that as well. Organic, not the polluted dirt though. And raw minerals, everything. Refined metals, everything. And seeds, everything as well. And of course we're going to set it to sweep only and copy the settings over to the other one. And while we're at it, suppress current. So we get rid of that annoying error message that will show up there forever. But yeah, now when we try to pick something up, for example in our bedrooms, let's say, it will just nicely go into our automatic dispensers right here. So that's going to be good. And at least we have some kind of central storage where our dupes can reach it. John kind of says, I want this DLC, but I got to finish fixing the fact the porch is falling off my house first. That is, of course, indeed a problem. You can put sand on the list at the right by clicking on the item, brings you to them right. Yeah, very true, we could do that. But the truth is, we have it, and I don't really care too much where it came from as long as we have it. Of course, we have now a bunch of carbon dioxide in here. Other than that, though, the petroleum generator is missing liquid intake. Gotta extend that pipe here by 1. And at that point, we then can go ahead to set this here to 95 and 5, so it's always on. We can then go ahead and go enable auto bottle right here. And with enable auto bottle, they should grab it from the ice liquefier and bring it over here to the bottle emptier. That is at least the general idea. Also got to give it a high priority or it will never happen. And then right here, we're going to say, send a green signal if below 7 degrees. That's fine right now. We just need to get water in here without it freezing instantly. That is the most important thing. Enough water, to be precise, to actually get the water level high enough for the liquid tapidizer to turn on. That is really the main thing that we are trying to accomplish here. We're also not researching anything right now, and that's fine. Not a colony achievement. What do we have? Nothing again. That's definitely a bug if I've ever seen one. And choose a blueprint. What do we have? A pom-pom knit suit. Unless we have a really good dupe, I want that suit. Ranching, tidying, farming, increased husbandry, immune to food poisoning. Decrease the core. That would be actually a pretty good dupe. We have Amari and with cooking and tidying. Don't need that. We could bring Ari on. Yeah, I think we're going to get Ari. Let's bring our total count up to 12, and I think we're going to leave it there for a hot minute, honestly. So yeah, Ari is actually a pretty damn good dupe. And Ari is of course going to become our newest member to the channel, and that is Jenkins. Let me double check that I wrote that correctly. Yes, that looks good. And Jenkins, welcome to the game. Of course, in skills, we immediately going to get you down D. Probably not a farmer, honestly. That would make 4 total. That should be more than enough for a long, long time, honestly. Yeah, you're gonna go farming. Septimus is here. Says hello. Hello, Septimus. How are you doing today? I'm glad you could make it. Is it set to high priority? Yes, we have it set to a number 9 priority with enable auto bottle. So we will see if we can get enough water in here at a temperature that is, yeah, we actually need to probably, no, we should be fine. As long as I leave it at 7 degrees, it should be okay. Just enough water to get it high enough across here. Have a fractured shoulder, so not too great. Oh, I hate to hear that. Really sorry. That truly sucks. Hope you're overall alright though, other than that. Do we have an area with eggs for a proper Leroy? Not yet. No, we don't. It looks like this here is almost built, so we can then put the rest of the infrastructure in. Obviously, not only that, we also need to get all the stuff out of here. That's important. We will probably also need one extra thing, and that is probably more iron. I don't foresee us having enough to build our wires as we need them. Usually something that I do is something like this here. And then down here on the bottom, it's 200, 400, 600, 800, 1,000, 1,200, roughly 1,300 something. That should be good enough. And we do not. Do we have just enough for everything? Not entirely sure. We're not going to wait to find out, though. We're going to make us 20 more. All right. So that is, of course, our wiring. The wiring is not everything, though. In F6, we also need to build us in radiant liquid pipes. So we will need even more refined metal that we currently don't have, which is going to be another issue that we have to solve. But for right now, up here, we will need a liquid pump. And the liquid pump will be set up with an insulated pipe that just comes through here all the way to the bottom. That we can set up as well. And then last but not least, in F7, we will need in ventilation insulated gas pipes that look something like this. And then, of course, on the top right here also. But I don't know yet where I'm going to pump this gas, so I don't know where I want to go, so you need to do this later. I said last but not least. Yeah, and it will be last but not least because we do not have enough metal. We also need some automation in here. So yeah, we will need actually much more metal. Increase that to 40, will you? All right. Our spawn should be up and running here somewhat soon. Which will then also increase the output from our petroleum generator here a little bit. Just to keep it running long enough to get enough hydrogen. So we then can produce power from the hydrogen. And when we then have power from the hydrogen, we can then go ahead and get us some steel. And can get started on taming the... Where is it at? Over here. The copper volcano. Yes, we can already take a look at that bad boy. Nothing's really stopping us from doing so. So we can see what that thing is all about over here. And I don't forget where it's at. That is also helpful. We are out of oxalite. Everything is used. So that is all the oxalite currently that we have in the world, other than what's still buried. So if push comes to shove, which it may, we may have to dig into those oxalite deposits all around the base here once again to keep us alive up until we can get this bad boy here working. Aside from that, yeah, I'm good. Hurts like hell sometimes though. I can imagine. I can imagine. I am thankfully lucky enough that, knocking on wood, so far have never broken a bone in my body. I hope it stays that way if at all possible. That is something that I have really no interest in finding out. How that feels. At least I can play Oxygen Not Included one-handed unlike most of my other games. That's very true. That does come in handy if you like games like that. Like if you would like, let's say, first-person shooters, probably not like that. Admiral says, gotta go. Bye all. Thanks for the Dupe beer. Thanks for the sub. Do not comply. Yes, Admiral, thank you very much for joining. I truly appreciated that you were here. And I hope I see you the next time around. Have a good rest of your day. Okay, looking all good. We just need more iron. Lots more iron. Thankfully, Keonis is on the job of literally hammering it out. Or punching it out, however you want to look at it. We are back up also to 14.2 tons of wood, which is good. How's the heat production down here? I mean, it does produce a little bit more than I'm comfortable with, since we're using it so much, but at the same time, it could be a hell of a lot worse. So I'm not too worried about it. Right here, our storage bins. That ice that we are putting in here is of course coming from right here. I believe that our water level is now high enough. No, it's only 180 kilograms. We do need more water in here. So our ice liquefier needs to keep at it just enough that we can go ahead and be sure that this liquid tapidizer here turns on when we need it. Because if those storage bins here are full with ice, it will of course cool down the temperature of our water. We can already see it all the way over here on the right. So yeah, that is certainly something that we need to keep in mind. And on top of using those storage bins, we can just dump literally ice in here as well. So that is the other option available to us. We're probably going to do something like that eventually. So we might as well put a mesh tile in here and grab us an automatic dispenser that we can then put right there. So that's definitely going to be good. I am actually considering putting a second flux wrench up here, but that would mean we are getting even less food. And I'm not really inclined to go down that route right at this moment. We do need more food though, so I should probably go ahead and put just more farm tiles up here on the top. Might as well. Maybe make it even longer. Why not? Let's make it all the way across here and put more pike apple bushes in. Because it's not going to hurt anything, so that should be okay. Slime Lung was lethal for starters. I do remember back in the day when I started to play the game and I first time encountered Slime Lung, it scared the living crap out of me until I realized that it doesn't really do much. And it's easy to handle. But at the time, I was scared to death of that stuff, honestly. Okay, down here is our copper volcano. My god, it's dormant right now. God, that hurts. We don't have any steel or nothing to do anything with it, but it is currently dormant. That would be the perfect opportunity. But unfortunately, we just cannot. We just cannot just build a tamer around it. Which truly sucks, but here we are. Zombie spores? Yeah, by the time I found zombie spores, I already knew that how to handle them, so it wasn't that big of a deal anymore. We do have snow in here that we need to get out somehow. For example, why not? Literally just anywhere. For example, right over here. Yeah, let's build us another automatic dispenser. The automatic dispensers really don't need to be in a hole, they just can be. We're just going to build one right here that we're going to set to snow. Because right at the moment I am not letting snow being put in here, and I'm also not putting it in there. So we are just going to put it right there. Why tame the volcano when it can melt ice for free? Because this map here, this DLC, is all about conserving the cold for as long as possible and then later on producing it yourself. Let me take a look at this pike apple bush right here. It needs to have at a maximum -14 degrees. The phlox, for example, is not really too happy if it is above, well, 100 C, I guess that would be okay. But the pike apple bushes are an issue at -14. So we do want to conserve as much heat as possible, and that is really true for all the other plants as well. The plume squash right here, -14. The bonbon tree, -15 on the high end. So all of those plants that we have in the beginning are all very, very prone to overheating. So we need to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why I'm not just uncovering it. I found a water geyser on my Frosty map that I'm going to need a steel pump for because I have no gold. Yeah, there is no gold. I think that is a common issue. The phlox will get very hungry if the pike apple won't grow. Exactly. That is the actual problem with the phlox. The phlox will survive it up until it starves to death. That is. But melting water is certainly something that I'm always a fan of. It's just a matter of finding the right location to melt said water. We could dig a little bit further over here to the left to see what else we can uncover. How about that? Let's just go along here until we hit the abyssalite. Not into the abyssalite though, please. And then just come up here. Along, across, straight over. And then build, or better to say, dig us something like this here, just so we can see a little bit more of what's going on this map. What do we have here? That's a hell of a lot of obsidian in the middle of nowhere. These are all built. What do those actually need? That's phosphorite. And phosphorite we have 30 tons, so I'm not too worried about it. Let's copy the settings and plop them in here. And let's get us a nice stock of food here. And then right here, I expect to find something right there. What are you? You are a water geyser. So we did now officially find the water geyser that was just mentioned not too long ago. So we have one. We already saw it on the star map too. What does the star map say now though? Look at this. Yeah, it's clearly still bugged. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that it shows us plus 9. Earlier it was 9 plus, it was 10 plus 8. Now it's 9 plus 8. So one just poof disappeared. And we already had the water geyser at that point in here. I'm 100% sure of it. So yeah, there's still some kind of bug going on with this overview light right here. I'm sure they will fix that eventually. It's also not the end of the world or anything. I'm just saying that is certainly not how that should work. You can also, I suppose, dig this stuff here up. Might as well get rid of it. It's just in the way anyway. And all this liquid carbon dioxide can't just drop down here and hopefully become actual carbon dioxide once it hits our farm tiles, if they're not too cold. We will see how that goes. Other than that, anything else interesting over here? Well, I do have a feeling I know what's in there. The anti-entropy thermal nullifier, of course. So we found that bad boy as well, which is nice. Yeah, but that's about it. Alright, we have our water geyser. The only problem is it pumps out water at a nice, nifty 95 degrees. So that is a problem. Just a matter of what can we do with that kind of heat. Because also with our spawn right here, it is highly important that we cool down our oxygen coming out of here. Because if we just pump it into the base, we are overheating once again our pike apple bushes. So all these are like these challenges that this new DLC brings with it. And solutions for it will have to be found. We have unpermitted food. Yeah, because we're completely out of pike apples. That is a problem. So we literally have to dig into our shareberry store, I guess. But may that be as it is. We should now get more than enough with all those additional ones growing here on the top. Shouldn't be a problem anymore for long. We need to finish this here, though. That is somewhat more important. First of all, the water that's coming out of here. We need it to cool down the oxygen that's already in here. That's why we need iron. That is the main reason. We're just going to come up here, not like this, and all the way through. That is, of course, highly, highly expensive. We need even more iron than that. My goodness. So much iron. Thankfully, that is almost all that we need. Just need a little bit more here. That should be okay. How much more are we making? 6. Go back up to 20. And hammer it out. And then over here, this one here we already set to snow. So they should be able to now get rid of all of the stuff that's down here on the bottom. Which is, of course, perfect. And Words is here, getting the job done. Hi guys, if I use a CO2 purifier in addition to polluted water, will the CO2 disappear and will I have oxygen and not need to use an oxygen generator? When you say CO2 purifier, are you talking about the carbon skimmer right here? Because the carbon skimmer right here does not produce oxygen. But you can hook it up to a sieve and make it an endless loop. Yeah, so the carbon skimmer, and I can do that real quick, just so you can see what that looks like. Usually what you would do, damn it, is you would build one. Usually plop, just so you have 360 degrees around its space. You would get rid of this area right here, all around it. Then you would go ahead and grab a water sieve. Let's see, a water sieve. And you plop the water sieve somewhere right here. And then you go ahead in plumbing and grab yourself a pipe, insulated pipe, whatever it may be, and go from the output of your carbon skimmer over to the input. And then from here, you're literally going back. Now all that you need to do is you need to feed water into this bottom piece of pipe right here. Just standard water. And as soon as the water is in here and this pipe here is full, basically all you have to do is cut off your water supply. Give both of those your power, and this here will be an endless loop. Because this here does actually clean your polluted water that's coming out of here and makes it water again. And this one here needs water and creates polluted water. It's an endless loop, and all it needs is power and sand to work. So that is the standard setup for a carbon skimmer, but it does not produce oxygen in any way, shape, or form. Endless till it freezes. Well, on this map right here, it may be a problem potentially. I haven't tried that yet. But even then, with insulated pipes made out of igneous, you could even be okay. Where's this water coming from? Do we have ice melting up here, literally? Sure as hell looks like it, doesn't it? We should probably clean these two here up, because they currently have a wood heater in it. And by the way, how many beds do we have? We have 4, we have 8, 9, 10, 11, and we have 12 dupes. Yeah, that is an issue. Let's get rid of this one right here. And plop it back in. And also, we haven't looked at the schedule in a while. We need to move one dupe to the other schedule. Who are we going to put down there? We do have one rancher, one farmer down here. So I think Jenkins right here is going to go to the night shift. And if we get even more dupes, we still have a late shift as well that we can utilize from there on. We do have the printing pod. Good catch. We are going to take Oxalite. Not even going to look at the dupes. Anything is better right now than nothing. Up until we can get the system here up and running. And it's really not a constraint of dupes. It's really a constraint of Rock Crusher. And I don't want to build a second one. So there's that. Our water in here has now reached 548 kilograms. That should be more than enough, theoretically speaking. And I guess right here, we are gonna say, just for a minute, to drop some ice in here. Ice without going for, and the question is, are they gonna grab it out of here? Where are they gonna get the ice from? To drop it down here into this area. And then we're gonna turn it back off, so the ice can actually melt without it being in there. Yeah, of course, we are now in an endless loop, as always. Okay. We're gonna go sweep only again. Let's grab us a little bit more ice up here and just throw it in there. 3,500 kilograms, a little bit more, boys. A little bit more, 3,900. That should be sufficient. There we go. We're gonna leave this one here empty for right now. There's another schedule mod which will make a new schedule and move new dupes to that schedule automatically, if that would be more helpful to you. I'm pretty sure this mod here can do that. I'm pretty sure I just turned that off. Because I would like to have manual control over it. I don't just want random dupes with random skills be moved to random schedules. I would like to have it like, you know, a builder in every one, a farmer in every one, that kind of thing. Jenkins says I'm sleeping on the floor. You're also sleeping in the cold right now. So, not sure if that's better or worse, but here we are. You get your... Actually, can we just switch beds? Because if at all possible, I would like to avoid to build another one right this very moment if we can. Who has either a suit or the skill? I guess we can literally just move you down here. Here's Dizzy assigned, here's Words assigned, Elfie is assigned, and Jazz. Who did I give? I think it was Croc. Where is Croc's cot? Because I do know for a fact Croc is right here. That is of course a problem. And it wasn't just Croc, it was also, who did we give the suit? I think it was Keonis. Croc has the suit and Keonis is actually the dupe that has the ability, or the trait better to say. Where is Keonis' cot? Probably also here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so that doesn't work. We are going to move... Yeah, no matter what I do, it will never work out with the way that we have it. I cannot help it. I have to build another heater for right now because we don't have enough suits. But that's okay. What mods do you use? I have an entire list of mods. It's pretty extensive. I can show it real quick here. You can always find it at all times up to date in my Discord. Let me pull it up real quick. Right here. Pinned messages. In my Discord, you can at all times find this list. Last time updated on the 14th of July, so it is very, very accurate. And these are all the mods that I have currently installed. And each and every one of those are turned on, with the exception of the batteries charge sensor and Rocketry Expanded. We are going to use Rocketry Expanded most likely later, but right at this moment, this one here is turned off by those. Those are all of them. I should probably also throw iron onto the screen so we can see how much we have. We can build our last few pieces of pipe that we require and then also start on the automation. Yes, we should probably go with a mammoth ranch of some kind. And a wild one does sound like a very nifty idea, honestly. What I want to do in here is, and that's not something you would probably usually do, I want to have signal switches. 4 of them. Yes, that will cost us extra iron, but I can't help that because I want to be able to individually control all those electrolyzers right here. That is going to become very, very important later on. And then in automation, we are going to grab us an Atmos sensor, one of them that lives right here, one here, and one there. And then, of course, wires that we currently can't afford, but the moment we can, we will put those in a special way as well. So, yep, also that has to be done. Ethanol. We do have ethanol, don't we? And ethanol is actually a pretty good material for an infinite storage. And I think last time around we just went with gas tanks and whatnot. Should we go with an infinite storage? The only benefit is that it costs us less power. And that is something that we are currently short on. Yeah. That is the truth of it, isn't it? I guess we will go ahead. Can I see lead on the map? There is not any. There's no lead here on the map. None. Maybe there's some further down, I don't know. But I don't think there's any lead on this map at all. Let's see. Yes, there is. Like I said, maybe on the very bottom. Because right at the moment, we haven't even seen any. Next to the spawn? That's iron. That's phosphorite. There's no lead. Nope. This is wolframite. The other side. Oh, of course. Yes. Okay. There is lead because it's around the uranium. But that's the only lead that we have. That is literally it, though. That just spawns in because of the uranium. And I think even the other stuff around here where other uranium is, there's nothing. Nothing at all. Not even a drop. So yeah. That is, of course, another issue because lead would be perfect to have right now. Usually everybody hates lead, but this time around, it would be a great thing to have. Also, I do want to build this here differently. Snip that off and bring the wire through here. There you go. Very good. This here is coming together as it should be. There should be more lead in the oil biome. Yeah, that's what I meant. If so, then it's down here, somewhere on the very bottom of the map, where we have not yet ventured. By now, though, what we could do is, now that we have this LVO down here, we could go ahead and dig just further down with this side here as well. Because at this point, it really doesn't hurt us anymore. A tiny bit of hydrogen here, but again, also that doesn't hurt us in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, let's double check our spawn. Let's see what we have here. In F2, we have power coming out, as that should be. That's perfect, as a matter of fact. In F6, we have piping. That's not connected. That is not good. Let's make that happen. Something like this will do. In F7, we still don't know where we're going to go with our hydrogen, though. Where are we going to go with our hydrogen? Let's figure that out before anything else. We need probably... It could just plop some tanks over here for oxygen. I think that is a good way. Mercury is free energy. Yes, we have discovered that in our last stream, which was a hell of a lot of fun to mess around with that, honestly. Let's just build us a tank here, a tank here, a tank here, and a tank here. That works perfectly. Those are 4 tanks. Each one of those tanks here now holds 1,000 kilograms instead of 150, so that is definitely an upgrade. And that is where our oxygen is going to go. Our hydrogen, though. Where should we produce power? Probably rather further down than further up, quite honestly. And probably just somewhere here in the middle. I think that is probably the best place for it to be. Let's tinker around with that for a second here. I think right over here and right over here. Yes, that is exactly what that should look like. We need one space in between and we're going to come all the way over to here. When we put in power, some hydrogen generators in here, we can fit exactly 4, which is more than enough for right now. Can put in another row of 4 above it that we are not going to build yet because it's complete overkill. We also don't have enough metal ore. Wait, what? We don't have enough metal ore? How do we not have enough metal ore? I guess we have to dig out more iron ore? Seriously? Didn't see that becoming an issue yet. I guess I should have paid more attention to it. I even have it on the screen and I still didn't notice it. There's that. Either way around, that's 3 high. And above the 3, we're going to put insulated tiles, again, 3 high. Something just like this here. We can build... None of this here yet. Let's leave that alone. But other than that, we can dig all of this here out. All the way across here. And then we're just going to have some storage right above it. That should work without an issue. This here, of course, is also not going to fly the way it is, obviously. We're going to put in a little bit of a floor right here on each and every one of them. And then we're going to go ahead and put some kind of ladder in here as well. That just comes all the way to the top right there. That will be more than sufficient for our use case here. And on the bright side, it will of course give us extra iron ore as well. Another melted tile. Ha, by now it's going further and further, huh? Yeah, that is the problem with those wood heaters right here. But that is okay. And now we have more than enough wood that we can finish our floors completely throughout without any repercussions. We still have 12.2 tons left over. So no more issues in that department. And also, of course, an insane amount of decor coming out of nowhere. That's also why our dupes are still extremely happy and don't really care about a thing. Even though we have nothing done for them other than building a great hall, but that is really the end of it. But thank you, Diana. That was very good paying attention right there, because I didn't see it. Now we have 770 kilograms in here. This one here is turned off. And yeah, if our temperature of our water goes on this tile right here below 7 degrees, then our liquid tablet acid will turn back on. And we are slowly but steadily melting away on all this ice right here. Everything that's in here, including even the ice that's laying around, like these 240 kilograms here, are going to be molten here in a second. That's going to be good. These 240 kilograms here as well. And these 932 kilograms shouldn't take very long either. So we are slowly but steadily just filling this here up by adding more ice. We can also turn off enable auto bottle by now. Not necessary anymore. Alright, plenty to build. We do need to get our power production up and running. That is highly, highly important though. Why use insulated tile on that tank if you have a spawn below to heat it up? Well, originally I didn't mean to build a spawn, but you know, every once in a while it comes differently. That would of course been a good thing to just heat it up with the hydrogen that comes out of here and the spawn, the overall power production here. That would have saved us a little bit. But overall, it's probably not going to make that big of a difference. We could still change it. And we might. I don't know. We will see. Because I also don't want this here to get too hot. So the water temperature in here is really a balancing act. You want it hot enough that it melts ice. But you don't want it hot enough to heat up your entire base. It's a real issue, honestly. Do you want the insulated underneath as well to protect the LVO? The LVO also, it goes up to 0 degrees. It should take us a hot minute to get to that measure. We will see though. We can always replace it down here on the bottom without a big issue though. Should be okay. And didn't you want to build one extra tile right here so the dupes can actually get there and dig this out? I guess not. Thankfully, we have 2 natural beeswords right here, which also produce additional cold. Definitely helpful. Gonna leave those alone. Definitely not gonna be touched. But I do like the idea with the wild Bamas. So theoretically, if we build a stable, we wrangle him, we throw him in there, and we just do not ever groom him, but just shear him, that should work without an issue to get some fibers out of him, right? It's just a matter of a good location where we have also plenty of plume squashes for it in there. But we have also found space, by the way. We made it all the way to right there, which is a very good thing. The only thing that I'm lacking, or not seeing better to say yet, let's go a little bit higher, see if we can see a little bit more here. Can you do dig through Abyssalite yet? Yes, absolutely. No issues in that department at all. Let's see if we can find us some bonbon trees here. And see if... because I would like to get that up and going as early as possible as well. If we see any up here. Which I currently don't, and that worries me. Then why not get the lead? Because There is a twofold reason. Reason A is that it does get warm down here. And once again, bleeding heat is currently my enemy that I want to avoid for as long as possible. And secondly, right at the moment we have this nice alveolar farm right here that I really try to feed more carbon dioxide to because we have plenty around here before we do anything else. And it's like trying to work on several projects at once always ends in a disaster, so I would like to finish this here before we start anything else at all. Bonbon trees will self-plant from space, but it takes a long time. Yes. And that has not happened yet. Another dupe. Before we do anything, what's our food situation? We can't turn the shareberries back off, I would assume. Happily. Shouldn't be a problem anymore, I hope. Honestly, 12 dupes right now seems like a pretty good amount. I think we are going to wait a little bit longer and get us the 100 kilograms of oxalide right now. Probably need those more anyway. Wait, where are you getting water from? Are you still getting water from the ice liquefier even though auto bottle is turned off? Because that would suck. Looks like Brandon is still grabbing water and still bringing it over here. Sure enough. Even with auto bottle turned off. Alright then. I guess we need to turn water off to stop that. And I haven't fixed that bug. Yeah, we discounted that bug before, but I assumed I would have fixed it by release. Apparently not. Because I cannot imagine that that is expected behavior in any way, shape, or form. Either way, though, what are we going to do with our outputs right here? That is my bigger question for right now. We need to come... How are we going to do this? With an insulated pipe. All the way through here to the input. Now we're going to do it differently, I believe. We're going to go high and not low. We're going to come along here to the input. From the output to the input. From the output to the input. From the output to the input. There we go. That has to be done. And then right here with this one, I think we're just going to go right below it, maybe? I don't know exactly what we're going to do to cool that oxygen down. We may have to come up with a custom solution. Because it needs to be much, much colder than what we have right now and what we can accomplish right now. I think temporarily, if we only turn these two on, for example, we can put some radiant pipes in here to help us to accomplish that. But that is not going to be a long-term solution. It can't be, it will not work. But we will find something. I eventually had a full pond of water, yeah, I can imagine. Okay, this here is coming along as well. And then right on top of here, we're just going to build us gas reservoirs. How many can we fit? Only 3. Let's build them over here then, if that is the case. On the bright side though, that leaves us enough space for a smart battery. Might as well do that. William is asking, why do that when you can't just vent it out in cold zone? Because no matter where I vent it out, eventually it will heat up. Obviously, that is a long-term problem and not a short-term problem, right? That obviously is the case. There's no question about it. But at the same time, it's always good to already be aware of those kind of problems and be ready to solve them later on. Because it will happen. It's just a question of time. Let's come through here and into right there. That's what needs to happen. Out and in, out and in. And let's see, do we have now enough iron again to build us our hydrogen generators? Looks like we do. I think we're going to start with the top. That makes the most sense. Saves us the most path, the most resources. Smart battery right here. Should be no problem. We bought wire all the way through it and up to the top. And then, of course, last but not least, in automation, we will need a wire. That should take care of the cables. And now we just gotta hook it up to actually the hydrogen that we will be generating soon. And that we're not going to do like this, though. That doesn't look very nice, does it? Let's do it all the way on the bottom, just along here. There we go. That is what that should look like. Von Rheinland is here. How are you doing, Von Rheinland? I hope the sauna is preheating. Make that bottom hallway into a chilling room. Seal it off with a liquid lock, fill it with H2, and plant a bunch of words in there. Then use aluminum ore pipes instead of radiant gas pipes. I don't think we have aluminum ore, do we? Have we found aluminum yet? No, we haven't. But that would be an idea. Do we have words seeds? We do have 2 word seeds, so that would be an option to just plant it in here. We could try that. We could give that an actual shot. We do have iron ore, yeah. Probably still gonna make it radiant though. And we shouldn't need much because we are currently at negative 40. So 2 or 3 tiles should be all that's required here. And then just for right now, because eventually we will need that as well. We're gonna come out once again insulated. And we are just going to pump our oxygen. Let's say we build it right over here somewhere. Yeah, that will have to do. Just over the tank right here. Doesn't really matter. Should be doable. Alright, that is quite a lot to build, but once we have it, we will be immediately looking insanely better on this map. Wolframite, I don't think I have ever looked too closely at Wolframite specs. Thermal conductivity of 15 and a specific heat capacity of 0.14. We don't care about the specific heat capacity though, but a thermal conductivity of 15 would definitely get the job done. Makes not sense to worry about cooling oxygen. By the time comes, we have insulated the farm and ranches. Well, you do have a point, but I actually want to try to cool the entire base down eventually to negative 40 degrees Celsius and keep it there permanently. If that is going to work out or not, we will see. But I would like to be able to use mercury to build just normal buildings with it, and we will see if that works or not. Somebody brought it up in one of my streams before. If that is doable, and I was like, I like that idea, because I have no idea if it's doable or not. So, somebody's trapped. Oh, Doc, what did you do? How about you dig yourself out of here? The entire map? No, not the entire map. Just the base. Eventually, we will come up basically with an area, build insulated tiles around it. Probably in a pretty big area, though, and try to cool the living crap out of it. Actually, that was already enough. I didn't see that there was already a ladder. Beautiful. Wasn't my fault. Bad supervision. That's usually what my technicians at work say too. I don't know. It sounds very familiar. Our dupes are still not fast enough to get down here and grab the oxalite before it outgasses. That's why we have so much oxygen down here. Well, it's really not a lot, but it is more than enough to be stuck down here, which is a slight issue. I have an unspent skill point. Yeah, we haven't looked in here in a while. You are correct. Admiral gets another one. Emery gets improved carrying. Brandon, more improved carrying. I don't know. I guess it just depends on what kind of hat you like. I think we're gonna leave you on the plumbing hat. I think that looks nice. Croc goes all the way out this time. We can choose between the golden hat and the red one. I guess we're gonna leave him on gold. It's easier visible. Dizzy right here. Probably at the moment crop tending, because we have a lot more crop tending to do than we have ranching. So improved farming 1 hat. Elfie is already critter ranching 2, gets now crop tending. Jenkins, I would go with the same, for the same reason. Crop tending, it is. Just for right now. Kionis, we don't need hazmat digging, because corium is not something we need right now. What else are you good at, Kionis? Machinery, athletics, and strength. It's not really a hell of a lot to work with here, honestly. I think we go with improved carrying, which is always a good thing to have in the long run. Jazz right here is going to be our first farmer level 2. Improved farming level 2. And words right here. +2 construction. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Very, very nice. Everybody gets new hats, everybody gets new skills. Beautiful. The full supplying and suit wearing lines are good for all dupes, exactly. Usually when I have nothing else to give them, that's the route I send them down. As soon as we are producing oxygen, we can then also start going ahead with some suits. Of course, we need BAMs for that, but that shouldn't be that big of an issue. It's just really sad that we have so little ethanol available. That really sucks, honestly. Because at the end of the day, all it means is just more work. That's what it comes down to. Okay, let's also go ahead and extend this fire pole right here. Actually, no, we don't, because we only have 7,000 kilograms worth of iron ore. We have all this iron ore right here, but now I really hate digging it out, because currently all it provides is thermal mass. Do we have another big area somewhere? Yes, over here. That is what we are going to be digging out. We're just going to go along here, and once we reach the end of the line, we're just going to go up here on the top, too high across, and dig all of this stuff here out. From Rhineland, I missed your message earlier. Just back from an infusion, 3 ice balls with menthol crystals in it, and 1 bucket with lemon in it. Nice. But next weekend is the hated day of a sauna owner. Oven has to be cleaned, stones be changed, and the benches need to be sanded so everything looks good again. I mean, yeah, it's probably a lot of work, but at the same time, it will feel and look so much better the moment it's done, doesn't it? Okay, we just need to build this stuff here. That's basically all we're waiting for. Then we will need more iron, though. Currently we have 5 kilograms, that ain't it. Because our petroleum generator will not only power our liquid tapidizer, but it will also have to power this here for startup. And to be able to power this here for startup, we will need in power, of course, a large power transformer and some conductive wire. That is something that we will not be able to get around here. On the bright side, though, it looks like that, yeah, all this here has been built. So the nice thing is we can just snip this off, snip that off. Very, very neat. And then we can go ahead and set the Atmos sensor right here to probably above 10,000. And this one here to above 1,000, that's already correct. And this one here to above 750 to start with. And later on, I'm going to lower it down to 500 grams. That should be perfect for our purposes right here. And of course, we have all these pumps in here, which will automatically create a beautiful, beautiful vacuum. We do have ice over here, so apparently we need to set this one here to ice as well, or we will not be able to get rid of it. Definitely don't want to have that water in there. William says on the bright side, the sauna is not handled by dupes. Yeah, for real. Imagine that disaster. Try to get them to clean it, then you end up not having one anymore. Yeah, the other problem is that our carbon dioxide down here is actually liquefying because it's so freaking cold. That is also why our LVO bearers here are not working at max output. That is also something that has to be kept in mind. That is a very true statement. But yeah, we literally need to build this stuff here, and I really don't see why the dupes are not working on it, so... If we can't get him to do something, let's make him. Let's see if now something happens. Our snow tiles up here on the top will melt eventually too, but at the moment it still looks okay. Wood, we are at 12.5 tons, and we have another printing pod available, so let's take a peek here. All this sucks, I can already tell. Doctoring, rocketry. Germ resistance. Snoring. Heart digging. Those two here truly both suck. I guess we're gonna get us the seeds even though we won't need them for anything, but better have them and not need them. Maybe we will come eventually across some kind of use case for it. Automated space heater next to the LV Vera. Yeah, we could do something like that. Once we have actually a power supply over here, a proper one. Which we are most definitely lacking right now. So once that is up and running, then we can think about doing something along those lines here. Seeds feed the fish maybe? I don't know if there are any on this map. I guess we will find out eventually if there are actually any here or not. I don't recall seeing any in the beta, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Come on, dupes. Get it built so we can turn it on, so we can pump out some beautiful, beautiful oxygen. At the same time, though, I do need this ice here to melt. How are we looking? Negative 13 degrees, negative 12. Negative 11. It is getting there, slowly but steadily. And Doc earned a skill point. Might as well improve construction. There you go. Looks like our food is increasing. What do the stats say? Last cycle we produced 12k and we consumed 12.7k. But the 5 cycle average says we are producing 16.8k and we are consuming 12k. So generally speaking, we should be making more than we are consuming, which is a good thing. Let's see. We could use these mammoths down here on the bottom, maybe. Or maybe above us. Not entirely sure what the smarter move here is. Where do we have a few of those bloom squashes? Right here we have a couple, but one of them is out of reach. You don't even have one at all. No, you do have one. You have one. You have also only one. And this here we can't reach. Ow. Oh, because it's 3 high. That's my mistake. That implies that your dupes didn't eat for 4 cycles before last cycle. I think that's a bug. I think we are getting more food though. I mean, we have to get more food right now. With all these pike apple bushes, there is no way in hell that we are losing food right now. We need to get more right now, just judging from the pure amount. Yeah, our breathability is still slightly decreasing, 50%. Found my material teleport input in the space biome. Usually they're pretty close together, so my output is down here, so my input should also be somewhere here. You would think, but who knows. Why are we still not building this here? Are we out of granite, or what's the deal here? We're definitely not out of granite. Absolutely not. So why are we still not building it? What am I missing here? That should be way more than you need for 12 dupes. Yeah, I would think so too. So what is happening with my food supply? I would expect it to shoot up like a rocket, but somehow it doesn't. We have so many farmers now. Let's see. Jenkins, farming and ranching. Dizzy is going to be farming and ranching. We have 4 farmers, 4 and ranchers. That should be so much. There's a bug. I'm not sure what it is, but those numbers don't add up. Something doesn't add up. Currently in here, we have only 18 kilograms, sorry, only 30.6 kilograms of pike apple though. Something is fishy. I mean, even if we just assume for a second that our floxes eat everything that's down here, which they don't, this here should be more than enough for 12 dudes. More than enough for 12 dudes. Somehow it isn't though, and I don't understand it. We could go with a farm station, but my point is we shouldn't need it. In any way, shape or form, it should not be needed. But at least the dupes are now starting to finally build something, so that's nice to see. I guess we can always go 10 times speed for a minute here to get this here completed. 2 more pieces of iron right here. Might as well grab them. And right here, how much iron do we have? 1,000 kilograms. That's still not going to be enough though. Let's make us another 20. Don't have a choice. I know it's highly inefficient, but at the moment we truly just don't have another choice. What I'm thinking about though is we might have a choice after all. Let's uncover more of this area down here. Because that is a pretty nice area. If the abyssalite here goes up right here, which I expect it to do because that is certainly what it looks like, that would be the perfect position for a metal refinery. Because we can't just heat this entire area up, melt all the ice in this vicinity right here. What do we have here? Sedimentary rock. Not what I expected to see, but okay. Let's come all the way across here until the ice starts. How dead are those zombie spores? Not very, because it's still pumping it out though. It's also warm. It's the amber fossil. I'm wondering though, if we literally were just to dig up the abyssalite, would it cool down enough that it would actually kill him? Maybe we should test that. If we just get rid of like the abyssalite around here and cool this area here completely down, just by the environment bleeding, or better to say the heat bleeding out into the environment. Can we kill the zombie spores just by doing that and absolutely nothing else? What is the thermal conductivity of algae? 2. Not too shabby, actually. So there is a gap in the abyssalite. Zombie spores survive at a negative 105 degree temperature? Seriously? Zombie spores. Let's take a look. Holy cow. I did not know that. Not gonna lie. I was not aware of that fact. Thanks, William. Okay. Then we don't need to test that because it's completely pointless. But either way though, what was the high temperature? 290, I believe it said. Something insane like that. Yeah, so we can't kill it with heat either. But this area right here overall looks like a good area. There's a lot of abyssalite right here, and a lot of abyssalite right here, with the only exception being right there. And we can plop a metal refinery here. Nothing's really stopping us from doing precisely that. It is close to our power source, which is very nice. And at the same time, we can just dump the heat into this area. And when we are done with melting the ice in this area right here, we can just cool it back down with the anti-entropy thermonullifier because it's right here. So I think that is what I'm going to go for here. That makes the most sense. So let's find us our, not in utilities, in refinement, our metal refinery. You're just going to plop it somewhere somewhere easily reachable for the dupes, somewhere close. Something like this here should do. And then just run some piping down into this general area and dump all the heat into this sucker. Oh yeah, what William said, the Weezword should hurry that up. Absolutely, we can just plant the Weezword up here. Can we see the red overlay here? Sure. Red overlay right here for the Weezwords. We can just plant it right here in the planter, for example. Or what we are going to do anyway is right here, this uranium here, we're going to dig that up eventually one way or another. And we do it like we did it before and just build a door right here. Either way, we'll get the job done. The only thing is if we dig up the Weezword and replant it, we will have to feed it. That's the one thing that is a slight issue. And yeah, of course, the radiation from the Weezword where it's at is not enough to actually go all the way up here. All we need is somewhere right here. Here, for example. A ladder that brings us down here. The only problem that I foresee is that we have polluted ice right here, so we will mix good water with polluted water. We should probably go ahead and set this thing here to polluted ice. And not to sweep only. Only to polluted ice though, not ice and snow. So as soon as we have some polluted ice down here, we can grab it and just bring it. As a matter of fact, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave the polluted ice down there because it's colder. We're just going to build us another one, and we're going to plop the polluted ice. Yeah, who's going to stop us from putting it, for example, right here? There we go. The door will do if you corner dig the spore key. Yes. Just as we did before. Really, being on the cold map changes nothing about the overall strategy here. But okay, it looks like our hydrogen generators are done, our gas reservoirs are done. And up here, we just need a couple more things. It's not too much though. The only problem is that from the size, it just happens to be right here, which means the dupes cannot come down from the top, which sucks a tiny little bit. How about we help out with that by giving this ladder right here, number 9 priority, so build the ladder first, so more dupes can build this stuff right here. That should hopefully help you out. But yeah, other than that, I believe we are done. Let me double check it one last time. F2, everything's correct. F6, everything's correct. F7, everything's correct. And then the automation overlay, everything is not correct. We are still missing right here the wire. Good that I double checked myself. And then we should be good to go to close it off for good and start pumping out the gas. Of course, once again, for that we will need another power transformer, just a big boy. And we will need not only one of them, but 2 of them. Let's see. We can just build our large power transformers theoretically right here. Is there anything stopping us from doing so? Not necessarily. Here, here. Let's plop that in. And let's bring our wire across here. And then we will need a lot, unfortunately, a lot more iron to come all the way across here, because we need to power that from all the way over here. That makes me doubt my decision. If we build it closer here, then we can use our heavy watt wire that does not require actual iron. That may be the better mousetrap in this case, and I think that's what we need to do here. So yeah, let's do it. Large power transformer is gonna live here and there. That should save us a lot of weight. The heat from the transformer will heat up the base. Yes, it will. Eventually we will replace it once we have access to more, but right at the moment we really don't have that much of a choice, honestly. You know, that's just what it comes down to. That we don't have much of a choice. Let's plop them in here. Build our heavy watt wire and come with it through right here. For that we will, of course, a wire bridge right there. In F2, we're going to cut it off. Don't need it anymore. And then replace it with a heavy watt wire coming all the way through here. That should hopefully prevent us from using an insane amount of iron. Might want to leave access to the food. Very true. We maybe want to actually replace our food storage right here and put it somewhere else. Where are we gonna put that thing? Don't have any. I mean, we could make our life very easy though. And the path would also not be any longer. We can't just put it up here. I believe that shouldn't be that big of a problem. We are going to dig us a tiny little bit of a nook right here above it, so we can come in here. And then on the bottom of this nook, we're gonna place us our ration box. Actually makes the pass shorter to get over here, so that's actually a good thing and not a bad thing. I'm gonna put us a proper pass in here, so that it looks somewhat decent. And let's dig this here out as well. As soon as we have that, we just need to put the ration box on a number 9. We do have another printing pod. Give me just a second. We first need to figure this here out. Come on. There you go. We're going to copy the settings from the bottom to the top. And we're going to deconstruct the bottom while digging out those 3 tiles here as well, so we can definitely reach it no matter what happens. And then to fill this here, obviously it's not in CO2 right now. All we literally have to do is dig our way into here. CO2 will come out, and it should be more than enough to fill this here without a problem. We could even do it a little bit smarter and dig through here, honestly. That would probably work even better. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yeah, that's a hell of a lot better. At the moment we have this here dug up, we're just going to get rid of this tile here as well, this ice tile. So it should go relatively straight down. Obviously, that's not how that always works, but it should help. No. Of course. Kionis is first running over here to dig out this quartz, which is exactly what I told Kionis to do, so should be okay. And get me rid of this one piece of ice right here, and we should be okay from there on out. Come on. It's already good though. Didn't even need that. It's totally fine. Yeah, there's so much carbon dioxide in here. It will just sink down here. It doesn't even have a choice. Let's watch that happening until it is completely full on 10 times speed. Shouldn't take very long here until it's all full. And there we have it. Already done. Very nice. And the rest of it can just sink slowly but steadily all the way to the bottom to our alveos. We do need to get this thing here going though. So we probably have to increase this here slightly, so this actually gets done. And then conductive wires need to come out of here and all the way over to the top. And then right here, we will have to do some extra digging right here. Can't help that. Come all the way over to right there. That is what's required. All right. Come on, dupes. Get her done. Oh yeah, what we also haven't done in a long time by now is unlocked our third blueprint. I would say let's take a look at what we have. Please, something good. Please, something good. Nope. We have watermelon gloves. But we did get a flower pot though. Do we have a cot? Oh, we do have cots. A quilt cot. It looks like my grandma uses that. Let's use all 3 of them. How about that? The quilt cot on the bottom. One with the fancy lights. Oh, what the hell is this here? I guess they broke that one, didn't they, huh? Guess we can't use that one. But we can use this one. But they most definitely broke this one here badly. Just some bloody hires. some bloody wires. Chess likes his grandma bed. Try moving the camera away and back. Nope, it's broke. It wasn't broke before because we have used them, but now it's broke. Wow. Alright then. I guess we're gonna use 2 of these and 2 of these. So we have the same amount of everything. Isn't it nice? As soon as someone sleeps in it, that should fix it. Okay. Let's turn the broken one back on, because I actually do kind of want to see somebody sleep in that, just to see what happens. Night is coming, so somebody should be sleeping in here relatively soon. Looks like we're just putting the finishing touches on this here, so that's good. Okay, we do have power up here, which is currently pumping for absolutely nothing, of course. That is a problem, that I didn't notice that. Let's snip this here off before it's too late. Because what we do need, of course, is in ventilation a gas vent right here. So we can get this stuff here out. And then close this here off. No, we can't close it off yet because they haven't built that one wire up here on the top, of course, because why would they build that wire that I told them like 2 cycles ago to build? That would be too boring, I suppose. And also this wire right here only has 720 watts on it. So we should probably bring this wire here up and also hook it up to this pipe. So yeah, that is also something that I really want to have done, please. And in the meantime, this pump here is just going to run. That is why it's running, because the wire is not connected, which sucks. There it is. Now it will stop until I tell it to do it again. And it does fix it. You are correct, apparently. That is nice to see that that works, at least. But as soon as somebody sleeps in it, it does fix it. So that is confirmed. Alright. Will it still be fixed, though, when they wake back up? That's the bigger question, or that's the next question. The answer is yes. How cold is my spawn? Very. Negative 34 degrees. And yes, I do see the water right here. I just choose to ignore it right now. Because we really... I guess we could get rid of the ice. Ice here, and ice here. Get rid of all this stuff. And put it down here into this automatic dispenser, which is set to sweep only. And it should be okay. Now we can close it off though. Everything has been built. And yeah, the only problem is going to be the freezing water on startup. I just remembered that. We are going to not let the water run in there right now. We are going to wait until we have a vacuum. And then we're going to try this one more time. It's still going to be a problem most likely, but it shouldn't be that big of a problem if it's in a vacuum. So, please close this off and let me turn these here on so we can actually create a vacuum. I'm going to go the fast route for vacuum, which looks like this. Once they're built. As a matter of fact, though, you don't even have to do that. Stop it. Everything's closed off. All we have to do is go ahead and turn these here around and create the vacuum. Todd Hurst is here, says, good morning. Good morning, Todd. How are you doing? Hope you're doing all right. There's a piece of iron in your spawn. Damn it. Alright, let's create a vacuum. That should be done in absolutely no time, with a total of currently 5 pumps running. As good as I can be. That is always good to hear. We do not have any kind of storage for polluted dirt, though. I guess we could put polluted dirt in here too, because it really doesn't matter too much, honestly. Let's do it. And then copy the settings to the other one as well. Come on, vacuum, 8 milligrams, almost there, any second now. Any second now, I said. Doesn't look like a small piece either, it's 75 kilograms. And we heated up by now our tiles high enough that we are not actually having frozen water in here anymore. Why are you disinfecting this? Just leave it alone. Same goes for this one. And this one. Okay. Vacuum achieved? Yep, vacuum achieved. Very nice. Just gotta empty out the pipe. Let's do it. Pipe's empty. And we're good to go now, hopefully. We're going to turn all but one off. Easier, we're all gonna turn off. We do not have the water in any way, shape, or form to supply enough water for 4 electrolyzers. So one of them will have to do for right now, and that is exactly the reason why I built this thing here the way I did. I can't choose at any point in automation which of these pumps here are running. Because we snipped off this wire, even without a dupe, I can hook it back up on the left and on the right at will. Which is of course extremely powerful because we don't need a dupe. At the same time though, I want this one here to be above 1000 and this one here to be above 750. That should be all that we need. The pipe itself of course is at negative 33 degrees, but it shouldn't be enough to actually break, I hope. We will see. Nope, I was wrong. It is causing actually a hell of a lot more damage than I thought it would. I thought that the thermal mass of the water is going to be enough. That truly sucks, honestly. That is a lot more damage here than I thought to heat up this bloody pipe. I thought a vacuum would be enough. Apparently I was dead nuts wrong. So, that at least will have us come back in here if we like it or not. Well. Now that we have the water in here though, it's going to be a much, much bigger problem. You have one more sensor wrong? Oh yeah, true. This one needs to be at above. FPP problems, exactly. And that is exactly the kind of stuff that wouldn't happen on any other map, really including Rime. In this map right here, that is a problem though. How can we fix that though? Because even if I open it up, there's just going to be carbon dioxide and whatever else streaming in here at negative 33 degrees. There's probably not a hell of a lot I can do about it, with the exception of trying to pump it out. So that is probably what needs to happen. So let's turn all these here back on. And let's see if we can dig our way back in there and see if we can get it running. In this case here, the only way to really do it is to have the electrolyzer on and running before we close the system, which is the absolute reverse order, as you would normally do that. But we don't have a choice, it will have to happen. So we just need the water to come or be constantly flowing. That is, I believe, the trick here. Somebody fix this. Yeah. Of course, it's still not going to be happy because we have the granite tile right here. These here should have been insulated. That is the main issue right now. That these two tiles, if they would be insulated, we wouldn't have that problem right this moment. Sweep the iron. Yes, sweep everything actually. With a high priority though. Maybe not a 9, but an 8. The only problem is that, yeah, now we don't have a choice that we are not going to get through here. Yeah, we will have to replace those two tiles here with insulated tiles, and that should fix our issue right away. With a high priority, though. They are using the iron for repairs, yes. Up until the point when we finally decided to put some actual insulated tiles in here instead of normal tiles. Then that should be a problem of the past, I believe. Yeah, the standard stuff that happens on a very cool map. It should make it past it now. Yep. We just need to keep it running. Why are we out of power? Sorry, out of ethanol, I mean. Why are we out of ethanol? What am I missing? Ethanol generator, what's your problem? Your problem is you don't have liquid. Why don't you have liquid? Yeah, why don't you have liquid? We do have power. Plenty of power. It goes all the way to the top. Disabled automation grid. What do you mean? What do you mean disabled automation grid? Let's go deconstruct automation. Is there anything here? Oh, this thing here hasn't been running the entire time because I forgot to deconstruct one tile. I see. That's the problem. Got it. It just sucks right now. Because we're cooling down our pipe once again. Now that it's running again, it will take a hot minute to get back down there. Damn it. Back to where we started. A little bit of cold damage, a little bit of cold damage. It's definitely better than it was a minute ago. And now that it's running, we should be able to sustain it, I believe. May have to turn a second one on, at least temporarily. But we do need to go ahead and sweep everything out of here ASAP. And most importantly, whatever is still fluid, mop it up. Just need some dupes to actually do some work. That would be amazing right around now. Where are the 6 dupes that are currently not sleeping? Because right at the moment, we are just wasting resources. That's all we are doing. Especially water and ethanol. Alright, everything in here. Get it out. This one here can now be set to water. We are going to get rid of the liquefier though, before we have that same loop again. Liquefier not necessary anymore. Come on, get that stuff out. Anything else in here? At 10 times speed, thankfully it goes relatively quick. Okay, all that we have still in here are dupes for who knows what reason. If I close this off, will you leave? Please? Yep, the top is good. And the bottom is good. Now, we just need to make sure that we are correct. There is no other tile in here. You can't have anything else in here but oxygen and hydrogen, which we now do. From the looks of it, I don't see anything else floating around. In our pipes, we should have only hydrogen, which we do. Very good. So at this point in time, we can connect this here back up and get rid of this gas vent ASAP. And over here, it really doesn't matter anyway. So we are going to turn this one here on as it should be. This one here off as it should be. And the second electrolyzer will have to stop working as well. I believe this is the best possible option that we have right now. And that looks like it is working. This here is going to supply our hydrogen generators at 95.5. That should do it. A little bit of tinkering around, but other than that, we should be golden now. All of the oxygen is going to go into the tanks, and it's just going to be released right here onto the map, and we can see we already produced a bunch. Obviously, we will have to flesh out this here a little bit more. But again, the oxygen though, the temperature is not optimal. So what we're going to do is, in ventilation, we're just going to build us 2 or 3 pieces of radiant liquid pipe down here at the bottom. Let's make it 4, and let's see what we get. What do we have here in chat? Breakfast time for me, time to go. Good fun beer. Bye everyone. William, thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Do you have a move to increase the speed above the standard values? Yes, I do have a mod for that. We are playing on, you can see it up here on the top left. This is 1 times speed. That is 3 times speed, which is the normal game speed. And then the bad boy right here, that's 10 times speed. Otherwise, nothing ever gets done. So that is definitely a good thing. H2 pump automation. Do you mean right here or you mean up here on the top? Because this one right here needs to be set to above 750. That's very true. That's what you meant. Now I know. And yep. I didn't set it too early because now we have some oxygen in here. I forgot about that one on the top, son of a bitch. That is a problem. This will break down here our hydrogen generators, but that is okay for right this very second. We are just going to go ahead and once again, for the last time though, this time for real, plop in a gas vent, which we don't have a space for. I guess we can plop it over here together with a little bit of extra piping. And starting now, it will work eventually. It should just take another few minutes right here to get this oxygen out of the top. And once it's all gone, we should be okay. I will probably even go above 1500, just so we can get a little bit more hydrogen in here. That should be able to push most of this oxygen out. And as soon as it's gone, we can go back down to 750. And the problem should be solved. I think I need to look into the 10 times speed mod. Yes, it is a very good mod to have, but also at the same time, I can only give you this as a warning. The game doesn't like it. The game is not made to be played at that speed. The engine's not made for it. Lots of funny stuff is happening if you try to do that. Okay, a little bit more hydrogen is required. We also need to keep our water supply in check right here. We are at 6.7 degrees, 6.3 degrees, 6.4 degrees, 8.1 and 7.7. None of it is very good, but that 1.1 tons right here will soon be molten at 0.8 degrees on top of the 932 kilograms right here. We do need to melt more ice faster. You also don't get much warning for dupes not breathing. That's very true. So yeah, the chance of dupes dying is dramatically higher. Okay, it looks like that is now correct. So we're going to set it to 750 grams again, which should turn our pump on. Now just those two pieces right here need to go. And as soon as they are pumped out, which is... Come on, go away. There we have it. Now it is exactly the way it should be, without any bigger issues. Okay. Now last but not least, we just need to wait for the last oxygen to come down here. And then we can connect the pump back up, which should then be okay. There's O2 in the upper hydrogen chamber. Yep, I did notice that one. We can get rid now of this left side right here. Everything that's now coming through here should all be hydrogen without exception. Very good. Of course, we pump now a bunch of hydrogen down here into the bottom. Shouldn't be a big problem. It will slowly but steadily make its way through the entire base all the way to the top. And then we can either collect it from here, but it's not really that much, or we can vent it out to space. Either way, it'll be alright. But of course, what we really have been working with is this metal refinery right here. So we should really go ahead and put in the piping for this project. So right over here, we are going to come, that's the input pipe. We're going to come with the output pipe through something like this here. Probably along here. And then, starting probably right around here. We need to put in the rest of our iron, if we like it or not. That has to happen. How much can we do? That is not quite enough because we need another loop coming back up. So we need to make us some more of that good stuff before we can make it a lot more efficient. It is what it is. That is required. And as soon as we come back out the top, and I'm probably going to make it come back up right here probably. Yeah, right here I'm going to go insulate it once again and come in. Very good. The lifting hydrogen might shake loose some O2 from the bottom and CO2 from the top. Yes, very true. That may happen. May even turn out to be a rather good thing compared to a rather bad thing. The only thing that I'm still worried about is, of course, this polluted ice right here. We are going to try to get rid of as much as we can without disturbing really any of the normal ice. That would be the plan right here, to get rid of as much of this stuff here as possible. We're just going to put it somewhere else. So we're only going to melt snow and ice down here in the bottom. And this one is the one that we wanted to set to polluted ice. Haven't done it yet, but now we can. We're gonna go sweep only, because we have a lot of polluted ice all over the bloody place. And in the meantime, we're just filling up our gas reservoirs for our 4 hydrogen generators. Of course, right here, we're just pumping, right at the moment, oxygen into our base, which is totally fine. Our sconces right here, we're gonna disable all of them once again. Shouldn't need them anymore for right now, at least. That should be more than enough oxygen to get us back up and running for the time being. Just a matter of getting some tiles in here so we can actually reach this stuff. Dig out this here, which means we will need another tile, as a matter of fact. And we will need to dig in here, and then through here, and through there. There's another piece of polluted ice that we want to get rid of. There are 2 more pieces that we can reach without an issue. Just these here will be a little bit of a bigger challenge, but even that without a big problem. There we go, making progress, no issues. 1 more piece of polluted ice right there, and that should be the end of it, I believe. I think that's every last piece that I can see. At this point, we just gotta clean it up and get that stuff out of here. Don't want it. Get rid of it. Put it anywhere but here. I'm also gonna set this one here to a higher priority, or it will never do anything. There we go. That should do it. They should now grab the ice first. There we go. Perfect. Now let's come through here and back up on the other side all the way. Well, 1 more. All the way to the top. Perfect. Connected. Not like that though. And then the same thing again over here on this side. And that should be it. That should then turn on our metal refinery with a nice heatsink that doesn't really affect anything, at least not in the long term, thanks to our anti-entropy thermo nullifier right here. This thing here is still going strong. It is creating a little bit of heat, I believe. Yes, not very much yet, but eventually it will become an issue. But I'm still curious, though. We haven't checked that yet. The oxygen is now at negative 13 degrees, which is still a hell of a lot better than 0 degrees. So that is definitely helpful, and we can always go ahead and plop in 3 more tiles right here. Very nice. Just need those pipes here to be actually built. And the ice to be gotten rid of. Then we can make some iron at a 100% efficiency. Choose a blueprint. What do we have here? We do have 3,000 kilograms of coal. That could come in handy, maybe. I think it will. Probably more than sand. We're gonna go for the coal. Because I don't know how much, if any, we are going to find on this map. So that is always also a slight issue. Come on, dupes, get rid of the ice and build the pipes. So we can then start making steel, copper, whatever else we want. It's just a matter of getting us the right fluid. I do start to see some bonbon trees, so that's very good. I think we are going to go to space and take at least a quick look around to what's going on up here. How are we going to do this? The easiest way to accomplish that would probably be to just dig a little bit of a sideways path in here, just so we have it available for later. And then go ahead and bring us another ladder all the way to the top. The ladder will have to be relocated later anyway, because we will need some Atmo suits right here in one way, shape, or form. And get over here. Time for your very irregularly scheduled reminder to like and subscribe and give your prayers and your personal information to the great algorithm. Very true. That is very true. Yes, if you have not liked or subscribed to the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it, because it helps me out greatly and it doesn't cost anything, which of course makes it a hell of a lot easier. Yeah, the ice is leaving. All the way on the top right here, there's some fire posts that I'm missing. That slows the dupes down drastically. You just saw that? My god. Then, of course, we are going to plop us a manual airlock in here, so we are not venting our oxygen out into space. That is certainly something we don't want. Here's another tree. Very good. That is what we are after. We are trying to see how many trees there are, and if we can utilize some of them for our purposes. That would be nice. These here are brand spanking new. They haven't even grown yet, so that's of course a problem. But once we have access to them, we get nectar. And nectar is a quite incredible fluid. So we definitely want to have that. We do have a leaky oil fissure right here though. I believe it's this one if I'm not mistaken. It could grab us some oil, at least temporarily. There's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from doing precisely that. I just don't remember. What is the temperature the oil comes out of the leaky oil fissure? Well, let's see. Does it tell us? No, it doesn't tell us. So we have to actually dig over here to see it, which we will do right away, just to take a peek, and so we know what's going on with this thing. What's below the leaky oil fissure? Right here? What is below here? Is that the water? That's the water geyser. Yep. 500 degrees Celsius. That is an issue. That is in fact an issue, because we have nothing right at the moment that could pump that out. Or do we? I'm just thinking about, we don't need a hell of a lot. We just need basically 800 kilograms or so to fill up our metal refinery with it. Because I really don't see us getting our hands on nectar anytime soon. What's over here though? That one we haven't looked at yet. Another leaky oil fissure. Okay, cool then. Apparently we are not lacking leaky oil fissures. Leaky oil fissures are extremely challenging to tame. Well, what if we don't actually tame it though? Let's take a peek at that bad boy. Yeah, what if we don't actually... I'm just trying to think right now what we could make happen here. Yeah, I think I may have an idea. Do you have enough coal to plug it up? Because that's a lot of heat to introduce. Yeah, I do have enough coal to plug it up. I'm also not really worried about plugging it back up. Okay. My plan is, we're going to box it in, of course. That has to happen. Obsidian pitcher pump, she'll be alright. That would be another option. That may actually be a better option, as a matter of fact. Because what I was thinking is, we're basically building us a little bit of a spillway that we can close and open at will. So basically something, what I had in mind was something like this here. Fill up the bottom, it doesn't matter, that's totally fine. And then come maybe right around here, all the way to the top. And as soon as all this here is filled up, and we don't have to dig this out right now, as a matter of fact, we are just letting it overflow into a basin right here, made out of the natural igneous rock that we have around to cool down the 800 kilograms we need. And as soon as we have it, we just close it off like this. But an obsidian pitcher pump would work potentially even better. The only problem with that is we still need to cool it down because it will still be at 500 degrees. So no matter what we do, we have to cool it down one way or another. What is the best possible option here? Yeah, we could try both. With the pitcher pump, we can then basically just transfer the oil wherever the hell we want. Which could be. Where could we store it so it cools, but it doesn't melt anything? That is a location I'm currently looking for. The obsidian right here would be a really good option. It's surrounded by abyssalite. We could just dig straight over here, dig it out a little bit, make a tiny little basin right here, and then just have a pitcher pump, throw it in here. And the natural specific heat capacity of the stuff that we have around here should be enough to cool it down to something usable. At that point, all we need is a pump to pump it into the metal refinery. I think that is actually a pretty good solution for our problem at hand here. We just need enough space in here to actually fit a pitcher pump in here. So we need to go lower. Not like this though. And then when we're done with this nonsense, all that we have to do is close it back off. And if the heat should really get too much, we can always double insulate it, which will then fix that problem instantly as well. Yeah, I think that's the move to make here. Because I don't see a way to get our hands on any kind of meaningful amount of nectar in a reasonable amount of time. Even when we make it all the way to space and we can start exploring up here a little bit, I don't think there is going to be enough up here to do what we want it to do. Is it idle or dormant? It's overpressured, so it's not dormant. Basically, the moment we will destroy this tile here, it will erupt. Which means dig all this stuff here up as fast as possible. Then build one more tile right here, get all the stuff here out, and then have one dupe come in here and get rid of this one piece of granite. And then we just need to come in here long enough to actually get the oil out. That will cause some damage. There's no question about it. Dupes won't be happy about it, I guarantee it. But we can always build us a medical bed if we need to. As a matter of fact, we don't even have that research yet, do we? We have pharmacy, the sick bay. We do need the sick bay. Let's come all the way over here. We're not researching anything anyway in heaven for a while because we don't need anything, or better to say, can't really go much more because we are lacking the research. And now our oxygen is at negative 19 degrees. That's better. Probably best to build a dumping zone because the spits out the oil fast. Okay. 314 grams per second. So we can go ahead and build a dumping zone. That's totally fine. Let's go somewhere over here. Then we're going to build us our bottle emptier. Somewhere right there. And then come somehow down here. That's all we really need. Right here, with a piece of ladder, come down, and then dig down here a few tiles out. We don't have to clean it out, the debris can stay here. The colder the better in this particular case, so that's a good thing. And then at that point, all that we really need is some kind of tile where we can then build a pipe through. Literally just right here. Which is going to be totally fine. Obviously, we will have to be able to reach it and whatnot, but other than that, that should work. I don't see a reason why that would not work, to be very, very honest with you. the same is really true for this debris right here. For all I care, the debris can stay in here. Any kind of thermal mass that is colder than the 500 degrees it's emitting it is fine with me. And it's actually 326 degrees, so that even helps us out a little bit. It's actually colder than I expected it to be. Still bloody hot though, don't get me wrong, but... yeah, the iron ore. No, the iron ore? Yeah, the iron ore should come out of here. And the dirt, most definitely. Cancel that. Where is the dirt? Sweep that, sweep that. We even have some cobalt ore here. I just noticed that right this very moment. Very good. We do want that as well. We built the left side right here. Of course, a couple of pieces of ladder. And then right at this moment, we cannot get around here. I just realized that as well. 2 pieces of ladder. And dig over here. Just so we can get to this side here as well. Because we won't be able to get there until we open it. And we are not going to open it until it's done. Gabriel's back. Hello there. Because yes, as soon as we can use this metal refinery here, it's going to be a game changer. We don't have any refined carbon, obviously. We haven't done anything with that yet. But yeah, it's going to be a drastic game changer in efficiency and speed. What you're going to do, we're trying to get this leaky oil fissure here to give us just enough oil so we can fill up this metal refinery. And we are going to try to do that by getting this leaky oil fissure to dump its oil into here and then come all the way down here and put it into this little area right here that we are hopefully soon-ish gonna dig out. Anyone, please? Could we? And at that point, we're hoping that this here will be enough to cool down 800 kilograms worth of oil to something reasonable, so we can then put it into our metal refinery. I see, basically, as we call in Brazil, a gambiria? Do not know what that means. But I believe you. Let's dig this here out. That should be all that we need just to be able to get there. This ladder here actually needs to be here. And then we should be able to build this here as well. And that should be all that we need for right this very moment. It's going to be interesting to see if this works though, for sure. Oxygen in the base. Totally fine. All that we are seeing right here, right now, is of course the hydrogen that is stuck. Other than that though, should be just fine. I don't mind it being purple. It doesn't have to be bright blue in any way, shape or form. I use a steam turbine to cool the water, but sometimes it has a problem again on turbine. It must fix the water. I give it below 15 degrees. Initially the water is 30. Cooled water from the steam turbine back to the water source. The temperature of the water decreases the water temperature above 15 degrees. The turbine has no problem. So how far should I send the water so that the temperature when transmitting the water will be around 30 degrees, or should I have another solution? You have a steam turbine to cool the water. How do you cool water with a steam turbine? Or are you saying you use water to cool the steam turbine? Because that would make a hell of a lot more sense. The temperature of the water decreases. The water temperature above 15 degrees. The turbine has no problem. I really don't understand the question, Thuong. Sorry about that. Oh, this is good. At least for my anxiety, save the game before you unblock the LOF. Okay. We can do that, and probably should. You're not wrong. Because this is certainly something I have never tried before. There's no question about it. But every once in a while, you gotta give it a shot just to see what happens. Also, speaking of it, in plumbing, we will need that pitcher pump. The question is that it doesn't even have to be out of obsidian because we're only at 300 degrees. So it can literally just be built out of anything, as a matter of fact. So plop it in here out of granite and it'll be fine. This area here is good. We can and will already put the pump in. We're gonna tear the pump back out though. I just need to know where the pipe goes. Liquid pipe goes straight through here, and the power goes straight in. We're just gonna use that pipe that we have. And the liquid pump, we're gonna build it once we actually see how low it goes. How are we on space though? Okay, we are in space now. Just gotta find us a dupe that has nothing to do. Like this one right here. You're literally doing nothing, Croc. And I move you. How far? Right here's our downfall. Need to dig this here up, and whichever dupe comes by to dig this here up, we're going to use that dupe for a little bit of an exploration mission. Over towards the left side and see if we can find more trees. Who is it? Keonis. Now that you can go over there, you should also go over here. As a matter of fact, as far as you can. Let's see. Nothing here. Nothing at all. Can you go a little bit further, maybe? As far as you can go without dying. Nothing here. That is a little bit sad, but also okay. How much breath do you have? Plenty. Move all the way over to here as well, before you go back in there. Yes, you'll be fine. Now get out of there. Also in this direction, nothing other than a building. I was looking for trees though. Okay, now we know. Sounds like Thuing is asking about an aquatuner. Yeah, I really don't understand the question though. If I would know exactly what he's trying to find out. The pitcher pump has an overheat temperature of 90 degrees. Yeah, that will be a problem no matter what we build it out of, though. But theoretically, yeah, what could we do here? I don't know. We will need to see how it goes. We may have to replace this pitcher pump here. Because we don't have anything else. Plus 15 degrees, plus 15 degrees. Everything's plus 15 degrees. Not really helpful. The oil, when it comes out, will heat up the atmosphere, which then will heat up the pitcher pump. The pitcher pump itself is not going to heat up because only the straw touches it. Therefore, it shouldn't do anything. If you vacuum it out, the pitcher pump won't overheat. We could... I was just thinking about vacuum it out. For that we would need a liquid lock though, which is going to be rather difficult unless we use ethanol, which is probably what we will have to do here. So that is going to be slightly more complicated than I expected because of the overheat temperature, yeah. Let's get us a pitcher pump, and let's plop it somewhere, doesn't matter where, just so we can reach it. We have that available. The other problem is going to be power. We don't have any nearby, or do we? Actually do. But what we don't have is iron. What about this wire right here? We could use this wire right here. The water in here. Why is the water? Oh, I have it on 0 degrees? When did I change that? I can't remember myself changing that to 0, ever. It was on 7. I never touched the actual setting. Because the liquid tapidizer does need to keep our water up. That is also the reason why our ice is not really melting. Because we're not introducing really any significant heat here. That should change right now though. But once it is up there, we should be able to just cut it off into this direction. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. That should get the job done. Let's plop this here in. Bring the wire down and all the way over here. That will have to be done no matter what. Let's build us a liquid log for our ethanol. We can just go... something like this here should get the job done. All that's required right here. And the bottle emptier, of course. Last but not least. This ladder here is now pointless. Thankfully it's already built, so it doesn't matter anymore. Pitcher pump will probably overheat. I mean, we can just save the game and try to see what happens, but I'm pretty sure this here will be required. How about we do that? How about we try it without this? Let's save the game. Save as, new save, Glacial Garrison EP1. That's what it will be called at the end of the stream anyway, so might as well do that right now. And let's just open that sucker up and see what happens. And if it doesn't work, this is going to be a trial. Then we are going to build all this here, vacuum it out and whatnot. Let's see what we're dealing with here. I guess let's put this one here to a very low priority in the meantime. I mean, it will take a good amount of time too, to actually get 800 kilograms out of this sucker. Let's run it at 10 times speed, because otherwise we're still here next week. Is the bottle emptier set up to receive the crude oil? No, not yet. I mean, it is built, but we just gotta set it up to crude oil and then enable auto bottle. Not yet, with a number 9 priority. That will then bring the dupes in. But it looks like we don't even need it. Look at that, the crude oil down here. He's at negative 35 degrees. Because 314 grams per second is really not much, honestly. Truth be told, it seems like we don't have a problem at all. Why not yet? What are you waiting for? For more oil. By the way, what are you planning to use crude oil for? We're using crude oil in our metal refinery. Because currently we don't really have any other fluid that is really suitable. Yeah. So as it turns out, the output temperature here doesn't matter in the slightest. Alone the debris that's here has so much thermal mass that it doesn't even matter. Our fears for absolutely nothing. You can rip all the stuff here back out. We won't need it. Absolutely not. Not even close. I'm glad we tried that, honestly, though. Because if you don't try it, you will never know. Let's just let this here fill up more so we can actually have more access to it. Because at the moment it only has access to 130 kilograms and we need 800 of them. But there's no point in already doing that. Yeah, that thing here is going to do absolutely nothing. We're just going to grab the oil that we need. So I guess we can build our pump too, because there's not going to be any kind of issue at all. We can hook up our pump to right here. Which of course, I would prefer not to rebuild this pipe right here. There we go. And we're just going to dump the crude oil in here and pump it in there until it's full. Oh yeah. Obsidian ladder, but with stand blast pump should be okay. This ladder right here is made out of granite. It's not going to do nothing. Well, I don't create vacuum. Maybe that's why my aquatune is broken. Well, if you are inside of a volcano tamer, like I said, I don't really know what you're doing with it. You don't need a vacuum. Oh, what you're saying is you didn't create a vacuum and now your steam turbine is not turning on because the steam can't reach it. Yeah, that would most definitely be a problem. Up here on the top, you're creating a little bit of heat, but down here on the bottom, it doesn't budge at all. Not even a little bit. Up here, our water temperature is now nice in a normal area again. And hopefully that means our ice here will now also actually melt and not just sit here. Oh yeah. Those here will soon all explode out in nice fluid water. A total of 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 tons, basically at once. And then we're just going to refill a bit more ice. And the entire purpose of the metal refinery here is not just to get metal, but to also melt all of this ice right here, which we will then just collect and pump up here to the top. How much do we have now? 300 kilograms. It'll be a little bit higher. All right. So far, we are looking good. That is very, very nice to see, honestly. The metal refinery is doing its job. Eventually, we will have to start creating some ethanol, though. And when we take a look here, ethanol can be created, of course, from wood. With the ethanol distiller, 600 kilograms per cycle makes us 300 kilograms per cycle of ethanol. We don't really care about the polluted dirt or the carbon dioxide, though. And, of course, the spigot seal. For that, we will need the bonbon trees. So there are several routes that we can take for this. And I think the seals are probably the smarter version. Especially since we found a little hack that I'm sure if they haven't patched any of the other stuff, they haven't patched that either. With the new building. In research, we do have a new building available. Where is it? We already have it. The mercury sealing light. No, we don't, because we need applied sciences research for it. But the mercury sealing light here has some rather incredible capabilities. So, that is certainly something that we are going to get into very soon as well. What else do we have here? Still at negative 33 degrees, my goodness. 400 kilograms, getting there. Little bit more. Thankfully, that is once again where the 10 times speed mod comes in very handy. Very handy indeed. And here on the bottom, we're still nice and cold. Not as cold as we were a minute ago, but right here, our oxygen is at negative 20 degrees. That's beautiful. And 5 gifted memberships from WK Jazz. Thank you very much, Jazz, for the gifted memberships. I truly, truly appreciate it. And I'm sure so do David Blackwell, Kai Borst, Virillion, Andre, and Gabriel Neves. That is really very generous of you, and I truly appreciate it. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. What else do we have going on here? Still our fossil. Our fossil can stay here. We're not really after that thing. This polluted ice over here is unreachable. That is no good. We want to get rid of it, I said. And down here on the bottom, we want to get rid of this stuff here too. Any more polluted ice anywhere? Doesn't look like it. I think we got everything now. That's snow. Yeah, I think we should be golden. Our bottle emptier here, we can probably by now turn on enable auto bottle. So a Dupe can come in here and grab the first 400, 500 kilograms without a big issue. Something else that we can start doing though is we can build us a kiln, which we're also just going to plop in this general area right here. Do we have anywhere a general area where we can fit it? Probably just right here, honestly. Let's get rid of this ladder and then build us the kiln right here. Make us some refined carbon. So we can start making steel. We also need some lime though, obviously, which is an issue. But we will hopefully find some soon. First and foremost, we need iron anyway. And look at this, the first 199 kilograms are in. And another 200 are coming out, very nice. And one more bottle, and we should be good to go. Yep, that should have done it, I believe. How much do we have in here now? Really? Seriously? Is that what we were talking about here? Need a ladder to get the last polluted ice. Where do we have more polluted ice that I missed? Oh, yes, right here. But I don't need a ladder for that. That should be the end of it, I believe. Alright, very nice. In here, we can't just get rid of this pitcher pump right now. On the left near the top. Oh, right here. I missed that completely. Good call. Very good call. Need a piece of ladder right there. Now that that's gone, I guess we can get the debris out of here. Might as well grab that stuff while we can. And then we're just going to close this here off, let it fill up, overpressure. And at that point, that's somebody else's problem and not mine anymore. Alright, here we get it. One more to go. Just got home from work. Hopefully it's been frosty. Magenta with $1.99. Thank you so much for that, Magenta. And yes, it has been very frosty. So frosty that we can't even heat up 314 degree hot oil, as it turns out. So, just need to get this stuff here out. I don't think the dupes will be in there long enough to actually get hurt from the temperature, just to grab this stuff. I hope at least so. Let's see if that theory is true. Looks like it so far. Croc is not happy, but other than that, looks good. That dupe did indeed have food poisoning, yes. Come on. How are our calories? Now we're up to 80,000, so we are slowly but steadily gaining, and our ration box is full. That would be the problem. No, it's not full. It is at 100 kilograms. Fresh? You are deep frozen. How are you not in a sterile atmosphere anymore? How exactly is this here happening? Do we have any more up here? Any kind of carbon dioxide that we can release? I guess we could by just getting rid of this one tile right here, which we can't reach. But I don't know where our carbon dioxide went, to be very honest here. It should have just stayed here forever. Maybe the mass wasn't enough. That could well be it. It's the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head. May have to build the ration box lower again after all, so it has more chances of getting carbon dioxide in. It got compressed, could also be. Could also be. I mean, we may as well, at this point, just build us an artificial pit, kind of like over here. Because over here it seems to be working without an issue. So, probably let's come back to something like this here. And build us an artificial pit. One more. And rip out this stuff right here. Yes, the dupes will take a little bit longer to come in here from the left, but at the same time, when they come here and get some food, should be okay. Printables, yeah, we haven't looked at those in a while, my goodness. Should we get us another dupe? That is the big question here. Do we have another dupe? Let's look at that first. Decreased agriculture and positive agriculture. Always hate to see that, but at the same time, chilly surroundings, so that's good. So it's basically a +3/+3 dupe with decreased decor. What do we have here? Cooking, supplying, and doctoring. We have increased science, increased construction, chilly surroundings, and narcoleptic. Decreased athletics. All these dupes here truly suck, honestly, with the exception of Marie. Marie would be the only one that is somewhat acceptable. Still not optimal, though. I think we're gonna wait and hope for a better one. We're gonna get us the copper for right now. It's probably gonna be more valuable in the long run anyway. And now if somebody could get this one piece of polluted ice and drop it over here, I would highly, highly appreciate that, because at that point we can turn on our metal refinery. So that is going to be good. Unpowered fridges are better than ration boxes, I think. Well, the unpowered fridges just hold more. We don't have enough food right now to really care about that. Did I build it 3 low? I accidentally built it 3 low. My goodness. Okay. To get you back out of there. Can we just build a ladder right here? No, that doesn't work. You need the ladder literally built out of granite. Right here. That'll get you home. 3 low, though, is also not going to fly. We need it 2 low. Just like this. That is necessary. 3 low is good. Well, I guess you do have a point. If we build fridges, then we can use 3 low. We can leave this ladder right here. And do we have fridges yet? I think we do. Yes, we do. We can build basically 3 fridges in the middle. And just have a ladder on the left and on the right. That would get the job done. I don't think they couldn't reach the middle ones otherwise. And yeah, we can build ladders over top. Yeah, I didn't even consider that an option. That allows us to pull 5 fridges in here. I guess that should then be good for basically ever. And it's already completely filled with carbon dioxide. We haven't even done anything yet. So that works. How is the cleaning action going over here? Not very well. We don't feel like doing it, Dupe, so what are we doing? And here we're just gonna say put all the edibles in it at the highest priority. And as soon as the fridges are built, we're just gonna copy over the settings. That's gonna be pretty simple, yeah. That is now so much storage for food that for a long, long time we shouldn't have a problem in any way, shape, or form. Very nice. The only thing that I also want to do is suppress the current and then copy the settings one more time. Don't want to look at those error messages the entire time. But other than that, what is going on with this polluted ice here? You can reach it. You can reach that. It is still set to polluted ice. I really don't see why we are not picking up this ice here. I guess cancel the sweep and let's redo it again. See if anybody feels like doing so. These here we can cancel, it doesn't matter. Also, this one here is not getting picked up. Why is that? You coming and doing actually some work here? Yes, okay. Now we finally get to it. Alright, let's turn this bad boy here on. You're gonna get us 50 iron ore, let's go. And this time, it's 100 kilograms to 100 kilograms. We are not losing 50% of the mass for something senseless like sand in this case. And of course you dropped it. Oh my god. Grab it, I said. Preferably faster before it melts, that would be nice. All of it, not just 4 kilograms. Look at this, grabbed a total of 4 kilograms out of it. My god. But okay, we have our metal refinery up and going, so that's very good. And the last thing that we still need is the kiln. But we can just build somewhere down here. It's gonna be totally fine for the amount of stuff that we need. And that should be golden at this point. Our snow tiles are not melting yet. Our pike apple bushes are still happy and cold. All of that is, of course, very, very good. I don't really see any problems with that. So, once we find us some lime, or fossil, better to say, and we're just going to keep on digging down here for right now, because this area here is going to be warm anyway, And right over here, we have once again our anti-entropy thermal nullifier, which will be able to help us out countering the heat that's coming up from the bottom. The oil pit sweep task, a little bit of igneous reservoir left, but that's about it. New animal lay eggs, so eggshells, yeah, we will go into spigots here soon. So that should be helpful. And here on the bottom we have our hydrogen generators, which is very nice, they are running. I guess we can immediately come with our heavy watt wire up and just connect it all together. And see if we can stop using this petroleum generator here so much. So we can stop using our ethanol up. Someone dropped something? My god, of course they did. Get it out of there. What's the temperature by now? -5 degrees. Yeah, slowly but steadily we need to be careful. And this one here will just be dropped on the right side anyway, so it'll be fine. Get it out of there, dupes. And here. Now the iron is coming in, as that should be. I was on the top of the ladder. Oh, you mean right here? That's fine. As soon as we build a tile right here, it gets shoved to the right and it just falls to the ground. And we don't care about it anymore at that point. Our bathrooms are nice and clean, except that somebody apparently had to pee really bad. Let's mop that up. Or ice has molten. Let's take a look here. Everything's full of germs. That's a problem. Oh my god. And Barris with 20 gifted memberships. Holy cow, Barris. You are completely killing me over here. 20 gifted memberships. Oh, you don't even know how much I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And I already know, as soon as this thing here pings again, there is a dupe in your name right there reserved for you. Holy cow. Thank you so much. Chris Snyder, Shane, ASDAF Gazer, Gunnar, Z, Stargazer, Dex, Farouk, Mitosis, Richard, Justin, Thomas, Fernando, Logan, Easel Sega, Patrick, Jim, Gustavo, and William, who said he left, and Bree, all got a gifted membership from Barris. Once again, Barris, thank you so much for that. I truly appreciate it. That is absolutely insane. But why are we building our wire out of wolframite? Are you dupes kidding me right at this second, though? What in the actual hell am I witnessing? It's all built out of wolframite. You damn dupes. That's a lot of dupe names. That is a lot of dupe names. That is, in fact, an insane amount of dupe names. Again, Barris, thank you so much for your insane support. Continued insane support. Let me be very precise here. It's not the dupe's fault. I'm gonna blame it on them anyway, though. Just saying. I'm gonna blame it on them either way around. This entire thing here can now be annihilated as well, by the way. There's really no reason to have it anymore. Let's get rid of all of it. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And then F6. Let's get rid of this here as well. It's always the dupes? Yes. It's always the dupes, no matter what. How is the heat transfer going down here? Do we already have a noticeable difference? Yes, we sure as hell do. -20 degrees. Of course, the beeswax right here is not really helping our case for heating it up at this moment. It's actually detrimental to that cause, but I think we may be able to get rid of it. So we can actually dump some heat in here, and the beeswax is not counteracting it. For once we actually want to heat something. We have oxygen down here. Not a hell of a lot. How's our oxalide? We're back up to 6.5 tons. I think that's the highest we had so far. So that is very nice to see, honestly. We are up to 20 tons of wood as well, which is even nicer to see, quite honestly. We do have a bunch of extra floxes right here. We do have to drown them eventually, if we like it or not. It'll happen. The problem is the CO2. Your crude might overheat. What do you mean? The temperature in here right now is... yeah, totally fine, I would say. Of course, it's carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide, we all know it, is a very low thermal conductivity, but there's really not much we can do about that. Not that crude, the coolant. Yeah, I realized what you meant a second after I zoomed up there. Speaking of it, though, that thing is done. Close it off, call it a day. The temperature is increasing, and we don't want to see that. That is precisely what we are trying to not see here. Just give a little hydrogen to the heat nullifier when the area below the metal refinery gets hot. That is exactly the general idea. But once this stuff here is molten, that is precisely the time when we will start turning this thing here on. We do have the hydrogen for it, so that's not the issue. You could pour a little bit of ethanol in there to transfer heat from the radiant pipes to the snow. But that will work probably not very long. I mean, it would transfer it to those couple of tiles right here. We would have to constantly move our pipes around, which is what I'm trying to avoid. What is the crude oil at? 15 degrees right here. Up here on the top, by the time we come back, it's at 8 degrees max? Yeah, 8 degrees max. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. I mean, this here is, but pouring ethanol in here is not gonna do as much help, I think. I was just considering temp shift plates. Temp shift plates to, for example, right here, this ice right here. We could try that. What do we have available? Let's take a peek what's going on here material-wise. Not mercury, though. We do have cobalt ore, but not a hell of a lot. We have cinnabar ore. Also not a hell of a lot, but we should be able to get more of that stuff, shouldn't we? Do we have any more cinnabar ore around, or are we already at the end of it? Looks like we may actually be at the end of it. Yeah, I don't see any. Nope, that's all mercury up there. Everything else is iron. Lots of iron though, so that's a good thing. In the kiln though, we do have 3 tons of coal. We're not going to use that though. We are going to use wood. We got plenty of wood, so let's make us maybe 20 of them. Doesn't solve our problem though. In here. Not much copper iron. No, there really isn't. There really is not. What else can we tear up? We can find us over here. More cobalt ore though. That should be a decent amount. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're just going to go ahead and build us a ladder down here. And then we're gonna come over here to the left side. And then we're just gonna go ahead and build us maybe a ladder here, 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 and here. Which is exactly 4 high. That works out perfectly. We'll need one more ladder here to dig all of this here out. So then we can use all that cobalt right here to use it. Temp shift plate once again. Literally granite would work. It has a 3.35. You do have a point there. There's really not that big of a difference. We're still going to get us the cobalt though. Might as well grab it while we can. The only question is where do we build those temp shift plates? We would need one right here. 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 Probably here. And to get over to the right side, maybe where do we have more ice? Right here. You would need a couple of them. We would need one here and one here maybe. That should suck the heat out of it. The oil is getting hotter for sure. We will see what difference the temp shift plates make. It would be really nice to have some aluminum for our radiant liquid pipes, but we don't, so we have to use, well, what do we have, I suppose? How's our bonbon tree faring up here? A couple more are growing. Do they already have their outputs? Yes, they do. Look at that. That's neat. that we already have that available. So we might as well go ahead and plop in the basic piping for it. While we are at it. Let's just bring it all along here. All along here. All along here. Can we build this? No, we can't. Need to go lower. Before we can come higher again. There, we can't go there anyway. So we will need a piece of ladder. Piece of ladder right here. We will need to come through here. And try to put as many of those together as we can. Here, here, here. And that should be fine as is. Just like this one right here. And then we just need to find us a space where we keep that stuff. Last time around we tried to build an infinite storage. I think that was slight overkill. That was not necessary for the amount that these things here produce, honestly. So no point in even attempting that. At least not yet. We can always change that later. But for right at this very moment, I think the easiest solution is literally just to dig out these two pieces of abyssalite right here. And then dig us some kind of small pit right here. I don't see a reason why that should not be sufficient for a long, long time. Something just like this. And then with our liquid pipe, we're just going to come over and literally build us an outlet right here. That should be more than sufficient for our purposes. And again, for a long, long time. Everything should be reachable now. We can probably come with a ladder down here too, though. Are meteor strikes going to take them pipes out if not obsidian? No, they're not, because it's only snow. On this map, it's only snow. Which is quite helpful, actually. I copy your infinite storage and it's a bit slow, but it's well past 1,100 a cell. In how many cycles were it? And how many trees connected to it? That would be the two pieces of info that would be important for this. There we go. And the dupes can't just do it whenever. There's no hurry to it. Again, the trees are not even grown yet with the exception of this one right here. And that one down here on the bottom, so... A lot of trees, yeah, I can't imagine. I thought we had a lot of trees before, and it turned out it wasn't really that many. It didn't really do a hell of a lot. Now that we have our first couple of temp shift plates, let's give this one here higher priority, but the dupes will actually do it. But yeah, the temperature definitely has increased. Already quite drastically. Because you keep getting more trees. Also, you should dig out anywhere a branch could grow but isn't. Yeah, exactly. That's why I dug out right here on this side. Right here on this side we will dig out. And yeah, this one here I forgot. But other than that, all the others look to be okay. Nope, that's a lie. And that's a lie here too. Thought I looked at that. Apparently I missed a couple. Do you really think it is worth it to build an infinite storage? I mean, we can slap one together right real quick, I suppose. Okay, you convinced me. Let's plop one together. It will be very quick and doesn't really cause much trouble here. Let's go one more. And one right there. That's all we need. On the inside of it, though, we will need... Let's use Cinnabar ore, because who cares anyway. A liquid pump. The liquid pump will need, eventually at least, some power. Built out of iron, that's fine. Let's bring it over here. And it will also need some kind of output. Probably gonna go insulated, just so we have it available. And we may want to automate this thing here. I guess I can always just snip off the wire. It's fine. So yeah, this here is what we need. And we just gotta close it all off, and we are good to go. Just as fast, really, as doing the other way. Alright, let's see here. Do we have a dupe for bears? Turner, with 7 supplying and 7 decoration. Radiation eater. Decrease construction, increase bladder, decrease calories. It's not you. Ranching, rocketry, and tidying, though. I could get somewhere. Cannot do attacking, and increase strength on top of everything else. That's not too shabby. And here we have also increased strength and cannot do attacking. with +7 husbandry. Honestly, I think we're gonna go with Hassan right here. He only has +1 on each, but that will obviously increase over time. And he has 3 branches that he can go down to. So yeah, Hassan is gonna come to the game. And it's going to be, of course, Barris Attacks Personal Dupe. Once again, Barris, I truly appreciate those 20 gifted subs and welcome to the game. Alright, let's go and take a look into skills. Probably don't need to do a hell of a lot in here. Some of those points here may be left over by the time we are done. Not in this case though. Amir, we have our first engineer in the game. Very nice, Amir. Thank you very much for that. Definitely need you. We can also try another mod on you here in a second. Barris is straight gonna go down the improved strength right here, probably. Or should we go ranching first? Probably. We are gonna get more critters, but we already have 2 per shift, so we should be okay. Improved strength it is for right now. Brandon. Pyrotechnics, we already discussed it, completely pointless, but we could send you down this path right here. We are about to use a hell of a lot more wood to get a hell of a lot more decor. So you will also be an engineer eventually. Most definitely even. So electrical engineering for Brandon. Croc. Croc's not going to get anything for right now. He is fully fledged out. He's fine. Dizzy though has only 4 morale. How can that be? Not entirely sure, but we're going to fix that. We're going to give you critter ranching and probably nothing else for this very moment. Just to make sure you are not dying of stress around here. Do not comply, improve carrying, of course. Dog number 27, improve construction, of course. Healthy wolf, improved farming, but that will push you over the edge here. Gonna wait a little bit. No supplying and suit wearing for Croc. I mean, I guess he could. We could give him 1 more point, I suppose. Just gotta be careful. I do need to be a little bit careful at this point with the morale here. Elfie, we're gonna leave you alone. Chinkins is here for critter ranching or improved farming. We're probably gonna go down critter ranching. You're also only at 5 morale. You probably don't get that much morale because they're much slower dupes. That's probably the issue right here. What else do we have? We have Kionis. Kionis would improve carrying. We could go straight for suit sustainability though, because suits are coming. Let's see. Should we do this here? Probably so. So we have a super duper hard digger who can actually go ahead and be good in a suit with +2 athletics. We're gonna do it. Jazz right here, critter ranching, level 2. You are already improved farming. I do like the critter ranching hat better though, honestly. It just looks better, honestly. So we're gonna go down that route. And words. We don't have a cook yet. You're gonna get grilling 1. Yeah, here. I guess we could give Amir also rocket piloting because eventually we will go suit wearing. I don't see much else though. I think we are good. Alright. I am Iron Man, that's right. Who has high stress though? How do you have high stress? Oh, because you're constantly down here, are you? I didn't even realize that. Alright, it's time for more wood. It's time for more decor. The problem is, of course, that right at the moment our main power spine is right here. We will have to fix that eventually. Probably rather sooner than later. Yeah, that is going to be a small issue. We also are right in here. Everything is not looking too pretty because we haven't done a single lick of cleaning. Everything is just laying around everywhere. But what I am interested in though, like right here, it's really bad. Just out of pure curiosity, what if we replace this here with pure wooden tiles? How good are they actually against a heavy butt wire? That is something that I'm really curious about, honestly. More wood right here. How much more wood do we have? 12 tons? Oh yeah, come on. Croc is one of the higher ones, so I think Croc's area with the computer in it would probably also get its own upgrade. And of course, Croc cannot do any more research, because right at the moment we don't have enough water. Eventually, though, that should change. We can also do a little bit more cleaning here. Most of the stuff here is all ice, and ice is of course going to go back into those storage bins right here. We definitely need to get more water. That is highly, highly important. Another 4 tons are sitting around right here. I made a lot of ice sculptures. Yeah, we will do probably something along those lines as well. Also in here, let's clean that up. Just areas where the dupes are rather a lot. I do want to see this here though. I truly, truly want to see what kind of dent this here would make. And these 3 BAMs right here. Scale grows at 27%, 3 per cycle. That's not a hell of a lot, honestly, but we could go ahead and make this area right here a range. Just so we can plop, very temporarily, a shearing station in here and get a couple of fibers out of it. Is there a better place for it? I don't see a better place for it. Yeah, I think this here should work. This here should be basically as good as it's gonna get. So we will try that and give that a shot. We will need basically just to get us a ladder up here. That's all we need, basically. Dig out a little bit here, make it a little bit bigger. And then, of course, go into stations. Where you at? Stations. We will need a grooming station. That has to be built if you like it or not. A shearing station. And do we actually need a critter drop-off? Is that a requirement for the room? I can't recall. Actually, it doesn't even need a grooming station, I think. Let's try it without one. Of course, what we do definitely need is a door and a tile right here of some kind. That makes that happen. Let's give that a shot and let's see what happens here. Obviously, it will need power and we don't have any right now, but we can fix that in a heartbeat whenever we have to. Because if the dupes could just use suits down here, their life would be obviously a hell of a lot easier. How much light do they give off? 35 or 4,500. Not enough for our purposes. Because I'm thinking about spigot seals as well, while we are at it. Also, I gave Bears a dupe, but Bears' dupe doesn't have a bedroom. So, let's rectify that also while we're at it. All the way over. Above. 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 Above and above. And of course, pneumatic doors right here and right there. This thing here can be deconstructed now, by the way. Don't need it anymore. And let's build us a few more snow tiles above here as well. And in the back here, what am I doing? We don't need doors in the back. We need doors right here. And more wood tiles in the back. There we go. That's a hell of a lot better. We are not going to build us another wood heater. We are just going to put one of the dupes that already has a coat up here, or has the trait, one or the other. Luigi is here. Hey there, you're working overtime. No, we're still within a normal amount here. It's all good. You need access to the storage back there? True, so we need actually one pneumatic door. You do need that, you're correct. But the rest can be wood tiles. This one here, turn to the left, disable disinfect, and then disable the entire damn building. Have we built this here yet? Yeah, now I'm curious. Does it even make a dent into it? No, it does not. Would it make a dent if we were to clean up here? Let's try that out. I do see the wood supply, yep. The good thing is now that we are above 102,000 calories, we could even put in another flux farm up here without a big issue. Might as well build the infrastructure for it already. That was the plan from the beginning anyway, to get this here done. Have you figured out how you will have a nice warm space for the dupes while keeping the rest frozen? Yeah, I think we are getting there. The only thing that we have to change is Bears, you're not going to sleep here. Croc is going to sleep here. And Bears, you're going to sleep down here. That's how we have to have that. Also, don't get soggy feet. What is molten here? Who knows? And of course, this one here also needs to be set to a 9. Alright, much better. Septimus says, I think I need to go back to sleep despite it being 9:30 AM, though laying down isn't comfortable with my shoulder. Anyway, bye Beer and everyone else. Septimus, again, thank you very much for being here. I truly appreciate it. And you have a good rest of your day. I dropped a picture of the ice spine into Discord. Let me check that out for you, so we can see what's going on here. My god, there have been a lot of messages. The ice spine. Yeah, there are a lot of ice sculptures in here. My goodness. With some barrels back here in the end. What are those even called? I can't recall. But yeah, it's literally just to get across here. Very nice though. I like that a lot. And Chaz earlier, I didn't even see that, introducing the full Chaz Regis. Oh my god. So you're just dumping oxalite in here, have a million scones in here, and then have your pumps right here pump it out. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Let's see what this here looks like once it is done. Our storage bins here are not getting filled up though. Didn't I just tell you to clean up a ton of ice? I guess we will have to change these here to a number 9 priority. As soon as I tell you to clean up ice, grab the ice and bring it over here and put it into the storage bin. That would be highly appreciated. Oh yes, and by the way, I did mention that, not in skills but in priorities. We do have our first engineer, which is Amory right here. And I do have a mod that puts in a new area called Engineer Building. Engineer Building is only for engineers, of course, and only for buildings that can only be built by engineers. So it is a very, very nice thing to have, for sure. Can highly recommend. I haven't tested it yet if it works or not. I guess we will find out once we build something that only an engineer can build. Hydrogen got stuck up here. Let's get rid of this stuff here so it can vent all the way to the top. What is that thing next to the floor, near the incubator? Oh, I mean, you mean the oxalite sconce. The oxalite sconce is a pretty nifty building. It holds up to 240 kilograms of oxalite and just disperses it into the environment if your oxygen gets low, which is where we are headed once again. Mainly because this gas vent here is overpressuring, so we will probably have to build us another one further up somewhere. Maybe right around, doesn't matter too much here. And we're just gonna go through it and all the way up. So that should also help out a little bit. Why is there a raw egg? And why are you eating a raw egg, Kionis? Really? Questioning your life's choices right here. Salmonella is a thing, alright? Open this here all up. And these here are full again, very nice. And right here with our automatic dispenser, we can also drop a little bit more in as well. So let's set this bad boy to ice once again. Come on, bring me ice. Anyone? Ice? There's plenty of ice that I told you to clean up. You just gotta bring it here. It is set to a number 9 priority. So you would assume they would do something with that info. Apparently not so much though. The stress level is still very high for Croc. Why exactly is Croc's stress level so high? What are you up to? I mean, it's a low morale issue, but I don't understand really how that is. We could also build temp shift plates made of ice that will move all your ice in the water tank. We could try that. We could try that. The only problem with that is that we'll just take the ice from anywhere, most likely. But yeah, let's give that a shot. I always keep forgetting about temp shift plates that are built out of ice. Well, let's just take an entire row right here. And see if they will make that happen. We're currently in between shifts, of course. There we go. We do need to get more oxygen out here. And now, of course, when it's built, it's not long enough over pressure for anything meaningful to actually go through. How else would it be? Building melted. Yup, that's what we want. With this temperature, your water will turn to ice. Also, thanks for the gift. No, it shouldn't, because we do have a liquid tapidizer. Let's see. Because what we should be able to build now as well, finally, is a pitcher pump. That we can just plop, anywhere here. Which will then allow the supercomputer to work again. Very nice, that works. That should also help Croc out, I believe. Because Croc should now spend more time in front of his computer again. Which means he's in a nice area right here. That should hopefully bring his stress down a little bit here. Yeah, 76%. It's immediately getting better. Now that he's researching again. Can't we give him anything else to research while we are at it, though? Haven't looked in here for a while. Haven't really done a hell of a lot in here lately. We can't just go down everywhere where we don't need applied sciences, really. At this point, we have everything that we need. It's just a matter of getting down the tree more. We're just going to research everything. Ice cold. Just going to go through it. Anything else that's further over here that I missed that doesn't need applied sciences? Nope, that should be everything. Now you got plenty to do. What are you dupes doing? They're taking ice from the pool and throw it back. Well, because of the temp shift plates, they just take it out of the storage bin because it's closest and build the temp shift plate from it. And then they take the ice that I told them to clean up and put it back into the pool. That's what they're doing. There we go. That's kind of what that should look like. What should we have here? 15.4 tons. Yeah, that's more than enough. Alright, so far so good. That should be helpful. And iron. By now we have 2,830 kilograms. We're slowly but steadily getting there. Obviously, that is not the most friendly environment for a dupe to be in. But what can you do? Is this here a stable now? It is, in fact, a stable. It is, in fact, a stable. So we just need to hook up some power right here. From literally anywhere. Easier said than done, though. This wire right here currently only has 2 pumps running, so there's really nothing stopping us from going with a standard boggle wire all the way down, not that far, where are we at? Right here. And bring it in there. And just connect those 2 wires together. Just gotta be careful when we turn more on, but for right now, that is more than sufficient. Also now, we're getting a little bit out of here, but we still need to do this differently, though. This gas vent needs to be replaced up here to the top, and then connected with a pipe. That has to happen, otherwise it will never be a somewhat consistent output. We've got a riot forming. Yeah, Croc and Armory are not that happy. I may have given them a little bit too much, though. But yeah. Not that worried about it. Want the wires break because they're different types? They will if we give it enough power. So you can connect them together. That is totally fine and absolutely doable. But this wire here can hold 2,000 watts, where this one can only hold 1,000 watts. I do know what's on this wire though. All of these gas pumps right here. And as long as we have only these gas pumps on here, only 2 of them are currently turned on. That's 480 watts, plus another 60 from our shearing station. It will never break. No issues, no problems whatsoever. Just gotta connect them actually up now. And tell them to please stop to actually replace this wire right here. That's the one thing we don't need. The memory is not exactly functional, but you probably need 3 gas pumps for 13 dupes. You do indeed. That is okay though, because we are still getting oxygen from other sources right at this moment. So it will look like this here for a good amount of time, but it's not going to hurt anything either. Rock hasn't been able to research because of the water bottleneck. That's correct. Are we out of Sinbar ore now? Good grief. And build it out of something else, will you? Anything else. It's just temporary. We can't use it for a long time anyway, because these things here take forever to grow back if they're wild. What is it right now? Yeah, 0%. They also can't get through here, so we should probably dig out those 2 tiles of ice here. Do you have a water pot? No, I got rid of it. On purpose. Let's see. Croc right here. All he is hungry. His morale is low. And he's stressed. But since we plopped in here a lot of decor, I hope, at least at the bare minimum, that should fix itself rather soon. If not, we may have to increase his morale in other ways, which we most definitely can do if we absolutely have to. But that is a last resort. How's our oil doing now? 56 degrees. Still totally 27 degrees. Totally in the area of being acceptable. That's the word. Let's melt these 3 pieces right here. And then also probably go ahead and build us some more temp shift plates coming downwards. Down here and down here. Because eventually all the water, everything that we are currently melting is just falling to the ground. And then once again, freezing basically right away. So we need to stop that from happening as well. Also, all the other stuff in here that's not really ice needs to be moved out of granite. The dining hall. Now that you just mentioned it, I just realized we don't have enough seats for everybody in here, which is another issue all by itself that we should fix. We should be able to do that relatively easy. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 10 per dining hall, so we're just going to build a second one right above it. You're going to move this incubator here from where it's at, just 1 up. Just as simple as that. Come with this wire here straight over and connect it. Take us the automation wire from behind here and connect it up as well. Because until we get to 20 dupes, it will be a hot minute. Why didn't you set your pneumatic door to open on your science lab? I was told that the shine nymphs can't get through open doors, and I wasn't aware of that. So yeah. To keep the shine bugs in here. The incubator here, let's rip it out and deconstruct it. We don't need it anymore. And in that very moment, we can just copy and paste literally from the bottom up. It's going to be looking the exact same. There's not going to be a difference at all. Just need, of course, to get rid of this one here. 2 pedestals, a water cooler, and even the flower pots we're going to put back in here very nicely. The snow, though. I thought I set this one here to snow. Apparently the priority is too low, so they actually grab the snow. I would like the snow to be gone, though. We have 100 kilograms of ethanol. We're going to do that. I already see that happening. Unless we have a researcher right here. Turner with +9. Immune to fuel poisoning. That is a pretty decent dupe here for a second researcher, though. And right here we have a pretty decent dupe, except a -3 in machinery, but that still brings him down to +8, so that would still be okay. For another engineer. What are we gonna do? Turner or Rowan? They're both pretty decent dupes. We already have a second dupe going down the engineering, so I think we're gonna go with Turner. And I'm gonna bring William in. William, lie, you are now in the game. If you like it or not, it's happening. Wait a second, it already happened. So, you're gonna get your advanced research hat here, because you're our second researcher. Why didn't he use crystal for a light source instead? At the time he didn't have one. There is now one. But we didn't have one at the time, so we just put the shine bugs in here. How much is he getting in rads? Absolutely nothing. He's fine. He is totally fine, as it turns out. And up here, of course, we're going to set this one here to Floxes. Just make us more Floxes. And also right here, copy the settings. And give us more power, so we can actually start our second Flox farm as well. Wrangle this one, wrangle this one. And yeah, that should be fine. Let's give it also a high priority, so we don't wait forever to actually do it. If there's a Flox available, Flox it in there. 2 more. Plus some light source. Later on, we will probably remove that once we need them for something more important. But for right now, that's totally fine for what it is. Stress vomiting. Where are you at? Down here. You should get better if you have your own Great Hall, though. And disable this building while you're at it. Come on, mop it up. And get rid of the stuff. Yeah, Croc. I should have probably not given him so much points, but that's okay. He will survive it, that's for sure. I'm actually surprised that the dupes that are constantly down here working on the metal refinery are not more inclined to high stress. But they're just fine with 5%, you know. Right here, for example, we have do not comply. Do not comply is at what? 0%. Doesn't care at all, but Croc is dying up above. Looks like oxygen is thinning out. Looks like oxygen is thinning out a little bit. Actually, it's not too shabby. I've seen worse. Most of it, though, is unfortunately a little bit stuck over here. I just think that this gas vent here is just in a bad location, and this one here is not getting destroyed. That's what we really need. There we go. Let's see if that makes a little bit more of a dent into it. If we have more flowing up here to the top, that would be good. Copy the settings to the bottom. And copy the settings to the top. And still, get rid of this incubator. Nothing is done around here. Already again. Unless we are setting it to the highest priority, which is completely nuts. That shouldn't be, because there's really not that much going on right now in the base. Where the dupes should be so busy with other stuff that they can't complete their tasks. Like, for example, those doors right here. They still haven't been set. And I truly don't know why. Let's take a look at our priorities real quick. In operating. We really have only Amory, and Amory has no other job than operating. And engineer building, which we currently don't even have. So how come that these doors here are not your #1 priority? Truly questionable right now. Also, William, you're our researcher, of course. And Barris is going to clean up a little bit. Oh, true. That is called toggling and not operating. You are right about that. You keep forgetting that toggling is its own bloody thing. We're also going to have Amory for that, though. High stress. Going down now. Amory is down to 57, Croc to 78. We're getting there. We're getting there, I believe. Should be all okay. How is our oil temperature? Up to 70 degrees. That should make a dent into it, you would think. This here we obviously can't reach. Oh no, we can't reach it. What? Oh yeah, if another tile would be here, we couldn't reach it. Of course. We just don't want to build it because we don't have any oxygen. I guess that works. We definitely have none. We should probably just put a sconce down here, honestly. Let's do that. Plop us a sconce in here somewhere, maybe all the way on the bottom. And give it a high priority, just to pump out some oxygen here. So whoever is here can breathe and doesn't have to run. How far? That's actually not too bad. Up here, we are already in an oxygen-rich environment. I got an inflatable massage table from Blueprints. It sounds amazing, honestly. Come on, build me my sconce. And we're just gonna keep on cracking out iron. That's what we're gonna do here. Let's set it back up to 50. We need it anyway. I just realized you're not using hydrogen generator. There are some of them, but none are working. But they are working. They're just not hooked up to anything right now, other than this metal refinery. We're just right at the moment trying to get a little bit of a stock up on hydrogen. We do have up here on the top, though, for the main power, one whole petroleum generator. That's what we are mainly using for power right now, and even that one is really not running that much. How much liquid do we have in here by now, though? 477 kilograms? That is actually quite high. We should probably build us some kind of storage for that as well. Like a more permanent storage, I mean. How much spare power do you have over there? Plenty. Spare power is certainly not the problem. But we could probably pump the gas out of here, though. Because there's a lot in here. 7.2 kilograms. How did it ever get that bad in this particular area? Oh, because of all this here. It's just dropping down and then immediately becoming a gas. That's why it's so high. That would at least explain it. But yeah, we could do that. Let's plop in a gas pump right here. Just somewhere on the bottom, preferably. And come just with a standard gas pipe through here. That also means we have to move our sconce, though. And let's move it not like this. Almost. Something like this here, maybe. Should get the job done. And we're just gonna use, once again, wolframite for all I care. Maybe not. Let's use cobalt. To power up this pump. And the sconce. Sconce has to go again. I wanted to build it low, but we're gonna build it high instead. I'm gonna build it right here. Not there. Here, I said. Dang it. And yeah, then we're just gonna pump it over here. That's probably a good idea. How much oxide do we have? 8.3 tons. That's okay. And yeah, that is, of course, the other problem of why we are so low on oxygen, because we have no more CO2 in here at all. Like, none. Zero. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear these here out. I mean, they're completely pointless right now anyway. And just stealing even more CO2. For once I actually want to have CO2, I can't get any. And right here on the bottom, our crude oil is still only up to 571 kilograms. But by now at 184 degrees Celsius, so nothing to scoff at right there. The only thing is we can't reach most of this here. Now we can. You got that coal? Yeah, we could plug this thing here up. Or a coal generator? We don't need a coal generator either. We only have 3,000 coal. 3,000 kilograms. That's really not a lot. And I would much rather make ceramic out of it, if we need it, than use it for a coal generator, honestly. Let's speed this here up. I reckon that aloe vera thing consumes CO2. Why don't you place a few of them in here below? Well, because this entire area here is getting heated up, and the aloe vera can only live up to 0 degrees. We are going to exceed that very, very quickly. We did get 10 units of reed fiber, though. That is very correct. And we will get even more from this bad boy right here, because I just don't care. What we're going to do is we're just going to grab us a ladder. How much is there space in here, though? That's a bigger question. That's 73. I mean, all we need, really, is to come up there. And then tell our rancher to take the one right here and bring it down. And if the space is too big, you can just build one tile right here. They probably won't be happy because they don't have enough food, but that's fine. Yeah, but we will go for it, though. In stations, we are going to build us an atmosuit checkpoint. Not an atmosuit checkpoint. What is it called? Not a textile loom, an exosuit forge. That's what I was looking for. Most definitely going to do that. Just right over here. How much power does that thing need? Can't remember. 480. Okay. Where do we have 480 left over? Anywhere we want. Even better. Bring that up. Bring that in. And build us a conductive wire bridge. We could assign Bamus patties to rock crushers for clay and phosphorite. Very true. If we have access to them, we should do those at all times. That is a very good call. Can we do this here faster? And then now that we are getting water in a hell of a lot quicker, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to do the same trick again with the temp shift plates. Temp shift plates made from ice. We're just going to build us another row right here. All the way through. And we're just going to tell them, pick up more of this ice and whatnot right here. Everything that's basically laying around in the base. Because they will once again grab it from those storage bins, but the storage bins have to be refilled anyway. So, there's that. I just gave my dupes private bedrooms. Suddenly my base is covered in sparkles and stickers. Yeah, I can imagine. What is that room called? Not automation, room overlay. A massage clinic. We could build us one of those bad boys. There's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from doing so. Just until we get past this stretch right here. So let's grab us really quick some doors right here. Some doors right there. And then put in some massage tables. How much power does one of them need? 240 watts. You guys are quite expensive, actually. We're gonna build 3 of them. We should have the power for it out of the other wire. I thought we did, at least. Apparently we don't, only for 2 of them. That's okay, though. 2 of them are plenty. We only have 2 dupes that are stressed, so there's really no point in having a 3rd. Build proper bathrooms. That is another thing that we will have to do soon. We will build proper bathrooms. Because we also need to build our storage for our polluted water. Which will just be a too high stress. Usually implies you need atmosuits. In this case here, it's not the case. I just gave him too many skill points. Quite too many, actually. And Croc right here is actually recovering, it seems like, because now he's back on his supercomputer, so he's happy about that. Okay, but it's 10 PM. I think bathrooms are a next week thing. Yes, you're very correct. We are about to call it a day here. You are 100% correct indeed. Wire bridge right here. Conductive wire bridge right there. And that should get the job done if we tear out the middle. Sat here on cycle 440 with only outhouses. Yes, low EG 100%. Of course, this is not going to be a permanent solution right here. We do need to find the source for the stress. It's highly important. As a matter of fact, I can just snip it off here. That should do it. Should be good. Of course, a little bit more vomiting, which is fine. Just bring it on. We will survive the second stress vomiting too. That shouldn't be the issue. A little bit more down here at the bottom though. And as soon as we have the power wires here put in place, at least that will temporarily relieve it. But our exosuit forge here is also on the way to be built, so we will be able to put in atmosuits very soon without that big of an issue. So that should be okay. Building melted, which one? Yes, it's the temp shift plates right here. Maybe just scrubs, Croc skills. Nah, he should be okay now. It's really Amory right now who is pretty unhappy, who is our one and only engineer. David says, thanks for the gift sub. I was AFK at the time, so I'm not sure who dropped it on me, but I appreciate it. That would have been Barris. Barris Attack gave 20 gifted subs, and I'm pretty sure you were one of those. Our gas pump here is running. And we are now plopping a lot of carbon dioxide over here. Some of it is of course immediately liquefying, but that is okay. There's another Phlox running around. How did you get down here? Let's wrangle that sucker. And right here we can also get rid of this here, which should then conclude at least this area right here. Put in this one right here. And this one right here. And build us our last two chairs that we need. And Croc and Amory just chilling out right there. Without a problem in the world. They do need some kind of building though in there to actually make it a massage clinic. So what are we going to plop in there real quick? Maybe an ice block? We don't have a sculpture though. We can't really do that. We'll have to be a pedestal for right now until we have actually somebody who can properly do that. Wooden block, that's a good idea. Where is that wooden block? Right here. We literally just plop that anywhere? The dupes have to come over it? Or how does that work? Must be sculpted by a duplicate though. We don't have sculptures. Can't do that. We'll have to be a pedestal once again. Pedestal. Building melted, yes I know. More ice is being delivered and being molten down slowly but steadily. Just to make sure we have plenty of water available right here. And we're gonna plop on another carved lumen. Just for right now. Again, later on we're gonna do that better. One of your dupes can get an art fundamental skill for free. I don't recall which one. Basic question, how often do you live stream? Every Saturday. Same time, usually at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm trying to come up with a second day currently, which will be Thursdays most likely. Also, if you want to join the Discord, in the Discord you can see always at first exactly when I will be live. Discord always knows it before anybody else. We're down now to 5.1 kilograms of carbon dioxide, so that's very nice. We used to be at 7.2, so we already pumped quite a lot out. We're getting a hell of a lot more in. And of course, wooden tiles. We're gonna plop them all along right here. Just to make sure we are getting more decor in. This error message here with building melted is quite annoying though. but the massage tables have worked in the short term. We are down to 44%. 4,000 kilograms more ice. Gonna grab those right away. But other than that, it seems to be looking pretty decent right at this moment. I mean, our start is pretty good. We're up to 120,000 kilocalories without doing anything. We have one Phlox farm completely full, and the second Phlox farm is at 3 out of 8 critters, which is not optimal, but we're getting there. Maybe we can find a couple more running around the base randomly. No, doesn't look like it. But of course, our incubator is hard at work as well, so that is just a question of time until we are able to fill this one here up. And then next time around, we will have to build us real bathrooms. That is going to happen. Alone because of our petroleum generator. We're about to overflow here, so we will need some kind of real storage right here. And then we need to go ahead and... what was I about to say? Oh yeah, Bamas. We need to get us into our Bamas and our spigots right here. Both of them highly, highly important, of course, for our success, because the spigot seals right here, if you don't remember, do give us beautiful ethanol from nectar. That is going to be very good. Our ethanol storage right here still looks like we haven't made a dent into it, and we probably really didn't very much, but it can't last forever on our petroleum generator. And for Bamas, we also need plume squash plants, and plume squash plants do need ethanol to grow. So all that is an absolute requirement. I do need to lock those doors here though, before I completely forget about it, so that needs to happen right away. And get the stuff out of here, especially the ice. We don't want that to melt. And up here on the top, it looks like the dupes made actually a pretty big dent into it and started to harvest the bonbon trees. Just can't get right here. That has to be torn out. We lack sand in this map. We do actually have some sand. 13 tons to be precise. Let's throw that on the screen while we're at it. But yeah, I think we are making pretty good progress right here. Like I said, this entire area here has to be molten. Our crude oil is back down to 30 degrees. But we can see stuff is going on here. Our ice is getting lower and lower. And slowly but steadily, eventually when this ice here is gone, we can just dig up all the sandstone right here. And we're going to be right on top of the abyssalite right here. We are trying to get liquid water in here. And if the abyssalite right here gives us any more issues, we're just going to build some tiles on top of it, which will then most definitely resolve those problems. But yeah, other than that, I think we are really good for today. Our exosuit forges are coming together. We can now build us... We have 10 units still. Yeah, of course, because if I got to actually relocate this here. If I don't do it right now, I will forget it next time around. So let's grab those two bad boys and put them both down here with the highest possible priority, please. So we can get that done. Because if I don't do it right now, like I said, I will forget it by the time my week has passed. And yes, of course, Chaz is right. Don't forget to like the stream if you haven't already. Also, leave me a sub. I would highly appreciate it. Because, yeah, that helps me out greatly. You guys know it. We all know how the YouTube algorithm works by now. And it's completely free. So that is, of course, always a good thing on top of everything else. William says, should you use an airflow tile for your water tank? CO2 is accumulating. I was thinking about putting one in here. I'm trying to solve that problem with hopefully more ice. Currently, the only water that's coming out here is for the electrolyzer, and that's really not a hell of a lot. We should be getting more water, so eventually this tank here will fill up. But if that doesn't work, airflow tiles, it is. No questions asked. That is, of course, a given. And yeah, we should also be able now to be able to shear that last one here, which should give us another extra 5. It's still a stable. But what do my eyes see? There's another one here in the corner. We're going to grab that one as well. Very easy. We're literally just going to dig our way back here. Grab this one. Also, I have to do that right now. Otherwise, I will forget it. And then we're going to move this bad boy to over here. And block that path back off. Very simple. You cannot jump up here, can you? You better not. Oh, it can. Of course it can. What else would it be? I should have built the door first. Now I have them all back there. Okay, we do need a door. Build me a door. And then whoever is still on the right, we're gonna grab it and just throw onto the left. While Bier's explaining the only way water is coming out. Okay, you got me. We also have a supercomputer running. That's literally the only other way, alright? You can take my word on that one. We don't use water for anything else in the entirety of the base. And immediately drops it to the very bottom of the base. Really? I didn't see that part. We're actually 600 kilograms down here by now. We can sweep that up. And can put it into the bottle emptier because it is set to water. Come on, grab those two bad boys and bring it over here. Before I save. Do want to get that done so they're in the correct area. Which is, of course, the stable area. Seriously? Seriously? Can we please get this done? Thank you, Jez. I appreciate it. Good job. Our fibers, though, I also want to throw those on the screen. Now we have 20 units. That's a hell of a lot better. Other than that, like I said, we're looking good. Everything is going exactly as it should. We should be able to get us some steel very soon as well. Next time around, as soon as we have atmosuits, we will dig deeper. We will find us lime and fossil, or fossil and then lime, I guess. And then we will go ahead and we will create a steel. And then on the agenda is going to be to get this copper volcano right here. Because now the entire time, basically since we built this metal refinery, we have been doing metal refining. We have been doing iron ore to iron, and we still only at 5 tons. We need a hell of a lot more than that. So, metal refinery is all good and nice, but the location is questionable. Let's just call it questionable. But other than that, we do want to get this copper volcano here up and running and pump out more refined metal for us. But yeah, I think that is it for today. Can't think of anything else that needs to be done. And we are looking fine. Also, our stress is now going down and not up anymore without the massage table, as that should be. Thankfully, we have wood. Yeah, that is it. I would say thank you very much for watching. I truly appreciate it. Once again, if you haven't left a like yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so. And if you haven't subscribed yet, of course, that would also help me out. And if you want to hang out with me and the rest of the community, the Discord channel is of course available as well. You can find the link in the description. And with that, I say thank you and peace.